It's 9:02 and I'm going to call the meeting to order. Okay, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct the roll call?
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Chair Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right, I'm going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so in order to speak via telecomment, one must submit a speaker form online before 8 a.m. the day of the meeting. The link to the telecomment request forms can be found on both the first and last pages of the meeting agenda and on the Board of Supervisors website under Agenda and Minutes and Public Engagement. If you have submitted a telecomment request for either public expression or consent calendar, please call in now. So we're going to go to public expression. We have a couple people on the list. So Deputy Clerk, do we have callers on the line?
Yeah, this is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Atlas Pearson, and first on the line is going to be Hannah Nelson.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for taking public comment. This is on behalf of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We did submit a very short memo, and essentially the main points are that we feel the cannabis-related items to be scheduled on the board calendar are of some urgency and need to be prioritized. Specifically, the outstanding information that is needed in order for the board to have a more full discussion and make decisions regarding whether or not to amend the current ordinance or move in a different direction really need to be reported back in advance of a future board meeting so that the board and the public can understand the issues and better assess the situation. Specifically, there's the issue of the SSRs with respect to CDFW and the status of the processing them, or the county taking the program in-house, and whether or not CDFW has approved that and where that's at, or whether changing the ordinance to conduct the SSRs in-house, even if CDFW doesn't approve a county program, is feasible. Also, the meeting with CDFA and the ability to finalize and use Appendix Gs and what was going on with the test cases and whether or not Appendix G will be continued to be used as a process as a way to process current applications, and how many Appendix G applications are able to be submitted in what time frame. And also relevant for reporting is issues, very specific issues regarding exploring the land use-based system, and particularly issues having to do with timing and cost and impact, particularly on the current cohort. And the real specifics and kind of nuts and bolts of how it all would work so that the board could actually have an informed discussion. We're requesting that these reports be done either in writing or at a board meeting on the 21st so that the primary issues can be discussed by the board at a meeting shortly thereafter.
30 seconds.
Perhaps in the beginning of August. We also are asking that the board look at prioritizing the outstanding issues and including the upcoming equity grant that will be submitted for approval by staff as soon as it's ready, and reopening of legacy in light of the equity grant. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nelson. Yeah, I just wanted to, that's a good question. And I just wanted to say that there is a sense of urgency to deal with these issues. and that I have a meeting on Friday with the CEO and the cannabis department, and we are looking at providing some information. I've requested it already, that the cannabis department provide that kind of information that we will need beforehand. And what we decided when I met with the cannabis department last week was that we would clump the issues about the CDFA, CDFW, and the land use program, and also the zoning chart, which was scheduled for August 18th. The cannabis department said they needed them both really together. So what we're going to do is have both of those issues brought up on August 4th, because there is this urgency, and that hopefully next week we will be able to get out the information about what the update is about CDFA, CDFW, and the land use program. So hopefully those will answer your questions and provide people kind of the information, front load them with the information before the August 4th meeting. So I hope that's sufficient. All right. Next public comment.
Next on the line is Mari Roden.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Mari Roden. I'm a candidate for 2nd District Supervisor. I'm calling in this morning to draw your attention to something that I know you're all aware of already, but it bears reminding, especially as we see the cases of COVID-19 really spiking here in Mendocino County. And that is the disproportionate effect of COVID-19 on the Latinx community. I was on the dashboard this morning, and I know it's not current, but as of right now, it's 55% of the cases are Latinx. And there's many reasons why this population is more vulnerable. They're essential workers, and they, performing the work that keeps our economy going, and large families living in close quarters. I mean, there are many reasons, and we've all read about it. And a lot of the reasons we can't do anything about, the risk factors. But there is something that we can do, and you've been working on that, and that is communication, being able to educate monolingual Spanish speakers on ways to prevent spread. And so I just want to reiterate the importance of that and hope that you'll continue your hard work in reaching that community. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great reminder that next week we are going to have a special workshop at the Board of Supervisor meeting at 3:30, I believe, dealing with the Latinx community. I've been dealing with leaders of the Latinx community and Tammy Moss Chandler to come up with a program for the board. So 3:30 next Tuesday, the 21st. Okay, next speaker.
Those are all the speakers on the line. We did have one other person signed up, but they have not called in yet.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item number 4, the consent calendar. Okay, clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
All right. Okay, are there any
Mr.
items
Chair?
to be pulled? Yes, Supervisor Brown.
We do have a proclamation. It is 4V, and I think it should be read aloud.
What item was that?
4V.
Z. Okay.
It's 4V as in Victor, Chair Hashtag.
Oh, 4V. Okay.
And we have Eisen Locatelli on the line as well to receive this proclamation.
Okay, are there any other items to be pulled?
Yes, Chair
sir.
Hashik.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes, I do want to comment on a number of items. 4B, like in boy,
Okay.
is one of them, along with 4C. And then 4N, R, S, and T.
All right, Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes, Chair Hashak. Item 4L has to do with a contract for employment services. And I don't have a disagreement with the contract, but we do have the Workforce Alliance in the North Bay that we're a part of that does job training. And I would like to talk to his staff about why the contract would be with Redwood Community Services rather than with Workforce Alliance of the North Bay. And either we could discuss it today or we could just hold it off for 1 week and put it on the consent calendar possibly next meeting.
All right. Let's see. Let's check with Becky Emery to see if that's a possibility of postponing that, tabling it until next week, so we can have further discussion with Health and Human Services. Is that what you'd like?
I'd like a chance to talk with Health and Human Services either during the lunch break or just put it off for 1 week. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Any others?
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Supervisor.
I will have a comment to 4I and 4K and possibly to 4B and 4C. Thank you.
All right. So let's start with item 4B, the proclamation. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing July 19th through the 25th, 2020 as Probation Services Week in Mendocino County. Whereas probation supervision is an essential service for Mendocino County and the criminal justice system, and whereas probation staff uphold the law with dignity while recognizing the right of the public to be safeguarded from criminal activity. And whereas probation staff are responsible for conducting investigations and completing disposition reports, diverting nearly 300 youth from juvenile justice system annually, and on a daily basis supervising over 800 adult offenders and over 50 youth on probation, in placement, on community detention, and in the juvenile institution. And whereas probation staff are firm, consistent, and focused on rehabilitation as they hold adult offenders and delinquent youth responsible for their actions and enforce accountability with suitable incentives and sanctions. And whereas probation staff protect the public safety via proactive interventions, they are trained professionals who provide supervision and treatment resources to protect and help people, families, and communities address the problems that drive crime. And whereas probation staff, in partnership with justice system stakeholders, law enforcement, and community agencies towards a shared vision of a society. And whereas probation staff respect victims' rights and work to provide services and protection for victims. And whereas probation staff advocate for the restoration of communities harmed by crime and delinquent behavior. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims the week of July 19th through the 25th, 2020 as Probation Services Week, dated July 14th, 2020, signed by our chair, Supervisor Haschak. Thank you, and I believe our Chief of Probation is also here. I'd like to recognize him individually as well as his department.
All right, thank you. Chief Parole Officer Eisen Locatelli, are you on the line?
Good morning, Chair Hashtag. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Hashtag, Supervisors, CEO Angelo, County Counsel, Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. Probation departments throughout the state are often referred to as the linchpin of the criminal justice system. We provide direct supervision and services to offenders, as well as collaborate with the court, attorneys, local law enforcement, schools, service providers, and community-based organizations. This work requires the professional men and women of our department to wear a variety of hats to protect the public via proactive interventions, helping create a safer community for all of us. I'd like to personally thank my department for their dedication and the board for this recognition today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you to all the people working in your department. Okay. Item 4B. Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment for item 4B and 4C, I really felt that these should have been placed on the legislative platform so it's more transparent to the public and may gain more participation in support or maybe opposition to both of these letters. But I just felt being on consent was not the proper placement. Thank you on those. On items 4N, R, S, and T, these are contracts for Great Plates Delivered program, and it just got extended another 30 days. So with board approval and whether we can do this or not, we may have to turn to county council, but I would like to adjust the dates so that these 4 items do not need to come back at the next meeting for the extended time. So I would like the board to consider adjusting it as long as we can do that.
Okay, let's go to county council and get an opinion on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually understand that the department has prepared revised contracts reflecting the new dates, and the clerk of the board has just uploaded those documents. If the board would like to approve those, the proposed contracts with the new dates, just be aware that that would be contingent upon approval by the vendors. You know, they would have to sign off on that as well. I don't believe that their signatures have been obtained just yet, but certainly the board could go with an alternative motion to simply adopt the updated amendments, and we can go from there.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Brown.
Yes, that would work for me, and I'm glad county council came on because it would be upon approval of the vendors that we're working with. But I think, as everyone knows, this has been a great program, and it's really wonderful to be able to extend it for another 30 days. I believe that date is August 9th. But if they're now listed on our agenda, then I'd really like to see that within our motion.
All right. Okay, Supervisor McCowan, item 4I.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just note that 4I relates to $924,000 for the homeless housing assistance and prevention funding that has been directed to the continuum of care for their approval. And then item 4K involves a slightly lesser amount of about $856,000 that is directed to the County of Mendocino for our approval. And Supervisor Jurdy and I, as the Homeless Action Ad Hoc Committee, did make preliminary recommendations for the funding with the understanding that that would come back to the full board. And we had previously reported our preliminary action in order to meet application deadlines. But it was with the understanding that our recommendations would come back to the full board for discussion and approval by the board. So I just wanted to put that reminder in there. And I know we're operating in abnormal times, and yet we have a lot of critical business that needs to be attended to. So we really have to determine that we're going to put in the time necessary to conduct the business of the county. So just a reminder that that item is in the mix, and hopefully will come back to the board. On item 4B, I just wanted to say that board members do frequently submit letters of support on their own, so it's not unusual to see these types of letters come forward on consent. Also, with regard to item 4C, I would note that the draft letter is from Supervisor Williams individually, and I would request that we follow our usual format and that this letter come from the chair on behalf of the board, assuming we approve it, which I'm sure we will, but it should follow standard format, that it's a board-approved letter from the chair. Thank you.
All right.
Supervisor Haschek,
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
as a sponsor of that item, I agree completely.
Yeah, especially since we just approved the similar letter of support to Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood last week. So, or last meeting. All right. So with that, it seems like we don't have any polled that need special treatment. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may, just
Yes.
to clarify, if the board did want to approve the alternative contracts that were just uploaded for the Great Plates contracts, I would suggest just having a modified motion for those particular items.
okay, that would be 4N, 4R, 4S, and 4T. County Council, that's correct?
I believe that's correct, but just conferring with the clerk of the board, we think there might be one more. 4Q as well.
4Q. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready to receive it, but I think we need to check and see if we have public comment.
That's what I was going to do. So is there any public comment on this? Deputy Clerk of the Board?
There is written public comment that has been attached to the individual items, and I believe there is telecomment. I'll hand it over to Deputy Clerk Atlas Pearson.
Deputy Clerk of the Board, Atlas Pearson speaking. This is Stephen Evans is on the line.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name's Steve Evans. I work for the California Wilderness Coalition. We are part of a large coalition of groups that worked with Representative Huffman to put together his Northwest California Public Lands Bill, which now has been incorporated into a Senate bill by Senator Harris that includes 2 other public lands bills in California. I just signed up to speak in case there was any questions. I know the bill appears complicated. That's because there's a lot of components in it, but don't really want to take your time on doing any specific spiels here. Just wanted to be available in case there were questions.
Well, thank you. I certainly had a question that Farm Bureau raised about not having time to make comments about this bill. And is there an urgency to this, or can we delay it and have Farm Bureau make their comments?
Well, of course, the Farm Bureau submitted a letter in February, the Mendocino Farm Bureau, opposing the bill. I think there was a desire to have a conversation about it with Representative Huffman. And of course, I can't speak for him, but I suspect it got sidelined due to COVID-19. And as for urgency, there are a lot of last minute things happening in Congress right at the moment. And I can't tell you if this bill will be addressed tomorrow or a month from now, or will have to be reintroduced next year. We just don't know. So we're always, speaking for the California Wilderness Coalition, we're always available and willing to speak to anybody about legislation that we are working on. And I think I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the board, I believe, previously unanimously supported the Northwestern California component of what is now a Senate bill. So I'm comfortable moving forward today, taking note of the comments that have been made. So with that, I would move approval of the consent calendar, noting that item 4C will come from the board chair, and that we are approving the revised and uploaded versions of 4N, R, S, P, and Q.
Second.
All right. Any further comment?
I'd like to ask the speaker of the motion, would we be postponing action on 4L? My request was that we get a chance to check in with staff to see why the contracts with Redwood Community Services, because we do have the Workforce Alliance in the North Bay career point in Mendocino County.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll revise the motion to defer action on 4L either until later in the meeting or a subsequent meeting, as will be determined by the department.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, is that acceptable?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
I'd like to ask Supervisor McCowan on 4B, just for public transparency. What lands are included in that U.S. Senate bill that are within Mendocino County?
Well, it's detailed in the information that has been uploaded along with the item. If Steve Evans is still on the line, he could probably come back and respond on that specifically. I think it involves some territory in the Caddo area specifically, but Steve Evans would be better qualified to address that than I. But again, it's also uploaded in detail with the item.
Okay, I see Steve Evans still on the line. Is he available still?
Yes.
Could you quickly tell us, answer the question Supervisor Brown came up with?
So it deals with public lands that are on the Mendocino National Forest and BLM lands that are under management by the Arcata Field Office. I provided a link to Supervisor McCowan, but I'm not sure if it circulated out to the rest of the board of a map that shows the areas in the bill in Mendocino County. And I couldn't send it because the map is of such size that most people wouldn't be able to receive it. And if we reduce the file size, it would be fuzzy. So almost all the lands in the bill are in Supervisor Havshak's district. And that's a summary of what's in the bill in Mendocino County.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown?
Did you have any further, since it's in your district? The Farm Bureau did send a letter of opposition.
Yeah, I saw the letter and I was concerned about their ability to make the comments. I have seen the map and we did take a stand on this earlier on. So I'm fine with it. All right. So if there's no further comment, we have the motion. And Clerk of the Board, do you understand the motion?
I do. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. We need to clarify, we have Janine Coleman on the line who had requested to speak on telecomment, and I just want to be sure she has an opportunity to speak.
Oh, okay. Ms. Coleman.
Good morning, Supervisors and Chair Hashek. Janine Coleman, Executive Director of Origins Council. We wanted to thank Supervisor Williams for bringing forward the letter of support for Senate Bill 67, and also thank Chair Hashek and the board for the letter sponsored last month supporting the senator to take up this legislation. We very much appreciate the board's ongoing support for the development of cannabis appellations as an investment in the sustainable economic development of cannabis in Mendocino County. We believe Mendocino County will be known in history as the birthplace of cannabis appellations, a point of tremendous regional pride that I believe will attract travelers and researchers from around the world to study and celebrate our heritage producing region and share in our love for this place. A few weeks ago, Origins Council submitted a letter of support for SB 67 to Senator McGuire that included the sign-on of 15 cannabis associations statewide, as well as the National Cannabis Industry Association. To my knowledge, this is the strongest show of industry coalition on a California cannabis policy issue to date, other than SB 34, the compassionate donation bill of last year. The support of this board and the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors for Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood in carrying this historic legislation forward is indicative of the political strength and unified commitment of our region to ensure a viable future for a legacy cannabis farming community. We respectfully ask for the board's support of this letter, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment.
All right, thank you. Okay. Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Hashchak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to let the board know I'm being told that the department would like to bring 4L back next week rather than try and get the answers a little bit later today. They think they'll need a little bit more time than that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item number 5A, which is discussion and possible action, including an update associated with the novel coronavirus COVID-19, including possible direction regarding essential services in Mendocino County, operational preparation and response, and associated county-wide economic impacts. The sponsor is the Executive Office. So I'm going to turn this over to Carmel Angelo, CEO.
Thank you, Chair Hashchak. Today, we have our departmental operations manager, Becky Emery, who will be reporting out after me. Dr. Duhan had a conflict in her schedule today and is not available. I would like to take this time to remind the board that next Tuesday we will have a closed session on appointment of a health officer. And as this board knows, and I'm hoping that the public does know, that we have been in a recruitment phase for a permanent full-time health officer for Mendocino County. And we're very pleased to be bringing forward a local physician to this board next week in hopes that this will work for the board. So thank you. And again, Becky Emery will be speaking after me. And then, of course, we have our code enforcement update as well. I think the big question, certainly on our minds and possibly the board and the public as well, is what is happening at the state level and the number of counties that continue to be placed on the state watch list. And what does that mean for Mendocino County? I certainly have been getting calls from reporters about Mendocino County and the watch list. And what I do know is that last evening I did have a call with our statewide association, California State Association of Counties, and Dr. Galley and Ana Montesantos. And the call had to do with those counties on the watch list, what that means, and what the governor's update yesterday meant, and where we're going. And so I think that it's important to note that one of the key factors to making the watch list has to do with your healthcare delivery system. and the availability of ICU beds, the availability of ventilators, and the hospitalization rates and the capacity. So Mendocino County, even though our numbers have increased, and you'll hear more about that from Ms. Emery here shortly, we have not had a major influx of patients in the hospital with COVID-19 that has been reported to us or has been reported to the state. So that has been one of the factors that has kept us off of the watch list, along with the fact that we're able to make our metrics. And if you recall, those metrics have to do with how many contact tracers you have, which is 15 for every 100,000. How many tests you're able to do. And we've had the good fortune of having Optum serve, albeit testing throughout the nation is a problem. So for those people that think it's just a problem here in Mendocino County, it is a problem nationwide. Lack of test capability, lack of being able to run those specimens, lack of test kits. So it is nationwide, and it has trickled down here to Mendocino County. We are fortunate to have Optum serve. That helps us to actually do surveillance testing in the Ukiah Valley. And for those people that travel to Ukiah, we've been able to do surveillance testing with them. What we have no control over is Quest Labs and how long it takes to get a result from Quest Lab. We have that as a problem here, and again, it is a problem nationwide. And I do believe at the national level and the state level that there is work being done on how we continue to do as much testing as we're doing, but get the results back quicker, which of course is more effective for us to actually manage any type of containment with COVID-19. So the state really wants to manage together, is what they're saying. They want to work with the counties. They're here to help the counties. They want to help the counties reduce mixing. And so this watch list has grown from 20 to 31 in a week. And according to what the state said last night, there are a couple other counties that may make the watch list today. What the state is looking at is small rural counties. And the reason they're looking at small rural counties is, again, this is our time. The urban and suburban counties, they've been dealing with this for quite some time. We've had a few months to prepare, but now, as you can see, our numbers are growing. And we have outbreaks throughout the county. We're not the only small rural county that has this. We're pretty much neck and neck with Lake County. And certainly other small rural counties are increasing their numbers, and they've made the watch list before us. The other point of interest here for Mendocino County, along with being a small rural and our numbers are growing, is that we have tourism, and somewhat robust tourism in Mendocino County. So when you combine tourism, people coming into this county, possibly not following our health officer orders as they come into this county, whether they're here or whether they're in their own county not following, and the fact that we have a very vulnerable healthcare system just because we're in a rural area, that those factors combined, the state is looking at Mendocino County. But as of today, we have no knowledge that we are one of those counties that will be on the watch list. I think it really depends on our healthcare delivery system and the availability of ICU beds, the availability of being able to hospitalize COVID patients. So I wanted to bring that up. The last point that the state leadership made last night was that the statement was that these conditions change fast and that requires a greater level of action. So I think what's important as well is that Mendocino County acts fast, and we have. We've had good staff in contact tracing. We've had the availability of the clinics and the hospitals giving us information immediately when they have identified a COVID positive patient. Those factors are critical for us to do our job. And again, as I said early on, we know that testing is a problem, not necessarily getting a test, but getting that specimen run. I myself, in my last test, and I test every 2 weeks, it took me 11 days to get my results from Quest. So we know that it's a challenge. And we will be doing more education and outreach around the testing as well, and trying to assure that people understand that if you have any symptoms at all and you're getting tested, or you have been exposed at all, that you quarantine. And I think that's a hard message for some. So Ms. Emery will be talking more about testing, contact tracing, the outbreaks, and any hospitalizations. 2 more points I want to make. One is that we have actively been working with public safety, and we have Sheriff Kendall, I believe we have Eisen Locatelli, maybe we don't, John Martyr and Trent Taylor on to talk about enforcement. And we have been working collaboratively. We know that the key issue with a lot of the members of the public is enforcing of the masking order. We know how critical that is, and that there are key areas, particularly those areas that are very attractive to tourists, that there is a challenge with masking. But another area that we are looking at is the non-compliant person who needs to be isolated or quarantined. So we have been working with public safety on the challenge of isolation and quarantine for the non-compliant person that's positive, and also with the masking orders. And finally, before I turn it over to Ms. Emery, I would like to remind the public and the board that this Friday, instead of a media day, Dr. Doohan will be on a town hall with Congressman Huffman. Friday, July 17th at 5 p.m., there will be a virtual town hall. This is organized by Congressman Huffman. State Assembly Member Jim Wood will be participating, and also Senator Mike McGuire, along with Dr. Doohan. And again, that's 5 o'clock. You could access the town hall on Facebook, facebook.com, Representative Huffman, or the Mendocino County video on YouTube. So we're very happy that yet one more time we have this ongoing support from our representatives. And certainly Senator McGuire has been working with me and my team for quite some time now, and is very much interested in helping us access additional resources like alternate care sites and other areas of need. So at this point, again, I think the big question is, will Mendocino County make the watch list or not? I think that as more information comes out, you'll see that Dr. Doohan is leaning toward revising her orders to meet the requirements of the watch list. We anticipate that if our numbers continue, that we will be there. However, a key factor is the ability of the healthcare delivery system, the availability of ICU beds, of being able to hospitalize as needed. And so with that, Chair Haschak, if okay with this board, I would like to turn over the report to Becky Emery from Health and Human Services, who is our Department Operations Manager.
Very good. Ms. Emery.
Thank you, Chair Haschak and CEO Angelo. Members of the board, my name is Becky Emery, and I am the Department Operations Manager on behalf of Mendocino County's response to COVID-19. Mendocino County has experienced a significant increase, bringing us to 146 cases since this event began. Currently, we have 53 different people in isolation and 105 people in quarantine. Over the past 3 days, we have identified 33 new cases. We had 11 on Saturday, we had 8 on Sunday, and 14 yesterday. This increase has resulted in 2 consecutive days in excess of our 3 average cases per day in a 30-day period, requiring that we do report this information to the California Department of Public Health. And so as CEO Angelo did state, we are not currently on the watch list. If this trend is to continue and the growth in these cases, that may be an imminent change for us. We are working very closely with our healthcare providers to ensure that, as stated, that there is availability of support and the necessary surge response. As many of you know, the governor did issue the reported updated orders yesterday and is stepping back in the opening and issuing restrictions. So as a result of that, Dr. Doohan has advised that she will be issuing revised orders and working on that would align with Governor Newsom's orders as they apply to Mendocino County. This past week, we've worked really closely with Sherwood Oaks Skilled Nursing Facility to ensure that the outbreak that has occurred there is contained. They have responded immediately, and they've done an exemplary job of responding and implementing their isolation and quarantine procedures, utilizing their personal protective equipment and initiating outbreak testing immediately. These tests were processed as outbreak tests, and so the results were returned very, very quickly to us. And over the weekend, they had 3 additional positive cases. Again, those individuals were immediately isolated, and they completed additional testing and identified additional cases. To identify any additional cases, that testing was done yesterday, and since then we've had, prior to that testing, we had 5 cases. So we had 3 on Saturday, and then another 2 yesterday. So they were doing testing yesterday, and they are continuing to do that testing. And as they continue to do so, they will be identifying those individuals and putting them immediately into isolation and any connected individuals into quarantine. And they're going to continue on that effort until they have a 2-week time period with no new cases. So that's an exemplary response. They are partnering with community members to ensure that they are keeping everyone safe, and have been working very closely with our Mendocino County, our MOAC, to ensure that they have all necessary personal protective equipment, both for their employees and to ensure in any engagement with their residents are done appropriately and without contaminating any individuals. Another challenge that we are facing are the delays in the surveillance test results. We are finding that the test process through Quest Laboratories as surveillance are resulting in delays in excess of our 10 days. And the concern with this 10-day or delay over the weekend was that we identified 4 cases that were tested more than 10 days prior. As a result, being received, those individuals are not being placed in isolation timely. And that's of a significant concern to us because we are working diligently to reduce and contain the spread of this disease. And the way that we do that is by getting those test results back timely and putting individuals into isolation. And to that point, I want to make sure that we urge anyone that is exposed, that thinks that they've been exposed to someone who is COVID positive, or they have symptoms of COVID-19 such as loss of smell, loss of taste, if they have a fever or sore throat, that they need to be tested through their primary care provider rather than going to surveillance testing. We are doing surveillance testing in our community at OptumServe and through various events that are hosted by many of our clinics in Mendocino County, but there is a huge difference in the type of testing that someone is doing. And while the test itself, the test kit is the same, the way those results are processed in timelines is different because the tests that are processed by providers are more urgent than those that are processed through surveillance. And so it's critical that people that have close contact or symptomatic are being processed through a request through their primary care providers. And we've worked really closely with a lot of our physicians and primary care providers, the clinics. They all are working really diligently to make sure that they are processing those. And so we just want to urge our community to use those resources appropriately. Mendocino County has continued significant efforts in case management of individuals in isolation and quarantine. And as well as case investigations and our contact tracing, we have the required 15 per 100,000 individuals for Mendocino County for this. However, with the increase in cases, we are activating the disaster healthcare volunteers and to access support. And I know that CEO Angelo supported our request as well, and she actually approved and issued the request to have additional case investigation and contact tracer support through the state. And so we are working diligently to get those supports in place. And it's especially challenging for us because we are finding that there are significant gatherings of individuals that are well in excess of Dr. Duhan, the House officer's orders. And additionally, we're seeing that these spikes continue in community spread in those under 35 years of age and then spreading to their families. So that growth is going in both ways. Lastly, we have started using and are uploading cases into our CalConnect system. And once we have integrated this system, it will assist us in monitoring and managing these cases from off-site locations. And that's especially critical for us to ensure additional safety measures in our Department Operations Center and better access to data points that are driving all of our efforts as we are responding to this effort. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it back over.
All right, thank you. Thank you for all you're doing. Certainly a lot going on. Let's see, we'll go on to Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO.
Good morning, Chair Hashak and members of the board. I am going to attempt to share my screen. I have one slide for you today. It's just a brief update.
Ms. Antle.
Chair Hashak, I think we're having some technical difficulties, but she should be right back on here momentarily.
All right.
I'm not certain if you would like to move on to our code enforcement update, or if there are any questions that the board members have at this time regarding the report as we wait for Ms. Antle to get back on.
Well, I think that we should go on to Sheriff Kendall and code enforcement and John Mateer. So if that's all right, Sheriff Kendall.
Thank you, Chair Hashak, members of the board, CEO Angelo. The Sheriff's Office has been able to continue using one of our bailiffs for the lion's share of code enforcement style or masking enforcement style patrols in the Mendocino area. Following the 6th through basically today's date, Deputy Wagner has contacted approximately 12 to 15 people per day. We had one issue at the Walla supermarket where a customer was causing a disturbance with an employee refusing to wear a mask. Deputies responded to this, but the subject left prior to their arrival. We've had numerous contacts. People have been very open to accepting some masks from us when they didn't have them. We've been working with the Mendo maskers to get masks for the deputies to provide to people if they don't have one. We're also working with Junto to get some flyers out on the coast. And then we've been working with some other groups to make sure that we have the posters. And we were provided the artwork by the DOC for that to get the posters out. The latest arrest that our Chief Probation Officer Locatelli can speak about was regarding the released prison inmate who we provided with the ankle monitor. He was placed in a hotel here in Ukiah, and he violated the terms of his probation. We were able to get that dealt with rapidly, and he was booked into the Mendocino County Jail. We have some serious concerns regarding what does and does not go into the jail. It needs to be people who are violating the laws and have serious records, things like that. Currently, we have a lot of pre-existing conditions in our jail, and we've got room to place people in isolation at this point, but we have to be extremely careful with that. We have asthma, COPD, emphysema, diabetes, cancer, hypertension, pregnancy, obesity, HIV, chronic kidney disease, those types of things. We have to remember we have 200 souls in that jail that we are responsible for. And so if we begin moving people around, we could have the exact same problem that we're seeing in the state prison. So the concern there is that we have to be extremely vigilant, very careful anytime that we take somebody in. The numbers that we're seeing as far as enforcement contacts and those types of things, they're running pretty much on average. They spike up a little bit on the weekends, but are not what I would normally expect to see. They've actually started dropping down a little bit. So, in that 7 to 12 per day during the week and 12 to 20 on the weekends. Are there any questions for me regarding this?
Well, if we could wait and take all, if you're going to be around, Sheriff, that we'll take all the questions at the end.
Thank you.
Okay, John Martir, are you on the line? Trent Taylor.
Yes, good morning, Chair Haschak and members of the board and CEO Angelo. Trent Taylor, Planning and Building Manager, Code Enforcement Manager, Planning and Building. Not a lot to report out this week compared to our discussion last Wednesday. Our number of complaints about businesses and lodging continue to be fairly stable, several or more a day. Mostly now it's businesses. We haven't had very many lodging complaints. The trend seems to be now, given last week's masking order and the action of the board last Wednesday, that we're getting more complaints about businesses where the employees aren't wearing masks, and we're contacting those businesses. We haven't had a single case where we couldn't resolve that informally before more severe enforcement action. A lot of it stems from either a lack of understanding or a lack of attention to knowing what they need to do. And when we educate them, we tend to get compliance pretty quickly. Other than that, I don't have any other thing to report out on today.
Thank you. And we'll go back to Deputy CEO Darcy Antle.
Good morning, Chair Haschak. I got a little technical assistance, so I'll see if I can do this correctly this time. Sorry about that. There we go. All right, everybody's still there. All right, thank you. This is a follow-up. I have a brief report today for the board. Just have a little bit additional information from what I shared last week. So the coronavirus relief funds update. The County of Mendocino is receiving $8.9 million. We expect 1/6 of that in August and 1/6 in September, with the additional funds coming in October. This is all contingent on following the compliance mechanisms. And compliance, there's 3 that we need to meet, and that is contact tracing. CEO Angelo mentioned earlier that we need to meet that goal of 15 tracers per 100,000 population. Follow the ordinances by the state and don't implement any ordinance in direct competition or conflict with the state of California. And then report all our data to the state. As Becky Emery mentioned, we've been doing that right on along. You will see the city allocation share here. So you can see Fort Bragg, Point Arena, Ukiah's, and the city of Willett's allocation. Below, I mentioned the realignment backfill. The first round of realignment is expected in September of $3 million, with the second round coming later in the fall, but that is dependent on the federal budget, that additional $1 million. And I believe prior, the cuts were expected to be close to $8 million for the County of Mendocino. Below, you'll see the allocation of our CDBG COVID funds of $293,000. I will be meeting later this week with Director Schultz from Planning and Building Services and Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO, to report to Carmel Angelo on options on where we suggest this money may be spent following the guidelines of CDBG. I'd also like to mention that we will be including Mary Alice Williford from HHSA in those discussions as well. There was an additional request to track. We do know Consolidated Tribal Health has received $750,000 into the county to do testing. This testing is being coordinated through HHSA and the DOC. And we are working closely with them to do the testing along the 101 corridor in 4 locations. This testing is set on reservation land, but it is open to the public. And three of those testing days have already occurred. We do know funds have been received by FQHCs, federally qualified health centers in the county. At this time, I do not know exact amounts and allocations provided. And approximately 1 month ago, I spoke with Adventist Health, and at that time, they had not received any funds for COVID prevention or work, but they had really received a portion for economic shortfalls. We will continue to monitor all the funds that are coming into the county and be working with the CSAC organization along with the Department of Finance at the state, who will be also monitoring the funds that are coming into the state level. I'd also like to report that through the help of our finance team, again, including the HHSA folks, we have brought in $170,000 in one lump of funds, $180,000, an additional $130,000. So those funds are designated to specific projects that are already in place, but they are related to the COVID event. We will also be working on projections for cost. As a request from last week, cost projections through the end of this year, but that's going to take me a bit more time. And I just want to assure you that the disaster recovery team continues to work on your behalf, looking for funds. Most recent, we are submitting a grant for generator funds in that, so that work continues for the 2017 relief. That concludes my report at this time.
All right, thank you. Is John Martir on the line?
No.
Nope. All right, so we've had our reports. So we will, if anyone has public comment, please call in now. So we'll go to the board for any kind of questions or comments. We'll start with Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, I don't have reliable broadband, so I could not see the visual from Ms. Antle. And I'd just like to ask, because I don't think it was said exactly, I'd like to hear the amounts of the CARES Act money that went to each city. So that's one. I don't know if you want to go to that now and I can finish my other comments.
Well, right, it's still on the screen. If Ms. Antle wants to respond to that.
Thank you.
Yes, through the chair to Supervisor Brown. Fort Bragg, 91,702. City of Point Arena, 50,000. City of Ukiah, 198,307. The City of Willett, 62,625. And I do believe that the slide is uploaded to your packet.
Okay, thank you so much. On the testing issues, and I have brought this up previously, but the state keeps saying there are other labs, and that's Dr. Kathy Jacobson with California Department of Public Health, as listed on the state website for resources. I'd just like to know, have we investigated those other labs? And then I also have heard in some of my research that other areas, I should say states, I heard City of Phoenix in Arizona are using saliva testing. I don't know about the reliability of that, but I don't know without Dr. Doohan if anyone can make comment. So that's all I have.
Did anyone have a comment to that?
Chair Haschak.
Yes.
This is CEO Angelo. We could certainly follow up with Dr. Doohan regarding saliva testing. Certainly we have not heard from her that would be something that we could do here. And regarding the labs, when we hear of an additional lab, we do check it out. And we've done that most recently with a couple of the labs. All of the labs appear to be inundated, though we continue to look for additional lab services. Certainly Sonoma County is in the same situation, and they are not available. We are looking at working with another county, and if we determine that there is a lab out there that could give us quicker service, we'll certainly be on it. And we could report at our next report out if there's any additional lab services that we have access to. So thank you for your question.
All right, thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I have some questions regarding the disaster health volunteers. So what specifically are the needs there? Would we hope that these folks would help with contact tracing, potentially outreach to segments of the community, whether it's Latinx community or individuals experiencing homelessness? If I could just get a brief overview of what needs that we would hope that the volunteers would fill.
Chair Hashek, I could start with that and then ask Ms. Emery to also weigh in. The disaster health workers are activated, one, to assist with contact tracing. If you're ever near the public health building, you can see that our staff are there 7 days a week into the evening. I was there last Saturday, and staff was there after I left at 8 o'clock. So contact tracing is one. The other need that we have is to help with the alternate care site. The challenge of actually staffing a facility that would have people for isolation and quarantine has been ongoing over the last few months. So we would look at no less disaster health workers for contact tracing and also for helping with the alternate care site, possibly helping with additional testing. And at this point, I would ask Ms. Emery to also weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Angela, if I may, through the chair. That is correct, absolutely, the contact tracing and the case investigations. But as to your question as to the bilingual, we have had a significant increase in the bilingual cases. And so we have asked for staff in that realm to not only help staff the alternate care site that are bilingual, but as well as doing the case investigation and contact tracing, primarily because as you see from our tracker, there is a significant number of people that speak Spanish that we have a shortage in staff in responding to those individuals. We are certainly doing so, but as we have a shortage of staff across the boards for the case investigation and contact tracing, that is certainly one of the needs that we've identified.
Thank you very much for those answers. And it really, it highlights for the people who want to help and have bilingual capability or simply want to help with contact tracing, we want you to step forward. And the process, I believe, is to contact North Coast Opportunities. Is that correct?
Yes, Supervisor McCowan, yes, North Coast Opportunities.
And then a referral is made to a company they've contracted with, I believe.
Honestly, I don't have that answer. I know we are referring people to North Coast Opportunities. The physician at one point that we had who was a DHV actually just went to NCO and then was able to volunteer. So I'm not certain if there's another entity that's involved. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just to comment, because I did get a contact from a member of the public who is trying to sign up, and they're experiencing a difficulty in getting contact back. They were able to make initial contact, but they're concerned they're not getting the follow through to actually be able to get them out there volunteering. So perhaps staff can follow up with that and, check to make sure we have a good pathway there for people to actually get signed up. So thank you for all of that. I did have a question for Becky Emery regarding the gatherings, and you mentioned that again. That's been my understanding, that this recent spate of outbreaks continuing over the last several weeks to a month now, other than we know we had the Cal Fire outbreak, we know we had the Sherwood Oaks outbreak. Aside from that, what has been the main driver for the increased cases? Does it appear to be gatherings, informal gatherings that people are having?
We have had multiple cases that have come through from informal gatherings. There was a gathering on the 4th of July that we received yesterday notification on that had multiple people at it in attendance. It was reported as an excess of 25 individuals in participant of this, and the individual tested positive and was tested on the 5th. And so it is a significant concern for us. We are monitoring and trying to ensure that we are putting everyone in quarantine. The challenges we run into in these types of situations is not everyone is available to share who was at those gatherings. They're gathering with even people they don't know all of the names of. And so, yes, we are seeing significant groupings and gatherings, people getting together, and it's definitely numbers of people in excess of the health officer, Dr. Duhan's orders. And so it is a huge challenge for us in trying to contain this virus when people are doing that and taking those steps that put other people at risk.
And I think you're indicating a lot of these gatherings tend to be young adults, maybe up into their 30s or so, but those who become infected then tend to take that disease back to their families and infect older people, potentially including some of those who are particularly vulnerable. So it really is a huge concern. And another concern, these informal gatherings, and please correct me if I'm wrong, these do seem to be a big driver in the increased positive test cases that we are getting. And yet, ultimately, this behavior could negatively impact the entire community, particularly the business community, if we are required by the state to go backwards in terms of the business openings that we have had. Potentially that could be economically devastating to the county. And again, apparently triggered not by lack of diligence on the part of businesses, but as a result of the gatherings and the community spread that is coming out of that. Am I accurately characterizing that, or what would you correct or add to it?
I think that that's part of it. I mean, the bigger concern for me is the spread that we are seeing in our community. I realize that there is the business impact of this and the cost and those things, but the outrage, the spread of the disease from one person to the next is the most critical piece that we ensure and contain. But yes, it does impact our entire community economically. And our social and the emotional and multiple pieces of our community are impacted by a significant increase and if further restrictions are imposed.
Thank you. And, of course, again, the simplest way to prevent these impacts to our health and to our economy, follow the health officer orders, do not attend these informal gatherings, and follow the protocols for social distancing and masking. It's really pretty simple. I would like to mention the attestation, which, of course, in the attestation document, and that was submitted and approved approximately May 18th, nearly 2 months ago, when our situation was quite a bit different in terms of the number of cases we were experiencing at that time. And I think the triggers, at least in part, were built off of our experience as of 2 months ago. And either Becky Emery or Carmel Angelo, please correct me if I've got this wrong, but out of the 11 indicators that are included in the attestation document, I believe we're doing very well on all of them, except for the average daily cases, which of course have spiked dramatically. But in terms of our healthcare system and our capability to respond, when we talk about percentage of cases in ICU or fatality rate or personal protective equipment supply or percentage of cases ventilated, even percentage of positive tests, on all of these indicators, I think we're still in good shape. And of course, that could change very quickly with all these cases spiking. If it gets more into the vulnerable population, we could see hospitalizations and these other more serious indicators change dramatically. But as of now, I think we're in good shape for everything except average daily cases. And I wonder if there's a process to go back to the state and seek to revise the criteria for the average daily cases. Again, on May 18th, our average was 1.5. So, when this number of 3 per day at that time was selected, maybe it had some logic. But as this goes on longer, we see that despite having more positive tests and more confirmed cases, we are seeing a very low rate of hospitalization and ICU and ventilator usage. So I think it'd be very unfortunate if provided we remain in good shape in terms of the impact to our healthcare system, if we had to go backwards simply on the basis of daily cases. So the question is there an opportunity to advocate with the state for recognition of the fact that although our average daily cases is spiking, our healthcare system thus far has not been impacted.
Chair Haschak, I would like to answer Supervisor McCowan's question. That's an excellent question, and I can tell you of the counties that are on the watch list, I am aware of one county, but there have been more, but one county right now that is actually in negotiations with the state and does not want to go backwards. My guess is that county will not be successful with that negotiation, but I have to commend them for trying. Your question is right where we are. I mean, I think if somebody was giving us a report card, no matter what anybody out there says, the performance of Mendocino County under the direction of this board has been exemplary. We have made every metric. The 3.1 at this point, over 3, we certainly could talk with the state and attempt to get them to work with us and adjust our metrics. I don't think we would be successful there, but I'm going to hold firm with what I said initially. If our healthcare delivery system can handle the number of positives that we're getting, and they could handle the hospitalizations, and we have enough contact tracers where with our outbreaks, we are able to isolate and quarantine people that have come in contact with the positive case, I think the state will show some leniency. However, let's use the example of one skilled nursing facility. One skilled nursing facility that hospitalizes X amount of SNF patients, and rightly so, they would need to do that. That would bring our hospitalization rate up quickly and overnight. And that's what the state would look like. So yes, if the state contacts us tomorrow and says your numbers are high, your cases, you're going on the watch list, we absolutely will attempt to negotiate with the state. And certainly this board will know. But I think that what happens with all of these counties, especially these small rural counties, they go along like we are. They meet their attestation metrics, and then boom, what happens is we're overtaken by events. You know, the fact that we had 14 yesterday, 19 over the weekend, that has nothing to do with the performance of the county or the public at this point, other than the gatherings and the lack of masking. So yes, we certainly can attempt to negotiate with the state. I don't know how successful we'll be, but I appreciate your question and your comments. And yes, we have done well with our metrics, but we can certainly be overtaken by events.
Thank you. And I do have one question for County Counsel Curtis. I'm aware that the call center has advised businesses that they can bar entry to people who claim a health condition as a reason for not wearing a mask. And this runs counter to earlier information that a person could not even be asked what was their medical condition. So I would appreciate it if we could hear from County Counsel what has changed either from federal or state guidance that now appears to allow a store to either question a person as to the legitimacy of their claim of a medical reason, or even if they have a legitimate medical claim, to bar entry.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, County Counsel.
Yes, thank you for that question, Supervisor McCown. I know that this has been a topic that's been causing a certain amount of confusion, I think both within our county and sort of nationally as well. There's been a lot of evolving discussion on this topic and evolving guidance from a number of the agencies involved. And I will say, within, I think, the last 2 weeks, actually the DOJ released a statement indicating that there was actually some sort of fraudulent flyer that had been distributed that had been advising people that businesses were required to allow entry to people wearing a mask, without wearing a mask if they indicated that they had a medical condition. And the DOJ, this is the United States Department of Justice, actually in that announcement, let the public know that it was both not responsible for that publication, that it was a fraudulent and misleading publication, and they clarified in that statement that in the context of regulations that are or rules within a business that are intended to serve a legitimate safety purpose, there isn't a requirement under the ADA to accommodate by waiving the rule. We've actually, on the county website under an FAQ, we've created a bit of a summary of some of the guidance that's been put out by the state and federal government. And we've also linked to a project that's actually handled by the Syracuse University that has, I think, a pretty good explanation of some of the ADA issues as they pertain to COVID. So it can get kind of fact specific in terms of if someone has a medical condition that prohibits them from wearing a mask, whether that's some sort of oxygen deficiency or whatever the specifics are. the business might be required to provide some sort of accommodation. And one of the examples that has been put out, for example, in the Syracuse publication, was curbside pickup. You know, the ability to somehow offer, you know, some sort of alternative means of allowing the customer to gain the benefit without actually allowing them entry into the business in a way that might put other people's health or the health of the public in general in jeopardy. You know, other good accommodations that have been suggested, and this is actually consistent, it's specifically called out in our local health order, is the possibility of, instead of a cloth facial covering, using a face shield. That's the order does require that the face shield actually be sufficient to come below the chin, so that it's not just, you know, blocking the nose, the mouth, but far enough down that it's really blocking a significant number of particles. Dr. Duhan was very clear that she wanted to make sure that it was sufficient to really provide some significant limitation on how much of the particles would be able to get out and how far they'd be able to travel. You know, there've been a number of other examples of possible accommodations that have been put out on the website. I do want to say, you know, early on we were very careful on the ADA side. We really weren't sure where exactly the state and federal government were going to land. The early drafts that we had seen from a lot of the jurisdictions had included express language to sort of carve out the medical issue, and we actually took some of our language from Sonoma in terms of the businesses refusing entry, and we didn't want to get sort of too far down the road of making a determination of, you know, what the ADA was going to mean as it applied to a COVID regulation, you know. But I will say that based on the publications that we've seen from the EEOC, from the DFEH, for the DOJ, and from, you know, academic commenters like Syracuse, there does seem to be a, I would say, fairly strong consensus emerging that a medical disability does not appear to be barring a business from excluding someone who refuses to wear a mask merely because they state that it's the result of a medical condition. Now, I do want to touch a little bit, Supervisor McCown, the other point that you raised in terms of the inquiry into the specifics of the medical condition. There are still potentially some limitations there under ADA, that if someone is indicating that they need an accommodation, you know, asking about specific diagnosis, certain types of information might not be considered appropriate questions under the ADA regulations. But really the issue that comes down to the business is simply, you know, what sort of accommodations might be able to be offered to the person in a way that wouldn't require violation of the blanket policy of requiring facial coverings prior to entering the store. So, you know, each business may have to figure out for itself exactly what sort of accommodations it's able to offer. But again, the general consensus that we're seeing from state, federal, and academic guidance appears to be that the business is not required to allow someone in without a facial covering. You know, that is a legitimate safety restriction and can be adhered to.
Thank you. And there is a lot of confusion on this issue, and I'll note that I believe our current health order still lists all the exemptions that people, or exceptions that people can cite, and yet the frequently asked questions say the store can deny entry. So it seems like it could help if the county made a solid determination of this is what we believe is legally appropriate and supportable. And right now we have stores, some believe that the county has mandated that they deny entry. Some are doing that because they want to, some are doing it because they think they have to, and then other stores are not denying entry. It seems like it would help with the overall goal of compliance if the county feels it is on solid ground, to mandate that stores deny entry and or provide reasonable accommodations such as curbside. So I encourage you to work with the public health officer and your staff to determine what is the most solid, legally justifiable approach that also provides the greatest protection to public health. And then let's incorporate that into the orders and have one standard that we ask all businesses to abide by. And so that's it, just a request that you engage in that process. I would also ask, when do we think a new health order would come out? Or is that reliant on if the governor moves us onto the watch list and requires additional closing?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So just a couple of things. First of all, I'm happy to work with the health officer. I'm happy to discuss issues related to facial coverings. I do want to say, because this has been an area of some confusion, I want to clarify that while the current orders do have exceptions for people who are experiencing certain medical conditions, and actually under the ordinance, it was specifically a medical condition where they've been advised by a licensed medical provider that they cannot be wearing the facial covering. The orders have those exceptions so that someone might not be committing a criminal offense if they're to be inside a building without a mask if they meet one of those specific exceptions. That does not mean that a business is required to allow that person in without the mask. So one of the things that we will be talking about with Dr. Duhan is essentially do these exceptions, and I'll just note these are the same exceptions that we've seen in a number of other counties and are in the state orders as well. Ours have actually been a little bit more narrowly tailored in the most recent ordinance. But are these exceptions really something that's necessary? But primarily to allow, if there is a business, and remember, this may not be, say, just a store. This may be any number of types of businesses, and we've got slightly different rules with respect to medical facilities, but there are certain instances that may be related to certain types of treatment, et cetera, where it may be appropriate to allow the business to provide an exception if they determine it's safe to someone who legitimately meets the criteria of having a medical issue, and allow them to demask in an indoor setting in certain circumstances. Or is it, as you suggest, cleaner just to go ahead and to have a blanket requirement and almost to just effectively eliminate the exception entirely? One of the issues there is that the order is very broad and that it includes all buildings other than a person's residence. So there is some consideration that needs to be given to some potential unintended consequences there if there are absolutely no exceptions. That being said, I do just want to make sure that everyone understands right now a business is not required to allow someone in under the local orders merely because they meet one of the exceptions. In that context, the business can refuse service, can refuse entry, but if they determine that the person legitimately meets an exception and they determine that they believe they can safely accommodate that person inside their building without a mask, meeting whatever standards they happen to put in place, whatever additional safety measures are appropriate, that doesn't make it a violation of the order and a criminal offense in those circumstances. With respect to your second question, Supervisor McCowan, and I should say, I should direct my comment to the chair. So, Mr. Chair, with respect to Supervisor Cowan's second comment, question, I just want to clarify. So we did have updated version of the orders that were just released to comply with what the governor had done on Monday. We are preparing with an expectation that we will either be added to the watch list, or there's a possibility that Dr. Doohan may decide to impose those additional requirements if it looks like we're trending in the same direction, sort of independent of the state's judgment on that issue. I don't know that I can say definitively when that will happen, but it is something that we are preparing for right now. Some of these changes have happened quite quickly, so we're trying to be ready so that we're not caught flat-footed.
Thank you, County Council.
Thank you. One more. Last week, the board discussed the certification forms, and there was some interest by the board in having you work with the business community to hopefully arrive at a mutually agreeable resolution. Do you have an update on that?
If I may, through the chair, I don't have an update at this point. I'm hoping to have one for next week.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Supervisor McCowan, we need to keep moving. So if you don't mind, we'll go on to another supervisor. Okay.
Of course.
Supervisor Jurdy.
On this information, and I do appreciate Supervisor McCowan bringing some clarity and the County Council on this issue of whether businesses have the right to exclude a customer who's not wearing a mask. I got some positive feedback recently from some Fort Bragg businesses on the county's interaction with them, and I don't actually know what department had interactions with them, but it felt that the county's interactions were helpful, instructive. But this does bring a question. If their interaction with the county was a month ago or a few weeks ago, and there's this evolving consensus that a business can deny a customer who refuses to wear a mask, could we set up something so that the county, that department that interacts with the businesses, that it would have a check-in with them to let them know that they do have that right? Because it doesn't sound like that was the advice that they may have been given, a month ago. So that's just one request into county staff. And then on the Sherwood Oaks, I really appreciate the outreach from Sherwood Oaks to me and county staff. Most, if not everyone, in Sherwood Oaks Rest Home has family members here on the coast, and so it's not a place where people from out of the area place family members. And so I'm glad to hear that they're isolating everyone who has been tested positive. And my understanding is that all rest homes in California are required to test 1/4 of their staff every week. And I believe it's through that testing that they found the one staff member that was positive, and now the, 4 other customer or patients, residents who were tested positive. So, and now all in isolation. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
If our curve persists, will the state shut down business activity, business sectors in Mendocino County?
And that's a question to the CEO.
I would think CEO or public health.
Sure. I'm sorry. Your question is if the curve persists, will we get shut down?
Yes. Meaning if we don't do something different, if we continue on the current trajectory, are we headed for a shutdown?
I think if our numbers continue as they are, which is over over our attestation numbers as far as how many positives a day, and there appears to be a fragility to our healthcare delivery system, I believe we'll make the watch list. Yes. We're headed that way, Supervisor Williams. I think we all know that the way the numbers are going, it's almost like it doesn't matter what we do, and we're doing everything we can, the numbers are increasing. So we're headed toward the watch list, yes.
So it's really up to the people, personal responsibility, modifying behaviors. At present, we have the ability to keep our economy open, but if we continue unchanged, we're headed for shutdown.
I would agree with that. I think that Ms. Emery said it best. Supervisor McCowan emphasized that. The gatherings, I think the gatherings are problematic. The definition of a family gathering is different for every family. For some, it's 2 people. For some, it's 20 people. So I believe it's those gatherings that have helped with community spread.
Contact tracing, I imagine, is difficult with 8-day delays on testing. It's hard to ask someone, who have you come in contact with over the past 11 days? Of the cases that have not been community spread, the cases where we have been able to trace back to a source, what is the apportionment between local gatherings and visitors? Are we seeing visitors bring COVID in large numbers, or is the problem mostly our own residents?
Chair Haschak, I would ask Ms. Emery, who is much closer to the contact tracers, if she has any awareness that could assist in answering Supervisor Williams' question.
If I may, through the chair. Supervisor Williams, that's a great question. I don't have the answer to that at this moment, but I will get it today by going through our data, and I can get that information.
Thank you. And then for law enforcement, I think I heard Sheriff Kendall suggest that his department has been able to enforce the facial covering order 12 to 15 times per day. Can we hear a breakdown of the enforcement by the Sheriff's Department versus SIU versus code enforcement? I'm looking for the aggregate and also how the split is working across the 3 different enforcement.
Well, through the chair, Supervisor Williams, we've been able to put Deputy Wagner in the town of Mendocino. A lot of those contacts are coming from him. We've had some contacts on the North Coast and the South Coast, but a lot of those contacts were not directly related to we are going out to enforce masking. They're related to other calls for service. And then, of course, when deputies come into contact with someone, they're supposed to have their masks on, and they're reminding people, while you're speaking with me, you should have your mask on also. And so, granted, the lion's share of the contacts that we're recording are those specific targeted enforcements. However, there are several others based on the community contacts that we have on basic calls for service. And as long as we have the ability to keep these bailiffs and these extra personnel on it, then we will continue to push that. The call in Walla, I would have loved to have had a deputy right there to be able to, issue citation and do things like that. But we are facing some of these geographical issues. We're also facing the issues with calls for service taking priorities. We've got some pretty steep hills to climb this year. Just our coroner's cases are going to be up 25%. Suicides are up 38%. Drug overdoses up 25%. These are in-depth investigations. So as long as we can continue to put the people on it, we're absolutely going to. But we've got a lot more than just the targeted enforcement. There's also other contacts throughout the day that are not being recorded on the 214s because they haven't been assigned directly to that.
I appreciate that. Could we hear how many folks per day have been asked to put on masks by SIU or code enforcement? Are there any there, or is it purely the Sheriff's Department that's doing the enforcing?
Trent Taylor.
Yes, Chair Haschak. Trent Taylor, Planning and Building Code Enforcement. Code enforcement, I have one code enforcement officer on the coast and one inland that handles health order complaints, primarily to businesses and to lodging. We are not patrolling. Everything's reactive related to that based on staffing levels and also authority. Code enforcement officers are not peace officers, and individual contacts. When we're dealing with businesses and lodging, we can find property owners, business owners. We can deal with them that way. So we don't have any contacts where we're stopping and talking to individual people not wearing masks.
So I guess I'd like the board to consider, staff tells us we're on a trajectory to have economic shutdown. We have very few tools at our disposal to change course. One of the tools is distancing and facial masks. I don't know that we're making a difference here, and I recognize that law enforcement does have other priorities. I know there's been an uptick in serious crime, and I don't want to doubt the sheriff in needing to prioritize that over encouraging people to wear facial coverings. But if we don't do something different than we're doing today, we're going to be shut down. And then I guess last question for public health. The facial covering ordinance hasn't been fully adopted and implemented in our cities, with the exception perhaps of Point Arena. I understand it's on their agenda. Does public health have a role in assisting the cities, or are we asking for assistance from the cities? What do we see as next steps? Because most of the potential violation of the facial covering order is in the cities. That's where we expect people to spread it. They may not live in the city, but that's likely where they'll come into contact with people who are not wearing coverings.
Through the chair, Supervisor Williams, those are great points. We have had regular meetings with all of our community partners. We have an operational area partners call every week where we do discuss those. We haven't gone into depth of discussions with the cities on adopting the facial covering ordinance, but that's certainly something I know that CEO Angelo has regular meetings with the city managers as well, so I would defer to her as to the best step to bring that forward, but certainly see an opportunity for us to try and encourage that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may speak to that just a little bit, I just want to make sure that everyone understands, and I think the board understands that the public might have a little bit of confusion. The facial covering orders are valid countywide. The facial covering orders apply within the cities. They are a health officer order. In violation of them is a misdemeanor. The ordinance that the board enacted last week, which made it an infraction on a sort of slightly different set of circumstances where someone fails to wear a facial covering, is simply an additional tool that law enforcement thought would be helpful in terms of the enforcement of the ordinance. It is entirely, there's nothing to prevent the cities right now, without having adopted any ordinance, from having their law enforcement enforce the facial covering order within their jurisdiction. The question of whether or not they think they need that additional tool of being able to cite it as an infraction or being able to use administrative penalties, having sort of additional enforcement mechanisms that their peace officers or their code enforcement can use, does not mean that the cities are, the masking requirement doesn't apply in the cities or that it's not enforceable in the cities. It's simply that they don't have the same range of tools in their toolbox, and it may be that individual cities might determine they don't feel that they need those particular tools because the order, which is valid and is enforceable in their jurisdictions, is sufficient for their officers to obtain compliance.
Chair Haschek?
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, can I ask my colleagues, given that we've heard we're on a course to be shut down, we have the facial covering ordinance in effect now as an infraction, but we don't have many enforcement mechanisms. The cities are overwhelmed as it is. The sheriff has high priorities. Code enforcement doesn't do personal contact. It appears that we won't be making a shift, that this curve will continue. What are our thoughts? Do we let it play out? Do we fund an alternative approach? Where do we go from here?
Well, I've got a proposal and if you could segue that into my comments, that I've been talking with the Chamber of Commerce, and they have a program that they're developing called Mask Up Mendocino. And their proposal is to educate the public through social media, radio ads, PSAs, educational materials, ambassadors that would be out on the street talking to people about the importance of masking up. You know, they've really thought it out, and they've got a laid out program. Some of the budget numbers aren't there yet, but I think that it's a positive approach to getting the word out to people that, you know, if we don't start following these guidelines and adhering to what's best for our community's health, we're going to be, you know, suffering economically, because businesses are going to close down more than they have already. And so I would think that if we kind of teamed up with the Chamber of Commerce's and started working on some of these programs too, that would be a positive program to, I think that would be something that would be worthy. And I don't know how much it costs, and I don't know where the money would come from, but it seems like we need to be discussing things like that too.
I'd like to thank the chair for following up on that. At our meeting last week, I thought the full board did agree that we wanted to pursue other options in addition to relying on law enforcement to enforce the masking. So I just assumed that county staff was working on that since last week's meeting. So I hope the county staff partners up with and helps Supervisor Hashak, the chair, follow the venue. Then let's do that.
Chair Hashak, this is CEO Angelo. We have been following up as far as trying to organize enforcement and see where the needs are, as far as the sheriff, Trent Taylor, John Martyr, and myself. Your concept of working with the chambers to do basically community service and education is a great one, and one that certainly could enhance our abilities with code enforcement. The question is the funding. I am going to assume that we could get some reimbursement. So that's where we are. It's not that we don't like this idea. It's that as soon as we can breathe, we can follow with the chamber. So possibly we can talk about this after the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, and I thank you. I have another meeting with the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow morning. So I'll relay this information on to them too, and maybe we can get clarification on a clear path to follow.
Supervisor Hashak,
yes.
Can I comment on this?
Sheriff Kendall.
I think anything that we do in this realm, you know, from the Mendo maskers providing those masks to our deputies on the coast and things like that, if we're working in partnership with our citizens, then they become a force multiplier for us at a time when we don't have much money. And I would imagine that if we sat down and broke it down, it would be an immense cost savings for everyone to invest a little bit into this, because it will save us a lot in the long run. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further comments on the board from the board on that issue? All right, so before we go to a break, I just have a couple of comments and questions. One is with the schools, certainly the school issue and reopening has become a hot topic nationally and statewide. You know, we're not getting the guidance except to just straight open from the federal government. The state is encouraging it, but it's really kind of passing the buck down to the local school districts. I appreciate the public health officers' work on this and getting more involved with what is happening at the local level with the school districts, because I think that school districts, teachers, families, students, they're all concerned about how it's going to look. And I think that they need assurance from our public health officer that what we're doing locally fits and is appropriate for what's going on in our communities. CEO Angelo, do you have an update on any kind of outreach that Dr. Doohan is doing with the schools?
Chair Hashak, thank you. Yes, one, as I'm not certain that the full board has seen the work that she's done as far as writing guidelines for safe school reopening. And I believe that the guidelines, certainly they were sent to the superintendents and My understanding is that at least with Ukiah Unified, they did move forward with authorizing a hybrid model, and I do believe that they also looked at Dr. Doohan's guidelines. This question has come up about Dr. Doohan continuing to work with the schools and review their plans. And I know that we have a staff person in public health that is assigned frontline to work with the schools. And then, of course, Dr. Doohan is available to work with them on a consultative basis. So, yes, we continue. This is a very tough issue, as we all know, because the safety of the kids and the teachers is of critical importance. So, yes, she is working with the schools, and that will continue through this process.
Okay, thank you. And then this question is for Sheriff Kendall or Chief Probation Officer Locatelli, is that there's certainly concern about these inmates or released inmates coming from San Quentin into the community. And I guess, is all the responsibility on the county that these people, when they come out and they break parole and within hours they're back in our local jail, maybe they're a high risk for positive case. But certainly it seems like the state is pretty much just releasing these prisoners to us and making us burdening us with these people.
Chair Hashek, I have a lot of concerns with these things, especially when we have releases that are, 180 days early. Some of them will be a year early. Suddenly, when the county winds up taking on that burden, if they wind up getting picked up between the time they're released and that 6-month time frame where they should have still been in prison, I think that we should start looking at funding from the state, possibly from the CARES Act. I'm not sure where it could come from. But the fact is, they have simply pushed that problem off onto us. Of course, we're concerned about COVID in the jail. We're extremely concerned about it because of the health problems that we already have in there. But we have to think about the state's position where they're facing violations of the 8th Amendment with a cruel and unusual punishment. I have to be concerned about those also. They kick that can down the road. I don't have any place to continue kicking it to. But we're going to have to look at every single case. Is this a person who belongs in jail, or is this a person who we need to work with to shelter in place, to quarantine, things like that? A lot of them, their rap sheets absolutely demand that they belong in jail, and the state can say that they're only releasing nonviolent inmates. Well, that is not a true statement. They were releasing a person who went to prison on a nonviolent charge for his last crime. The gentleman that we arrested the other night has an extremely violent rap sheet. This is a game of semantics that the state is playing, and they're getting us to foot the bill for it. So I think that we should look at some other options, especially for the folks who are released early. If they should still be in state prison, why are we footing the bill? And I'd like to turn it over to Chief Locatelli. He's currently working with the state and forming a task force. We have to be concerned that, these people are our people. They are. And when they're released, we need to treat them as well as we treat everybody else. However, what kind of a bill comes with it? So, Chief Locatelli.
Thank you, Chair Hashtag. To answer your question, it's not just San Quentin, it's multiple institutions throughout the state. I believe there's 35 institutions and there's outbreaks in quite a few of them. We are getting, as I mentioned before, roughly 16 inmates released to Mendocino County by the end of this month. 5 of those are going to be on parole. And I got to make that clear distinction for everybody who's listening. Parole and probation are completely separate. Parole is monitored by the state and funded by the state. And of course, probation and PRCS are county responsibilities. 11 of those are county responsible. The state has learned since April, in my opinion, and is footing the bill for some of these. If they're testing positive or they've been considered a direct exposure, Project Hope is paying for their housing as they transition back into our community. That includes their food and their housing. So we're trying to, as Sheriff Kendall mentioned, I'm on a task force with 7 other chief probation officers to address this issue and bring up with CDCR all the local implications this has on us and the costs that we bear because of it. The state is going to be releasing up to 8,000 though. Those 16 that I talked to you about were with the 3,500 releases that they had projected. So we should anticipate receiving more and more inmates and more responsibilities on the probation department, the sheriff's office, and our local parole office. And we're trying to do our best to coordinate that with public health to best protect the county, not only from the public health aspect, but public safety. If you have any direct questions about any of those, I can share that with you.
Yeah, it certainly seems that the state has an obligation to help fund, the services that we're going to encounter from these people. So thank you for that explanation and your work on it. All right. So with that,
question, Mr. Chair.
Well, we're going to take a break right now before we come back for public comment, if it's all right. So,
well, a very brief question. CPO Locatelli, you mentioned Project Hope would bear some of the cost. Is that only for the state parole inmates, or is that also for the local responsibility inmates?
Through the chair, good question, Supervisor McCowan. That is also for our own inmates. For example, we had 2 releases on Friday. They drove them up from Southern California, the state did, and put them in the hotel. And I was able to go down there Friday and coordinate to make sure that their food was brought to them. I know that questions come up from the public, but we are enforcing the quarantine order through the state's quarantine order and working with public health to give them a Mendocino County order. So if they're positive or they've been exposed, no matter if they're parole or county probation, the state is paying for them through Project Hope.
Thank you. And I believe your contention is they should pay for the rest of them also, but that was maybe the sheriff, since they should still be in state prison. Thank you.
All right. And I don't see any public comment. Deputy Clerk of the Board, is there public comment?
No, there is not.
All right. And any other, is there a motion from the board? I think we have some direction for some action to work with the Chamber of Commerce, and we've got some clarification on some legal issues too. So,
Chair Hashtag, you're directing us to work with the chambers, which we can do, but there are also other entities out there that we are working with. So I think that my understanding of this direction from the board is that we were all in agreement that we needed additional resources to assist with enforcement. So we are looking at that. We'll certainly work with the chamber, but there are other entities out there. I want to make sure this board knows that the chamber is not the only entity out there that is willing to do education for us in the community. And
Good.
So we're working with more than just the chambers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Okay, so with that, we will take a break for 15 minutes. We will come back at 11:20. All right. Thank you, everyone who participated this morning. Order. We're on to agenda item number 5B, which is discussion and possible action, including approval of retroactive amendment to Board of Supervisor Agreement number 19-193 with Redwood Quality Management Company to increase the amount from $18,976,773 to $27,797,494.06 and extend the end date to December 31st, 2020 to arrange and pay for medically necessary specialty mental health services and Mental Health Services Act programs to all ages of Medi-Cal beneficiaries and indigent population effective July 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2020. And the sponsor is the Health and Human Services Agency. So am I looking towards Becky Emery or Tammy Moss Chandler? Okay, Director Chandler.
Actually, this is Janine.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Janine Miller's on this item. Thank you, Chair Haschek.
Okay, Dr. Miller.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. In front of you, I have the Administrative Services contract with Redwood Quality Management Company. This contract is a 6-month extension to last year's contract. As you know, we are going forward with a request for proposal that will include all mental health services to look at whether we do a different administrative services organization or we stay with our current model. That RFP has been written. It is been reviewed by the Ad Hoc Committee of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board and is in the process for release through the county process. So we are hopeful that we will get that released in the next couple of weeks. But in the meantime, we do need to have a contract in place for specialty mental health services. And so this contract is a 6-month extension to continue to provide specialty mental health services with Redwood Quality Management Company. You will see a couple changes for the 6 months going forward. We are proposing in this a reduction by 5% to the specialty mental health, which is our Medi-Cal match programs, a 15% reduction in the administrative services contract for the administration and utilization review, and then a 15% reduction in the Mental Health Services Act dollars that are in this contract. And that all is due to the impacts of COVID that we are projecting in behavioral health and recovery services on the mental health side. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments from Health and Human Services? Okay, hearing none, we'll start with some board questions. So Supervisor Jurdy.
No, I think staff clarified this is a 6-month extension needed while they prepare the RFP that we've discussed for several months. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I can support this given that it's an extension of the current terms and we are on the works on an RFP.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully support it.
And Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my colleagues.
Okay. I don't see any public comment. Deputy Clerk of the Board.
Correct. Yes, correct. There is no public comment on this item.
Okay, so I too agree with this extenuation of the contract, and especially with the RFP out there and looking at different models. So I appreciate that. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to accept this as recommended. So, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Moving on to agenda item number 6A. Oh, I'm going to pass it over to Vice Chair Jurdy since it's my item.
Okay, so we are on item 6A, and that is discussion of and possible action regarding the termination of multiple cannabis ad hoc committees and the creation of one ad hoc committee. The sponsor of this is Supervisor Hashak. Do you want to proceed with your item?
Well, it seems like we've had 3 ad hocs dealing with cannabis issues. And so we've had the Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance Ad Hoc, which is currently only myself. We have the Economic Development Zoning Considerations in relation to Cannabis Ad Hoc, which is Supervisors Jurdy and Williams. And we've had the Regional Ad Hoc, which is working with other North Coast counties regarding cannabis licensing. And that's been Williams and Haschak. So anyway, the idea is that, let's see, the Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance Ad Hoc has been working with staff, and I've been on a call with CDFA, and we got some clarification about this Appendix G, and we sent in some exemplars for CDFA to go over, some exemplar permit applications, and that CDFA looked them over and then provided additional comments back to the county. But they said if you're good with those comments, then we were good to go with that approach. County staff is certainly looking at what those additional comments would entail. I've been communicating with CDFW and their staff field worker in Fort Bragg, and talking about this sensitive species review and how to move forward with that. County staff had proposed, like quite a few months ago, that there's an alternative way to deal with that log jam. And so my understanding from CDFW was that they were trying to get another meeting together with county staff sometime around the middle of this month. And so we're trying to figure out that log jam and how to move on and see if we can do those SSRs, the sites or species sites, well, the sensitive species review, get that taken care of so it works, that maybe we can do it in-house in Mendocino County instead of waiting for CDFW to wait on it. And then we're also looking at the land use program and how that would play out. And so I'm trying to get some clarification on that. And pretty much that's where we are with the cannabis cultivation ordinance. Oh, and also there's the zoning charts. And so that will be offered up in August 4th, along with the land use program and the updates from CDFW, CDFA. And so with that, we have the economic development and zoning considerations, Supervisors Jurdy and Williams, and you two supervisors reported out last time that you were pretty much done with your work. If you wanted to report anything else out at this moment. If there's any update that we need to know. So the idea is if we can all report out about what our ad hocs are doing, then we can terminate them if that's what the board so desires.
I'd like to hear from Supervisor Jurdy, but I believe our last report out brought the board up to date. I don't believe there is any further.
I think the remaining work was not really left with the ad hoc committee, but with the cannabis industry itself when they were asked to look at some options to pursue different properties, larger properties, kind of commercial, industrial, agricultural, that they would be working with county planning staff at potential sites. But that was really at that point out of the hands of the ad hoc. That was really kind of left up to the industry to work with county staff and bring forward proposals back to the board. So I do believe that our ad hoc committee's concluded its work.
Okay, and then the last one we have is the Regional Forum, ad hoc North Coast Counties Regional Forum, and that's Supervisors Williams and Haschak. So we met in December with, I think, 6 other counties, representatives of those counties, and supervisors, CEOs, and cannabis staff, other staff. And we haven't had any follow-up meetings because COVID hit, and we've been dealing with that. So that's where that is. It's in limbo.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to ask County Council if taking this action would cause any Brown Act issue.
If I may, Mr. Vice Chair.
Please go ahead.
The idea here is that essentially what we're talking about is a complete dissolving and a complete report out of the ad hocs, with the possibility then of forming a new committee. I would say there is a little bit of a risk that if the reports are not really full, that potentially there could be a Brown Act issue. So I would encourage the committees to try and make their reports as complete and as thorough as possible to make sure that there is nothing that's been discussed in terms of potential direction or potential board action or other issues that would be within the scope of the board's jurisdiction that were discussed within the committee but not reported to the full board in open session prior to the dissolution, so that we're avoiding any sort of serial communication issue. That being said, I would actually recommend in this context, rather than creating a new ad hoc committee, creating a standing committee for cannabis issues. And there's really kind of two reasons about that. One is that that really helps mitigate any of the risk that would come in terms of an incomplete report out, because anything that would be brought up in the committee in the future would be done publicly and in open session. And the other is simply that there isn't a bright line between when it's suitable for something to be in an ad hoc versus where it's required to be in a standing committee. The distinction really has to do with where the committee has ongoing subject matter jurisdiction over a particular topic. Ad hocs are really intended to be single subject and discrete and for a limited time. When you tend to have sort of a number of issues related to the same topic, and I would suggest that there are a number of cannabis issues out there, it starts to look a bit more appropriate to be using the standing committee structure. It also helps in terms of things like public engagement and maybe addressing some of the public comment that could be tackled in the committee setting. And not necessarily, I mean, there'd still be an opportunity for a comment in front of the full board, but there might be a little bit of an ability to get sort of more time and more input at the committee setting rather than at the board setting on those issues. So in terms of the potential risk, I don't want to say that you're absolutely prohibited from dissolving and creating a new ad hoc. As long as you're really thoroughly reporting everything out and dissolving. I will say there's a little bit of ambiguity. The process isn't really well defined within the statute. In fact, the ad hocs, the term ad hoc doesn't even appear in the Brown Act. It's simply a reference of a committee consisting of only of members of the legislative body and not and less than a quorum. While while there isn't an absolute prohibition, I do think it would be cleaner and better for the board to go ahead and just create a cannabis standing committee if we're talking about consolidating a number of discrete topics related to cannabis.
Chair Haschak.
Well, I'm not chairing the meeting right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chair Jurdy? Vice Chair Jurdy?
Yes, Supervisor Williams, go ahead.
I have a follow-up question for County Council. If we were to form a standing committee for cannabis, how do you see that committee meeting with state partners? For example, if we needed to have the two on that committee meet with CDFA, I can't imagine having a notice meeting and having CDFA come to us. It's more likely a CDFA, or we would go to CDFW. How do you see that working with a standing committee model?
If I may, through the Vice Chair, just a couple of things. First of all, it is possible for the meeting. It just needs to be publicly noticed, and at this time, with the relaxed restrictions due to COVID, it could actually just be a Zoom meeting. The only real change that you're going to be dealing with is that there has to be an opportunity for the public to be viewing the meeting and for the public to be able to comment in the same way they have currently. But even after COVID is done, there'd still be some, you might not be able to have, say, a private meeting with both members of the standing committee and CDFA. You could potentially have an individual member meet with them, report back to the committee, or staff meet with CDFA, report back, or you can simply have CDFA appear in front of the committee and address the concerns in a public setting.
So one of my concerns, and maybe you can alleviate this, is I don't see having the same frank discussion about how we move forward to get annual licenses if it's a notice public meeting. I think it's very difficult to work with our state partners, and we're more likely to get traction if we show up and we have a discussion and receive advice about how to get back on track. And so as much as I support the standing committee model, my concern isn't that it'll bog us down, it's that we won't be able to work with the necessary partners. The standing committee model may work better when we are the center of the universe and we're planning action more so than when we're a cog in the wheel of state policy and we're trying to figure out how to work together. There's nothing like putting a camera on our state partners to get more formal answers and perhaps less progress.
If I may respond to the Vice Chair, so that is, I think, a legitimate practical consideration to be bringing to the table, that there would be a need for the meetings themselves to be public. That being said, it wouldn't. I don't know that it prevents the possibility of any sort of effective lobbying of the state by one or both members of the committee, by members of staff, in whether that's a frank discussion in a non-public setting, whether that's some sort of public comment. It's really just that you wouldn't be able to have meetings among the committee that aren't public. So you wouldn't be able to both meet with members of CDFA, and you wouldn't be able to discuss with members of CDFA what the other member of the committee had discussed with them. But in terms of sort of individual meetings through staff, there are ways that those avenues would still be available. What you wouldn't have is the ability to have both members be meeting with the state at the same time, or discussing through the state members that would be coming through the committee.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan, do you have a question or comment?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a number of comments. First of all, I believe County Council is absolutely correct that with a complete report out, which I don't believe we have heard yet from the Cultivation Ad Hoc, But with a complete report out of all the ad hocs, they can certainly be dissolved. A new ad hoc could be formed. I also hear County Council recommendation for forming a standing committee. That is the most conservative, legally defensible, and unworkable option that we could follow. Not only could the members of that committee not jointly engage with state authorities, they could not talk to each other whatsoever outside of a noticed public hearing. And an issue as complicated as this, with so many long-standing unresolved issues, and I'm talking only about our cultivation ordinance, but something as complex, complicated as this, with so many divergent opinions, not only from the public, but within the board, it's incomprehensible to me to think that a committee could effectively resolve these issues if the two members on the committee are unable to speak to each other outside of a noticed public hearing. So I would hope that the board would not go in the direction of assigning this to a standing committee. I don't see where that gets us to a resolution. I think a discrete topic is resolving the issues related to the cultivation ordinance and trying to get a workable system back on track. As to my comment that I don't think we've heard a complete report out, the chair made reference to additional comments received from CDFA regarding the two test cases. What were those comments? What are the prospects that this process of working through CDFA on Measure G is actually a realistic one that might help resolve some of the issues? What is the actual standing with CDFW? We've had conversations for 4 years now. So we had a recent meeting. There may be another meeting imminently. Are we any closer to resolution? So I think getting more information on those is what would actually constitute a complete report out. And then also, Chair Haschek, I think in response to public comment earlier in the meeting, disclosed that he had met on Friday with CEO Angelo and cannabis staff. And apparently an outcome of that meeting was to schedule cannabis for August 4th, although on June 16th, the board had actually stated support, you could say given direction, to return on July 14th, today. And now we hear it's not even going to come forward on July 21st, but on August 4th. So, you know, what happens outside of the board meeting and outside of board direction? So I don't know that we've had a complete report on what's the justification for pushing this off further to August 4th now. But I think we have to have more information in order to have a complete report out. What were the comments from CDFA? What, if anything, has changed in the stance of CDFW? Thank you.
I'll go to Supervisor Brown, but if Supervisor Haschek has any additional information, that'd be appreciated.
You're going to Supervisor Brown first?
Well, no, I was going to you first if you have anything to add.
Yeah, there's a couple other things I wanted to add to what Supervisor McCowan was saying, is that there were also the recommendations that the Cultivation Ad Hoc Committee made in February that were accepted by the board, and that those are still pending to come back to the board. And those had to do with annual inspections, the LSAs, and the live scans. So those recommendations are out there. They haven't come back yet, but they were pretty much unanimously approved by the board at that time. As far as the kind of the timing for this whole thing was that, like I said earlier, that we had talked, the CEO and I had talked, the CEO acting as the clerk of the board had talked to the cannabis department. And, you know, we had the issue about the overall land use plan, a presentation coming from the cannabis department, and that was planned for June 21st. That was the first that they could get it. But there's also the zoning charts, which was scheduled for August 18th. You know, all this is in the context of the COVID-19 response and all these issues we have to deal with. We just spent, you know, a couple hours on COVID earlier. And so we were trying to figure out the timing for it. And so what we came up with was that the best way to approach it was, because the planning and building needed both of those issues dealt with before they could do anything. So we decided that the first that we could do both of them, which would where we could devote a good amount of time during the day to these issues, because we figure that it will take a long time to discuss both, you know, the kind of the what's been happening with CDFA, what's been happening with CDFW, and also the land use issue. And so what the plan is for that, along with the zoning charts. And so we figured that the best way to do it was to go for August 4th, which would be a compromise of the dates, but trying to do it as quickly as possible, but at the same time dealing with the reality of what we have to deal with as a county. So that was the reasoning for that timing. And as far as the information from CDFA, you know, we had that meeting. They sent the memo that afternoon. I had requested it from county staff, but I ended up having to get it from CDFA, and it laid out some issues that CDFA wanted more detail. My understanding from county staff was that the exemplar permit packages that they sent were the bare bones, and they tried to get tried to see how little they could kind of submit and see if it was approved. And then CDFA came back and said, we'd like more description on several of these areas, especially like the site description and those kind of issues. So it didn't seem, from my point of view, insurmountable. And then CDFA said, if you're good with those, you know, and providing that additional detail, then just start submitting them. And so that's where we left it off. With CDFW, you know, I've been trying to get CDFW's staff person to talk with, and there's been communication with the cannabis staff. And so the last I heard from CDFW was that Angela Liebenberg from CDFW was trying to get her supervisors to be in on this conference call with cannabis staff to kind of work out this pilot program to deal with SSRs. So sensitive species review. So anyway, that's where we are with it. I'm still trying to get those people to talk and get together. So cannabis staff might have a, you know, more in-depth understanding of it, but that's my understanding as the Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brown, do you have any comments or questions?
No, sir, I do not. Thank you.
Do we have any members of the public who signed up to comment on this item?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Can you invite them in?
Hannah Nelson is now on the line.
Thank you, Hannah.
Hi, thank you. Yes, this is Hannah Nelson, and it's been a very interesting conversation. And while I appreciate some of the concern that County Council had, I concur with Supervisor McCowan that a standing committee is at this juncture, given the specific issues that we must prioritize, unworkable. And, you know, I have a fair amount of experience of dealing with CDFA, and while they certainly would attend a Zoom meeting with individual members of an ad hoc or both, together with ad hoc and with community stakeholders, whatever, I do not believe that they would attend a public hearing. And that's a grave concern. And if we're going to get to the bottom of some of the stuff and work out some of the issues, that really needs to be taken into account. And I think that some of the issues, to avoid county council's concern, can be set aside. We're dealing with an immediate situation. We're not just talking about ongoing cannabis issues forever. We're really talking about an urgent situation from now until the end of the provisional licenses, and how are we going to get the existing cohort through, and does it make sense to amend our current ordinance or to move in a different direction, and the information. And that's pretty concrete and a subset of issues. They do overlap with a bunch of subtopics, but it is a discrete issue. I think that, and I am very, very much in favor of public participation. So for me, having meaningful ways for input is incredibly important, and having transparency and having the public be aware of what's going on is incredibly important. But in this context, when we're having to deal with CDFW, CDFA, and a bunch of different issues that have to get resolved right away, I just don't think it's feasible to force those discrete issues into a standing committee structure that goes on forever. So our position is that an ad hoc committee would be the best forum to get through these issues right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay, do we have any other callers?
No, we do not.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
Well, I suggest we take this process a step at a time. The agenda item calls for dissolving the ad hocs, which I believe we all support, and then secondly, forming a new ad hoc. I think we can take those in two separate motions, and I'm prepared to make a motion. I did want to ask first of County Council, in your opinion, did the reports out cover sufficiently providing an update and information to the rest of the board that if the board chooses, it could dissolve the ad hocs and then form a new one?
If I may, through the vice chair, that's a bit difficult to answer. The reason being, I don't know what I don't know. I would really say that I got to put it to each of the members of the individual committees to make sure that you're providing all of the information that you have, everything that may be relevant. I can't tell you what might have been left out, or if there was anything that might have been left out. That's really something that only the members of the individual committees, I believe, would be able to speak to.
Thank you. One thing that actually occurred to me, reference has been made to the memo from CDFA, and unless there is any reason why that could not become a public document, perhaps it could now be made public and even attached to this item for reference. And I think that would substantially close the loop in terms of the information exchange between our staff and the ad hoc and CDFA. So again, unless there's a reason that can't be made public, and I can't imagine what it would be, I would think that would complete the report out. Thank you.
And
Vice Chair Jurdy.
Vice Chair, yeah.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, for County Council, given that staff needs more time to prepare, that this board won't be discussing the cannabis roadmap until August 4th. Is there any merit in having a break in the continuity of the ad hocs, maybe dissolve today and create the new ad hocs on 8/4? Today, we only have a cultivation ad hoc in name only. It's one supervisor, and I imagine that supervisor could continue CDFA, CDFW discussions with or without the ad hoc. Is there a benefit in breaking the continuity?
If I may, through the vice chair. So just a couple of things here. First, I do want to be very clear. The process that we're discussing in terms of dissolution of the ad hocs with a full report out and sort of a reforming, I am not aware of anything that provides any sort of very clear authority as to sort of how you can do that or even sort of blessing the process for it. This is based essentially on a theory of what essentially an ad hoc is, and my understanding that the process has been used. I haven't looked closely at sort of the rationales behind any jurisdiction that has done this, but I would say that the theory behind it makes sense, and I think is generally sound. But there's not a whole lot of sort of specifics I can provide in terms of saying exactly when you've met the test and when you haven't. To go more directly to Supervisor Williams' question, I actually think there is some benefit in the break in continuity, and part of that is that if it gives the ad hocs a little bit of time to, first of all, after they've been dissolved, if they realize there was anything that was omitted from a report, they would have an opportunity to come back and cure that before any potential Brown Act violation might have occurred. So there'd be a little bit of a window and an opportunity for that to occur. Additionally, it would help provide, I think, a distinction in the minds of the public and minds of anyone who's dealing with the members of the ad hocs to understand that those conversations need to sort of stop with that particular ad hoc for that point of time. And I do recognize that the ad hoc of one is, not really in the same boat, since any individual supervisor would be able to continue a discussion that's not incorporating any other supervisors in it. But that it would help maybe mitigate some of the risks that would be involved in terms of messages, emails getting sort of sent to the wrong people as part of this, and a potential of sort of accidental violations of the Brown Act. So I guess my answer is that yes, I think there is some benefit. I don't want to say that it's it's going to make or break it in terms of the overall structure, but frankly, anything that kind of helps separate them, helps provide sort of a more distinct separation, is going to make it better and safer.
All right.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Well, first, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, and I would just say, Supervisor McCowan brought up the issue of the document from CDFA, and I have no problem sharing that with the board. CDFA sent it to me, and so it's a public document. It should be out there. So.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor McCowan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I see value in the suggestion by Supervisor Williams, and County Council concurs in that suggestion. We might take it one small step further. So these ongoing communications are happening certainly between the chair and between staff and CDFW and CDFA. And we do have the major discussion planned for August 4th. So does it make sense to ask for a report out to further close the loop? So today we could take formal action, dissolve all the ad hocs. We could potentially request that on July 21st, there be a concise report out from staff as to their perspective of the conversations with CDFW and CDFA, and providing that can be accommodated, I think at that point, the full board would be reasonably well informed about all the issues currently in play and their status. And I would appreciate it if we could go to County Council to get a response on that. And I don't know if anyone from the department or the cannabis staff are online and available to comment. But I'd like us to consider that option also, that there be a mini report out by staff on the status of the CDFW and CDFA conversations.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, well, could staff simply incorporate that as part of the presentation on August 4th? It seems reasonable. Staff have any comments on that?
Well, I was actually asking, could they have a brief report out for July 21st, or even submit a written report as to their characterization of the current state of those conversations with the state agencies. And I think that kind of clears the field. Now we can go into the heart of the issues.
Okay, thank you.
Just my suggestion.
Okay. Chair Hashak.
Yeah, that's what I talked about earlier today, was having cannabis staff report out exactly what, update they have from CDFA in those conversations, CDFW, and also what they're thinking about with how the land use planning would go. So, I was asking for that by June 21st. They were initially scheduled to do that, but with the COVID, we've had to accommodate for, the health crisis. So anyway, if they could do that in a written format, or
Excuse me.
some kind of brief presentation that doesn't take a couple hours of public comment and there's no action involved in it, I think that would be very much appropriate.
Chair Hashak? This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. I just wanted to make the comment that the agenda submission deadline for the 21st meeting was last Monday, and the agenda meeting is tomorrow. So we would appreciate having something by tomorrow late morning, if we can, to include it on the agenda for the 21st. Thank you.
Here, I have a question for the CEO. Could a report, an update information be provided by the Cannabis Division and be incorporated into the CEO's report?
Through the chair, Supervisor Jurdy, yes. If the Planning Commission could get a report to me within the next day or so, certainly that can be included in my CEO report. No question. Thank you.
Vice Chair Jurdy.
Go ahead.
I think I heard Supervisor Haschak say that he got this memo from CDFA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, and this is a memo that was to our county. We should have already had it. Is that correct?
Yes, the county staff has it.
So my question is, are there more memos or documents of that sort that we may have that we're not aware of? Is it possible to publish everything in the CEO report, or attached to the agenda on the 21st, or completely separate from a board meeting? Show the supervisors and the public what we have to work with. And I don't want to ask staff to put in time that they don't have. I know they're spread thin with COVID response, but if we could simply take the documents that we know are public record, bundle them together and make it available online, I think it may answer a lot of questions that we have and that the public has.
I think staff hears that, and I think we'll see what they can produce in the next few days. Do we have someone prepared to make a motion to terminate the ad hoc committees?
I do.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I will move that we terminate the ad hoc committees as recommended.
Second.
Supervisor Hashak, did you want to add anything?
Well, since it was my agenda item, I was going to make that motion. So.
Well, we're pretty aware you support that since it was your agenda item. Okay, clerk of the board, can we have roll call?
May I have a repeat of the motion, please?
The motion is to adjourn the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committees as recommended. Adjourn, terminate.
And we have a second from Supervisor Williams.
I have that. Are we ready for a vote?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan.
Yes.
Chair Haschak.
Yes.
And Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Turn the meeting.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Well, so we've given some further direction, and I think it is that we would appreciate a written report from staff to be included for July 21st with the CEO report, and that would characterize their perception of the status of our conversations with CDFW and CDFA. I think we all have pretty well agreed on that. Now, the other issue is formation of a new ad hoc, which we have agreed would not occur today to provide some separation. However, given that these cannabis items are scheduled to come back on August 4th, there certainly would be a value in having an ad hoc committee in place, let's say, as of July 21st. So is it possible to add an agenda item for July 21st that would simply be the formation of a new cannabis ad hoc committee? It just seems logical we would want to have this new ad hoc, whoever it is, working with staff in advance of them bringing forward the larger issues on August 4th. So I'd appreciate board consideration of that.
Okay, I think we just heard from Clerk of the Board. The deadline for that would be tomorrow for the agenda item. And I guess I would like to look to CEO Angelo or County Counsel Christian Curtis for any feedback on that.
So just a couple of just quick points. With respect to, there had been an earlier question about possibly forming on, or having staff report and to form on the 4th or the 21st. I will say from a legal perspective, I don't know that I see a difference. I think if you do it on the 4th at the same time that you're doing the presentations, you're just as fine legally as if it were on the 21st. I understand Supervisor McCowan has raised some sort of practical considerations on that. I don't know that I can speak to those. I just want to be clear that I don't know that I see a meaningful legal difference in the dates. In terms of the direction, I heard a statement that there had been some sort of conflicting statements from the board, and I don't know that I fully understood if there was actually consensus on the direction. And I don't want to speak to the for the department, but I would suggest that it before the board gives direction as to what's going to happen between now and next Tuesday, which will be published in 2 days from now. I would just suggest that the department have a little bit of an opportunity to say what they're able to do for before the board provides the direction.
As to the latter point, I think the revised suggestion was that comments from the department, and I'm willing to say contingent upon their ability to do so, but that those comments would be attached to the CEO report, which the publication of the CEO report often comes after agenda publication. So I think that's potentially a practical way to get in comments from the department if they have comments to make, without putting an additional burden on clerk of the board staff.
And if I heard Supervisor Williams correctly, it was to provide any kind of documentation too.
Yes.
Rather than start an archival search, I think I might limit that to the most recent CDFA memo, or if there are other documents that staff thinks are particularly relevant. Potentially there's, 4 years of correspondence.
Okay, I think that clarifies the desire of the board, and I'll turn the meeting back over to Supervisor Hashak.
Well, there's actually one more unfinished link. Do we really want to defer formation of an ad hoc committee until August 4th? Or should we go ahead and form it today so that we have board members who can interact with staff and help move these items forward?
Well, Vice Chair Jurdy, would it be possible to hear from staff what planning feels would be most useful? Do they have the bandwidth to begin on this now? Do they need our help? Are they overwhelmed as it is? And I don't have a good sense of the potential benefit in forming it now versus later.
Chair
Maybe we
Hashak.
could defer this item until later so that staff can have an opportunity to report back to us on that.
Excuse me, Chair Hashak?
Yes.
We have a comment from Clerk of the Board.
Yes.
Thank you, Lindsay. Chair Hashak, yes, I was going to say that we will contact Director Schultz if he has not been online so far, and he could speak to this board after lunch regarding the availability and the capacity of the planning department to work with the ad hoc here soon. And so my understanding at this point is what this board has directed is that the planning department will include a report along with any of the correspondence they've received that hasn't gone to the board yet regarding CDFA, CDFW, and you would like that included in the CEO report for Tuesday, the 21st, which I believe will not be an issue at all. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we'll be bringing this agenda item back in the afternoon, Supervisor Hashak, it's nearly 12:15. Do you want to adjourn to allow us to go into closed session?
Yes. So you're turning it back over to me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to adjourn to closed session. We have item 9A, which is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, County of Mendocino et al. Versus Amerisource Bergen Drug Corporation et al. Mendocino County Superior Court case number 1-18-CV-02712. So are there any public comments about that? I don't have any on my list.
No, Chair Hashak, there are not.
Okay, so with that, we will adjourn until 1:30, and we will go into closed session. All right. Back to order at 1:33, and welcome back, everybody. We're going to move on the agenda a little bit. We're going to, let's see, where did I? Oh, we're at 5C and 5D. We're going to skip those, and also 6B, the supervisors' reports. We're going to put that at the end of the meeting. So I'm going to go on to item 5E, which is notice public hearing, discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of Mendocino Historical Review Board approval of MHRB permit 2016-0018, which includes conditions of approval to which the applicant disagrees.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just suggest that the board report out of closed session.
Oh, okay. Yes, we had informational item for item 9A, and direction was given to staff. Okay, so with the public hearing, clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing and announce the hearing procedures. The board and clerk will note correspondence and telephone calls received. Deputy Clerk, have there been correspondence and telephone calls about this item?
Absolutely have, and it's all been, all of the written comment has been attached to the item. It can be found online. It's been all been made public to supervisors, staff, and the public. And we do not have any telecomment for this item.
Okay. And then the staff presentation. This is sponsored by the executive, or by Planning and Building. So.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hashek. Good afternoon, Supervisors, CEO Angelo, and Council Curtis. Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner, Planning and Building Services. So the item before you today is an appeal of MHRB permit 2016-0018 relating to the adopted conditions of approval. The permit was approved on February 3rd, 2020, with a condition of approval that impacts the proposed repair or replacement of the existing residence on the parcel if that repair and maintenance exceeds 50%. As is detailed in the 3 staff reports and various memorandums prepared for this project, the existing residence does not conform to required yard setbacks for the zoning district, and its construction predates the current requirements. The existing residence is therefore considered to be legal nonconforming with regards to the yard setbacks. The application that was submitted for MHRB 2016-0018 proposed that the existing residence would be repaired or replaced, salvaging 50% of the existing structure. Throughout the various hearings on this application, which is further detailed in the staff report, the MHRB board members had questioned whether or not the existing residence was salvageable to be considered less than 50% repair or replacement. So initially, staff didn't think that this concern was applicable due to the filing date of the application because it was filed in 2016 prior to the adoption of the current Mendocino Town Plan and Zoning Code. Now, in 2017, when the updated Mendocino Town Zoning Code and Town Plan were adopted by the board, there was this provision related to non-conforming structures and their replacement. And it changed from in 2016, under the old code, you used to be able to replace the residence entirely within the same footprint. And then under the 2017, the amended code, which is now in effect, that provision went away. And instead it said that if you exceeded 50% repair or replacement of the structure, the replacement structure now had to be conforming. So this was significant because staff was initially looking at the application underneath the 2016 standards. So after consultation with County Counsel's office, it was determined that the application was subject to the updated town code. So that would be the 2017 code, which is the code now in effect. And now that calls into question this 50% repair and replacement provision. I think it's important to note that the applicant had worked with a contractor to try to obtain a letter regarding the amount of repair and replacement that would be required for this structure, but due to various reasons, that contractor ultimately determined that they could not make an estimate because this gets into, getting into the integrity of the structural walls and aspects of the house that the contractor was not able to do at this time. So now let's fast forward to the action where this permit was approved, which was the February 3rd, 2020 MHRB hearing. So at that meeting, staff presented two different options for consideration of the review board to address this issue. So the first option was that they could approve a variance pursuant to section 20.724010A of Mendocino County Code to allow the residents to still be replaced in the same footprint, regardless of if it exceeded 50% repair and replacement. The secondary option would be that the review board could add a condition stating that if the repair and replacement of the structure exceeds 50%, that the applicant would return to the review board for a modification to the permit and to abide by the zoning code regulations, particularly pertaining to setbacks from property lines. During the hearing, there was a motion made to approve the project with option one, as I just had previously stated. However, that motion failed due to lack of a majority. And so I think it's important to note that at the time this application was reviewed by the Historical Review Board, it was a 4-member body. So it was a 2-2 vote. So since there was lack of a majority, that motion failed. So then there was additional discussion that occurred, and then the board ultimately approved the project subject to option 2. So adding a condition requiring that if the structure's repair and replacement exceeds 50%, then a modified permit proposal needs to come back to the review board that abides by the zoning code requirements. The appeal request that's in front of the board today is really that the board overturn the requirement in that condition of approval, which is condition 29, that the MHRB had put on the property, and grant a variance to the yard setbacks pursuant to section 20.724010A of County Code, which would allow then the residents to be replaced in the same footprint without having this 50% question come into play at all. So that is really the conclusion of my presentation. I just want to note that the board would have to adopt any sort of findings which specify the facts relied upon in deciding on this appeal, and that the findings should state also any reasons for any new conditions to be imposed. And I am, of course, available for any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
I have a question.
Supervisor Williams.
Is there any active dispute about whether the 2016 or 2017 code should apply?
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. There is not at this time. That's primarily based upon in my discussions with County Counsel's office. There was no action that occurred on the permit between 2016 and 2017 that would have vested that permit as being subject to the 2016 zoning code.
So am I correct in the county is attempting to hold the applicant to the 2017 code, and the 2017 code requires a more than a 50% replacement be considered new construction subject to setbacks?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, we're talking about potentially granting a variance where that's the request. I believe there's some fairly stringent findings that need to be made in order to approve a variance. Could we ask staff or council to review what the findings are that would justify a variance?
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan. Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner, and I can field that question. So if you look in our county code, it's chapter 20.724010. And in this section, it actually exempts the review board from having to make additional findings. It really states in this section, it says when an application for granting or modifying a variance is submitted concurrently with an application for granting or modifying a Mendocino Historical Review Board permit, said variance shall be incidental and necessary to it. The variance shall be designated as a concurrent variance, and the application is reviewed by the review board and is not subject to the requirements of this chapter. So that negates the need to make those additional findings unless the variance is for something other than setback or building height, which we typically don't see in the historic district area.
Thank you. Well, and again, I believe to grant a variance other than for the historical district, they're really pretty stringent and very difficult to make with a straight face. I'm speculating that the reason we would exempt the historical district was to better assure that the requirements wouldn't interfere with preserving the character of the historical district. Would you know if that's an accurate characterization or not?
Julia Acker-Krog, unfortunately, I can't confirm that. I think the logic is certainly there to support that idea because we do have, obviously with the historic district, you have much older structures, many would be non-conforming. And yes, I would agree that, fundamentally, I can't say that that is the reasoning, but that in my thought process, you are correct.
Thank you. And then I did submit a question to staff late yesterday. And there's, of course, a lot of discussion about the salvageability, reusability of the materials. And I believe the applicant himself on his appeal form indicates that it's either not possible to meet the test of 50% or it's not feasible to demonstrate that you can meet the test. So apparently there's quite a process you have to go through in terms of making the proper examination. And I think the architect and the applicant are basically conceding it's not worth it to even try and prove that we can meet the 50% threshold. Is that more or less an accurate characterization?
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan. This is Julia Acker-Krog again. So yes, what happened at the public hearing was that during the discussion and the vote on the item, the architect for the project did state that he did not believe 50% repair and replacement could be achieved. Now, staff, we come across this issue often in the coastal zone. And so I do just want to note that often, what we may look at fundamentally as maybe not meeting a 50% repair and replacement, staff likes to reserve that determination for once we have a plan set in front of us that includes a structural engineer's evaluation of how much structural, integrity is still within the remaining structure. So we're always hesitant to jump to say that 50% cannot be obtained absent having that structural engineer's certification as well as a clear scope of work on the repair activities necessary.
Thank you. My concern is we should have had that determination up front, and instead we have a set of conditions that appear to be written from the perspective that the 50% test can be met, and therefore it's talking about repairing the various structural elements until you get down to condition number 29, which says if the repair and replacement exceeds 50%, then they have to come back for a modification to the permit. Again, it just seems rather evident from all the evidence in the record that the 50% test can't be met. So instead of waiting to condition 29 to raise that, it kind of seems like that should have been condition number 1, come back with a permit that complies with the town code. And given that the 50% test cannot be met, then these structures could not be reconstructed within their current footprint and setback. So the process just seems a little backwards. And so I'll probably have a question for County Council further on in the process about the options the board may have. Thank you.
All right, any further questions from the board?
I have one last question for staff. What is the applicant's most compelling argument that MHRB erred in application of the town plan?
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. I'm just Julia Ackerkrog, Chief Planner. So I think, the applicant is on the line. I would probably want to defer to them on that question. I think, the review board did consider this application. There was no concerns with the tower or the garage related to this application. It really centered around the residents. And as I understand it, the review board was primarily concerned about the potential impacts that having a reduced setback would have on fire protection or adjacent properties as well as just not being in conformance with the current code standards. I think, based upon there wasn't too much discussion during the review board meetings beyond asking for staff to work with county council to determine which code the application was subject to. There was not much more discussion beyond that. So I apologize. I'm not sure if I've answered your question fully, but I hope that helps clarify a little.
Thank you.
Okay, and I just had a question about, I read one of the comments that said that the review board hadn't gone through its complete process yet. So what can you say about that one? I can't find it right now.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. So yes, I think I know what that comment is speaking to, and I believe it's primarily that the minutes for the February 3rd, 2020 MHRB hearing have not yet been reviewed or adopted by the review board. So that challenge really was created as a result of, it was heard on February 3rd. Usually we get 1 to 2 days to turn around the agenda for the following month from that meeting. So there was not time between February 3rd and February 5th for us to be able to complete the minutes, have those ready to be published with the agenda. So I believe that is the piece of contention that folks are concerned about with the public, is that we do not have the minutes. I would like to say, though, that I've personally reviewed the audio 3 times to ensure that I have stated the conditions and the facts surrounding this circumstance correctly within my memorandums.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, we will we'll go to public comment. Okay, and please state your name for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we're having slight technical issues on this end. If we could just take a very short break.
Like a 5-minute break?
Yes, I believe that would be sufficient.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break until 1:56. Everyone, we got some things taken care of, so we're going back to the appellant has 20 minutes to present his case. So we're going to go to the appellant, Mr. Maxwell.
Hi there.
Hello, good afternoon.
First and foremost, thank you for being available in this role of oversight. I am very much hoping that an impartial committee can see the absurdity that has led to today. And I'm sad that your time and attention resource has to be exhausted on a property that ostensibly should have received little opposition. The imposition of this condition 29 is the choice between scraping the lot clean and revitalizing a house that has been standing for over 100 years in a historic town. And had I been held to this standard from the onset, I would have embarked on the 5-year tumultuous journey in a completely different way. Scraping would have been faster, it would have been cheaper, and it would have created that false sense of history, which planner Juliana Cherry originally warned me against. When I queried her early in the process, attempting to determine which direction I could approach this project with, she very firmly spoke about making change was to remove the character of the town. And I therefore continued the direction that has taken me to today. Please take note of the quote, a timeline of events that's attached to this appeal. Because from summer 2015 until Planner Cherry was ultimately successful in delaying my project to the point at which the 50% rule was established 2 years later, Cherry led me astray in every way she could. She put up unnecessary roadblocks and diverted my attention to the best of her ability, from moving the project forward until the rule became applicable. And to say that no action was taken to vest the application from 2016 to 2017 is a giant misunderstatement, because I did a tremendous amount of work. I jumped through every one of her hurdles, paid every one of the fees. She required study after study, which some of them weren't even applicable in getting an MHRB approval, or getting in front of the MHRB to find out what they would like to approve. And she forced her will, which is a clear abuse of power from my standpoint. Because architects and engineers had forewarned me about this, the importance of having a planner on my side. And therefore, I complied with Cherry's every request. And by the fall of 2017, when the 50% rule came into effect, I'd spent tens of thousands of dollars. I'd sent hundreds of emails to move the project forward, all of which Planner Cherry had direct knowledge of. And it was only after she so brazenly withdrew my application under the guise that I had taken no action that I stepped forward to an appeal to a higher authority, which at that time was Bill Kinzer and Mike Oliphant. And just like now, I'm appealing to a higher authority because I believe MHRB member Deidre Lamb has also clearly approached my project with equal contempt and bias. And removing Planner Cherry from my file was the appropriate step. And I'm glad that Bill Kinzer and Mike stepped forward with oversight. Sadly, Mr. Kinzer was at the end of his career and had little motivation to expediently handle the file, as is documented in the timeline of events and attached to this appeal. So at first, Julia Ackerkrog was able to convey to MHRB members that the 50% of the residents that must be salvaged rule was not applicable because of my application date being nearly 2 years before the rule was adopted. But even still, Deidre Lamb made a special effort to dominate the conversation with this topic, and as well as other topics that were equally inapplicable when looking at the bigger picture of the proposal. And one of the conditions was about the setback standard, about how the argument about how firemen couldn't reach the property because of the setback in the event of emergency. And it's absurd, because the revitalization of the property, it does not impede the firemen from gaining access to the building. It rather enables them to reach the structures. Because please take note that the current buildings are already built. And a larger challenge for firemen to reach the properties is access through the massive amount of overgrown vegetation that has grown and grows ferociously at the coast. And the buildings left sitting vacant for decades with no one tending to them have been a far greater concern for fire safety than gaining access to the subject property post-revitalization. Another area LAM focused on topic was hazardous materials. And my revitalization of these structures does not add hazardous materials to this location, but rather removes them from where they may currently be. And arguing to impose the 50% salvage rule is to force consideration of salvaging elements of the property that may have been hazardous materials and keep those materials at the location. A notion I have no interest in exploring, because the health of my daughters and myself is very important to me. And requiring that 50% of the existing structure remain is overly burdensome when considering the quantity of hazardous materials that may be attached to nearly every element of the existing structure via lead-based paint or asbestos-lined insulation and plumbing. And to speak to the systems in place, such as the electrical and plumbing, the historian used the term expedient construction to show that the process the builders used to assemble these buildings was far from planned out, and their methods or materials were not reviewed by licensed professionals. The most that they can salvage from these structures is the timber, and reviving the antiquated sewer line is impractical. Reusing antiquated outlets is nothing short of an invitation for disaster. And because of the lot size is smaller, the imposition of the 50% salvageable rule means that failing to salvage 50% would then force the current setback requirements, which would be much more impactful to this lot compared to if it was a conforming lot, because the subject lot would be nearly 50% larger in size if it had the additional space of a conforming lot. It's a small lot to start with. And that's why it was built like that, because there's no other buildings around it. An additional 10 feet of dead space is what the condition is requesting if the setbacks were in place. But to add another 10 feet behind the residence where there's already 20 to 30 feet between this house and the house directly behind the subject property serves no one and makes no impact to the public's view or adjacent property owners. And killing the proposal over this dead space, not the dormers, not the shingle pattern, not the cement, not the tower, it just seems ridiculous. And that's why the bias is so apparent, is imposing this recently adopted standard is not logical. Halting a project over a new rule which wasn't applicable at the inception of the application and serves no one makes no sense. And what I'm proposing for the residents is no change from what's already there. The residence was already built there and already exists in this location. This complaint of a lack of setback regarding what someone else built over 100 years ago and has been in the town since near the beginning of Mendocino and currently looks terrible. It's an absolute fire hazard and an attractive nuisance to people who have little concern for the buildings or the repercussions of their actions. And I have got a voice recording of the former owner coming to the lot after vandals had broken in and finding a red-hot electric hot pad dangling by its own cord. And if it had fallen, the house would have been turned into ashes. And appraiser number 2891 made note of the poor condition in their July 1974 assessment. They made a special note of the remarks section where the appraiser writes in that the structures are in poor condition, rented for taxes. The entire structures were covered with asphalt rolls, then dipped in hot tar. And the appraiser put, quote, unique, definitely limits market appeal, end quote. It's just a polite way of saying that it looks terrible. It looked horrible then, and it's 46 years later, it looks way worse. And I just feel like a tremendous amount of thought and energy has been put into saving these buildings and keeping the character of Mendocino and keeping this historic resource in the district. And had Planner Cherry deemed the application complete, which at the time was an application for a partial demolition and technically was in fact complete, then the review board would have had the time to hear my application prior to the adoption of the 50% salvageable rule. And the MHRB would have been able to give me direction about which way they would like to have seen the property go. And this would have saved a tremendous amount of resources and time being wasted pursuant to this path. And it's instead 2 years was wasted insidiously by Planner Cherry when she overreached her authority and required like a hydrology study, among other things. And the study is needed in the building phase, not the planning phase. And it was like almost $40,000, let alone it had to be done at the August timetable. So it caused significant delays just to wait for the study to get done. And then in other places, in other California practice, like applications submitted before codes become adopted allow for the applicant to be grandfathered under the previous codes when the application was submitted. And requiring my project to be held to a code that came into effect after my application was technically complete certainly caused significant damages. And if the planning department or the police department, the term for Planner Cherry will be bad apple. And if the 50% salvageable condition was applicable when I began the journey, and I was advised of this by the repeated pre-application conferences I had with multiple planners, including consultation with Steve Duncliffe, I would have never proposed to save what's there. I would have proposed something else that I could have imagined as I emailed them on May 3rd, 2016. I would have embarked on a completely different path, and I feel this project is being held to a higher standard than other applicants, and it's unjust. I'm building on the lot. The lot line was common in early American development, which is why this town has been designated as a historic town to preserve the early American culture. And if I'd refused to have brick walkways or covered lighting, sure, I could see the MHRB members wanting that. Or if I'd proposed a secret house or a Batman tower, sure. I mean, I could see rejecting my application for being out of character with the town, but holding a 100-plus-year-old property that has sat vacant for nearly 50 years to a newly imposed standard post-application is absurd. And seeing that 2 board members said yes after Deidre's onslaught of negative comments was encouraging and uplifting. Had there been 5 members or Potash had not have been at his very last meeting, I believe the property would have passed. Because this clearly unrealistic condition, which my architect stood and shared openly at the MHRB, was and is impossible. So the town postures that they want to have families move into the village, but with MHRB members like Lamb and planning staff like Cherry, I feel like the opposite is much more of a reality. Because here I am with energy and vigor to bring a historic property out of the grave. And for nearly my youngest child's entire life, I've been stalled at the starting line because Phoebe's now 6 and she'll be 9 by the time there's room for her to sleep. And that's if you guys say yes today. And my oldest kid's going to be a teenager by the time there's something built there. And she got robbed of having a playful, joyful, young, youthful experience by the beach because of this nonsense that I was put through, especially at the onset. And I bought this property for them. It's not. Anyway, I should be receiving the town's Good Samaritan Award is what I'm trying to say here, because trying to save that house this house is clearly the worst property in town. It's the biggest eyesore, and it's front and center in the village. And it's sitting just like I found it with a for sale sign out front, just like I found it. And I'm here asking you guys to see the bigger picture and look at what's best for the town, what's best for the property, what's best for my family. And keeping historic property is keeping Mendocino. I'm available for questions.
Chair Haschak, I have some questions.
Thank you. Let's see. Well, we're supposed to have, let's go to other public comment first. Okay. So is there any other public comment? We've certainly seen a lot of email comments. So are there anyone else calling in? Deputy Clerk of the Board.
Chair, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. There is definitely, as I stated, a substantial amount of written comment which has been attached to the item. There are no telecomment requests.
Okay, so why don't we go to questions of the appellant? Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I hear the applicant has said he's trying to save the house. I could use clarification on, is this application about restoring the house as it's constructed today? Or is it about building a new house in its place?
Am I to answer that question?
Yes.
The residence portion of the property, the footprint of that residence and the walls, I feel is salvageable. I feel that I can take the property down to the studs. I can keep the studs in place. I can keep at least 75% of the walls standing, remove all of the hazardous material, the roofing, asphalt roofing, the roofing shingle siding, the interior pieces that have been spray painted up the yin yang. I can remove all of that stuff and keep the actual studs in their place where they're standing now. And I can refurbish the property and revitalize the structure.
So the clarification I'm looking for, I understand it's possible to reuse materials. You could reuse the studs, but are you restoring the house to its original condition, or are you building a new house, recycling some of the materials?
I'm not quite sure I understand the difference between what you're asking.
When assuming this were to be approved, upon completion, if we were to look at the photo side by side, the original construction with your remodel, would it be a restoration? Would those two photos look the same? You'd be replacing some rotted boards with fresh wood, but the character and the shape would be the same, or is it essentially a new house of the same footprint, recycling materials?
My answer is yes, with an asterisk. And that asterisk is to speak to the roof line. The roof of the original structure from pre-1890 has a gable, and the roof lined on the not as old section has a different pitch. It's considered a flat roof. So my proposal to MHRB was to bring the roof lines into conformity with the gable that's traditionally used throughout the town and has a much more of a quote unquote historic look. But the doors and the windows and the shape of it, yes, if put side by side, would look the same. The shingle, the green shingles on the exterior siding are commonly thought to have asbestos. And I feel that if there was testing done, it may or may not contain that hazardous material, and replacing those green asphalt roofing or green roofing shingle siding with cedar shingle siding is what I propose to MHRB.
Okay.
So
I heard you say that you believe Juliana Cherry may have overreached authority. Could you explain in what area?
In a timetable of events, I went through point by point by point by point as to what happened, as how I got to this spot 5 years later. And many of the points in there were times where Juliana Cherry had asked to do things that I don't believe other people would be asked to have had done. And requiring the hydrology study as a very clear example, because that one element came up at the last meeting, in that was not something that was required for MHRB approval. The study can only be done starting in August, so that required like a 12-month delay from right at the beginning. So to be burning the clock by 12 months for a study that wasn't required is a massive overreach. Okay. And then on top of that,
do you believe other applicants are held to the same zoning standard?
I don't. And in other areas, when somebody applies for something and the codes change, and I'm going to use myself as an example because I have a real estate broker's license. And in 2006, when I applied for the license, with a 4-year degree, I could apply for a broker's license. And then in 2007, the code was adopted that one would have to have 2 years of experience in real estate prior to applying for the broker's license. But I was able to get my broker's license because my application was submitted in 2006. It's a one-to-one example.
But in terms of MHRB in the town of Mendocino and the town plan, do you see that you're being held to a different zoning standard than other property owners?
I believe that as far as zoning standard goes, this is a residential zone, and I have a residential structure. So
I guess what I'm looking for on the overarching question is, it appears the rules require 50% of the materials to remain. Otherwise, it's new construction, and new construction is subject to these setbacks. Whether the setbacks are a good idea or the town plan makes sense, I don't think that's here nor there. These are the rules that are in place, and I'm wondering, what is your compelling argument to not be subject to the zoning rules?
Those rules are now in place starting from 2017 or fall of 2017 and beyond. And when I applied, those rules were not in place.
Understood. So your compelling argument is that you started this project before 2017, before these rules were put in place.
Correct.
Last question, could we hear from staff on why there wasn't vesting of the 2016 code?
Sure, I can field that. This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner, and I may want to defer to Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski on this as well, but I can just state that from what I've seen with the application, there was no determination that the application was deemed complete by the date in 2017, which was October 21st, 2017, that the code was adopted by the board, so it became effective 30 days later, so November 21st, 2017.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, are there any further questions from the board?
I have a question for staff, just as follow-up to Supervisor Williams' question. So for most of us who don't apply for permits in the town of Mendocino, which I understand is very different from any other part of the county, so if someone would normally apply for a building permit because they would not be seeking a historical review permit or a planning permit, what would be the effective date of their which code they would fall under? Would it be the date at which they applied for the building permit, or would it be the date at which they received their building permit?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Jurdy. Now, I should start off by prefacing my response by saying I am not a building inspector, nor am I the chief building official, but my understanding is that they do honor the date of application as being the date that that code is subject to. So when we go through a code change at the building level, often we see that folks come running in the door to submit applications if they're concerned about a new requirement that may be imposed underneath the updated code.
Okay, and again, I recognize there's a difference between the building code and the county, which is more or less universal throughout the state of California, and the planning codes, which are unique to every community, city, county. So just was looking for some clarification. Thank you.
I have a question. So to clarify with staff, if the application submitted in 2016 had been deemed complete prior to the changes in the code taking effect, then it would have been reviewed under the prior code. Is that accurate?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. My research on this last year didn't find anything that was keyed to the determination of completeness on this matter, but realistically when the approval occurred, there's even procedures in the planning and zoning law regarding the ability for people to sign up for notification regarding ordinance changes. And that being said here, that those rules would apply. And so the system is set up for people to not assume that just because their application is complete, that no changes might occur to those ordinances.
So then I seem to hear you saying that even if the application had been deemed complete. But I think we heard from Chief Planner Acker that there are no indications that it was complete. But I think I hear you saying, even if it was complete, that planning could still hold the applicant to the revised code. Is that accurate?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I believe the answer is yes, because the deemed completeness is regarding what we can ask of the applicant in regards to have they provided enough materials to the county to review their application. Here we're talking about the application of a more stringent standard that was adopted by the board during the review process of this permit.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to staff for any final remarks and reminders.
Thank you, Chair Hashek. Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. I don't really have many additional final remarks or anything regarding this application or the appeal in front of you. I think it's just important to note, the review board did have two choices at hand here, and they did discuss both options rather extensively, and motions were made in each direction. And the current proposal was selected by the review board as being the most workable with receiving the majority vote. And staff's available for any questions you may have regarding the action or any questions about code requirements going forward or what's applicable to the site. So thank you.
All right.
And
so
I did have one more question.
Yeah, we're going back to the board. So if you have any more questions for the staff, for the applicant, or...
Chair Hashek, I have one last question for the applicant.
Well, let's go to Supervisor McCowan.
Oh, I'll defer to Supervisor Williams' question of the applicant.
Supervisor Williams.
Can you tell us how much of the existing structure would remain in place under your proposed plan? If it is it close to 50? Do you have any documentation?
Please repeat the question.
What percent of the existing structure would remain under your proposed plan?
That was the challenge that my contractor had answering, in that he said when materials and methods for systems are put in place, they're only meant to last a certain amount of time. And that over time, regardless of how good the construction was or good the materials were, that they depreciate. And to truly ascertain what percentage of a 2x4 is salvageable means to take an honest appraisal of that 2x4 in itself.
Do you have a best estimate from a contractor, perhaps? Or what is your belief? Is it 50%, or if you had to throw out a number that you think is reasonable and good faith?
Well, my argument is that I could save an outlet that's there and existing now, but it's not in the best interest of the property or the town, because that outlet might be faulty and it might ignite the house at some point later on. And
understood. And I would rather you not keep that outlet if it's not safe. What percent of the materials are in good condition and are safe and could remain?
I believe I can salvage at least 75% of the walls, because one of the walls, the transient cut the roof in, and the whole corner is rotted and eroded, and that is on the northwest corner. And on the southeast corner, there's a significant roof leak. It's a flat roof, and it just pours in all the water from all the roofs collect in that spot. And so that corner is also in pretty bad shape. But the remainder of those two, I believe, is at least 75% of the walls, which I can salvage and intend on salvaging and intend on keeping at their location where they are now. They're not built with the 16-inch distance that's currently required, so I would be adding additional timber to the timber that's in place, but that's old growth redwood and worthy of being salvaged, and I intend on salvaging it in the event that I get a yes. But I'm not interested at all stepping forward into trying to be held to a standard from somebody whose license is at stake coming in and trying to evaluate the integrity of every 2x4 and putting his own license in jeopardy. There's no one that's going to sign off on that. But individually, I feel like there's quite a bit of salvageable timber in that building.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question of staff, perhaps of county council. Again, it seems self-evident that the 50% test can't be met. Recent comments notwithstanding. Does the board have the ability to make the finding that threshold can't be met and essentially direct the applicant to go back to the planning department and start over?
County council.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I'll defer to planning staff in terms of what's in the record. As of right now, I think we have fairly inconclusive statements as to what can or cannot be reclaimed. If we have a contractor that the applicant has engaged that is unable to make that determination right now, I don't know that there's a finding necessarily supported by evidence saying that it cannot 100% be met.
So thank you, Julia Acker-Krog, and I can respond on the findings aspect at least. So, there are required findings to be made anytime that the MHRB is looking at an application. There's 3 different findings. Those 3 have already been made related to this application. And the findings are basically that the excuse me, I want to make sure I'm in the right spot here. So 1, that the exterior appearance and design of the work is in harmony with the exterior appearance and design of existing structures within the district and with that of existing subject structure, if any. And 2, that the appearance of the proposed work will not detract from the appearance of other property within the district. And 3, where the proposed work consists of alteration or demolition of an existing structure, that such work will not unnecessarily damage or destroy a structure of historical, architectural, or cultural significance. So those 3 findings are already contained within the permit that has been approved by the MHRB with the condition 29. So I think the board today would just have to look at if there's any expansion you would want to make upon those findings with whatever action you intend to take today.
Well, I appreciate the answer. And honestly, as I look at the new construction, and again, working within the established footprint, and let's review the history. We have the original house, which unquestionably is a historic structure, although constructed expediently, as well documented. So nothing really overly remarkable about the structure except that it's old. That's the original structure. We then have this hodgepodge of additions that were tacked on to the original structure over time with no overall architectural design or intention in mind. And so that's where we have resulted from this existing footprint where they just kept adding on another room to the end of the building, extending it out. And honestly, as I look at the staff report and the depictions of the structure, I cannot make the first 2 findings that have been cited. I don't find that this project, as it's proposed to be reconstructed, fits at all with the character of a historic town. So I'm not sure how those findings were able to be made. The materials, yes, but the design and the character of the structure, no. This is not what would have been built if somebody had come in to build an original house. So I'm really troubled with the idea that we would potentially be making these findings that support this reconstruction being in keeping with the character of the town. And I also, and I'm comfortable leaving the door open for anyone to think that the 50% test can be made. And instead of having that condition come in at condition 29, I really do think we should be saying nice try, but this test can't be met. This needs to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. And the matter is now before the Board of Supervisors. So we're looking for a motion.
Chair Haschak, may I?
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
To me, this reads as new construction, and according to council, the project had not vested, so the 2017 code does apply. I think if the setbacks and the town plan need to be adjusted, this isn't the proper means to make those changes. I'm a little bit tired today. I was at a structure fire all night. I haven't gone to bed yet. Talking about not needing setbacks. This is a town that historically did have fires, and they weren't well controlled, and they did spread. I think the setbacks are in code for a reason. And so I move the recommended action.
Is there a second to that?
Second for discussion.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan seconded the motion. Okay, further discussion?
Again, Mr. Chair and Board, I just think it's self-evident that this hodgepodge of structures and even the original house can't make the 50% test. And can this be addressed at this time? What are the legal complications with that? I mean, could we make the finding that the test can't be met and they need to go back and start at square one? Because we're actually approving the project, even by this motion. We're simply, if we granted the applicant's request, we would simply be eliminating condition 29.
Any further discussion?
I guess I'm asking for a determination by legal counsel if the board chose to, could it go further in making a finding along the lines I'm suggesting?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
And I apologize, I'm re-asking the question. I actually inadvertently got disconnected for about 2 minutes, so it may have already been answered, and I apologize.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that it may be appropriate to let Mr. Kudrowski sort of reiterate his prior answer, so that Supervisor McCowan has all the benefits of Mr. Kudrowski's advice in terms of addressing this issue.
Actually, to expedite it, if the ultimate answer was no, I will accept that, and we can just move forward.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. My statement had been that it was unclear. There was the ability for facts to specifically say this can't be met. I will point out that what the board in its review of these appeals, it has a fairly wide swath of discretion to handle this. It can remand, affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the MHRB. So there's a lot of room to maneuver there, given where the board wants to go.
Okay,
potentially, could we refer it back to the Mendocino Historical Review Board for them to make a determination of whether the 50% threshold can be met?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, we can certainly remand it and have it and ask the applicant to provide additional materials to make that finding, or if the applicant wanted to revise the application somehow as an alternative. But the ability to remand this issue back to the MHRB is present.
And actually, in the interest of time, I'll simply defer to the maker of the motion and the motion on the floor. and I appreciate the additional information, however.
Okay. Planning and Building, Julia Acker-Craw.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. I'm sorry, my comment was just going to be with the discussion from Supervisor McCowan was just to note that there was extensive discussion at the review board related to the 50% repair and replacement. I'm not sure that any additional clarity would come out of remanding it back to them for further discussion on that point. And thank you.
Okay. Any further comment from the board? We have a motion before us. All right, we will do a vote. Deputy Clerk of the Board.
Yes. Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right. We're on to item 5F, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff on potential options to streamline the business license process and amend regulations contained in Title VI of County Code, Business License Regulations, in response to board direction received January 7th, 2020, to Chapter 6.04 of County Code in response to board direction from January 7th, 2020. Sponsors are the Executive Office, Planning and Building Services, and Treasurer Tax Collector.
Hello, Chair Hashak and Supervisor CEO Angelo and Council Curtis. This is Brent Schultz, your Planning and Building Services Director. Yeah, as you know, on January 7th, 2020, the board directed PBS staff to work with county staff on streamlining business licenses for small businesses and return to the board. Well, we're back, of course, today. I want to note just as historically, this section or Chapter 604 is really under the jurisdiction of the tax collector. It's changed very little, what I'm told, and it's really adoption was 1948, so very old ordinance. We worked with the tax collector staff on this, and also a little background. We did about a little over 1,000 business licenses in the last 3 years, and Julie and I looked about 40% this last year were small businesses. And for your consideration, planning and building staff, tax collector, and executive staff have the following recommendations for you. And I'm going to have Julia put up our memo to you so we can kind of, as we walk through these 8, I think, recommendations to you, we can refer to them. The first one is that the staff, that we change all of our forms. We have one form right now, and I think one of the things that happens to our applicants is we don't get the information we need, which holds a lot of them up. So we go to basically home occupation, food, general, commercial, and industrial applications. They're very focused. We think that will help us go faster. That's something we could do right away and that we control. Second would be providing additional resources to our business license applicants and utilizing websites like our county address lookup, which many times they don't know what their address is or APN numbers. Also, there's a great Cal Gold site that the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development has, which is really well done, and it helps a business know what are all the licenses, not just local, but state and others that they would need to operate in our county. The third action would propose streamlining the county internal processes by our customers eliminating some steps. And so both the tax collector and PBS are proposing eliminating the need to first go to the tax collector's office for the initial application process and pay the $40 fee. So that would be eliminated. In the new process, applicants would instead solely work with they would come directly to planning and building staff with their application for the initial license. After issuance of that license, the applicant would renew only with the tax collector. No PBS staff review would be required for renewals. And again, the current licensing is $339 for a commercial industrial business, 180 for home businesses. The fourth action will better clarify that businesses without a fixed place of business are exempt from a license. Just interestingly, we get a lot of applications for people who are exempt, and we want to propose some cleanup in that, so it's very clear, and probably on our website as well, and working with the tax collector. The fifth action proposed elimination of out-of-county contractor business licenses. Both the tax collector and PBS staff feels this step is unnecessary. Eliminating that will free up our time to again, and would streamline our process. In our sixth action, we're proposing elimination of the need for itinerant or roadside business permit for the business license part of that. The sheriff would still do their license. And again, another change to streamline our process. The seventh action will incorporate direction previously given to the board in 2018 to address items such as temporary businesses, fairgrounds, short-term events, and others. Julia can better talk to you about the historical background on that in county council, but there's some cleanup things there that I believe that we'd like to make it clearer. And then the eighth action, staff proposes streamlining our business license application process for small businesses, which staff defined as those with 10 or less customers per day and either one or no employees based out of a permitted residence or accessory structure on a residential parcels. And our changes are this: that we go to a module like an e-business license model for home occupations and home-based businesses. These applicants could come online through our e-business module and self-certify. So they basically go down and answer some questions as long as they have no employees, no customers. Our idea would be it could be almost like a free permit where they could go through, it self-certifies them, and on their printer, it prints out their business license. This is going to take some work by our admin staff and planning and building services working with tax collector, but we believe tying that into our track it system would be very good. The next bullet under 8 would be the online. I want to point out the online certification for home ox and home-based businesses that have no employees, no companies could set. That saves them like significant dollars. $220 plus $220 basically, $180 for PBS and $40 for the tax collector. So that's a significant savings and gets them in business, by the way, quicker. If the board supports this online certification approach, we would need to change section 604090H and potentially some other provisions of that ordinance. So we need some legal time with Christian and his staff to get that done. And then the last bullet on that, for businesses with employees or customers coming on site that qualifies home businesses or where there's a need for business owners to have a formal business license issued, applications would still be submitted to our department. They come directly to planning and building, pay the 180 fee and not have to pay the $40 to tax collector. They wouldn't be going there, and then we'd review it. The reason that we want to do that and have them come to us, they could mail it in, we look at it, is really to check for accessibility, because they're going to be having customers and staff coming to and from their place of business. We don't recommend any changes right now other than changes to our forms for commercial industrial businesses. That I have serious health and safety concerns about that, and zoning checks by our planning and building staff to make sure they're in the right zone, their building occupancy is good. There's all the health and safety issues have been addressed, and we get them going. We do from time to time get businesses proposing to go into locations that were never intended for that kind of use, and it's pretty frequent. So the next one, to sum up to the board, as we look back at those action items, we're recommending 1 and 2 that we get those done right away. That'll take us 1 to 2 months. 3 through 8 will take longer because we've got to do some code work on those. So, and in addition to that, the tax collector's system is changing, and that may slow down our process a bit because I think we need to tie into their system as well. I want the board to note that this becoming a new priority We counted up today on my whiteboard, and we're now approaching from 13 in 2019 to over 25 priorities. Actually, there's even more than that with just things that have come down. While we made good progress on many of these priorities, and many still remain in the process. And it's, my question is like, what is the priority? Taking significant staff time to complete our superior items, I believe, like the safety element, the draft housing element. We're in discussions with HCD on coastal accessory dwelling unit ordinance. We certainly have that cannabis ordinance over at the coastal staff, and we're in discussions. The changing of street names in Anderson Valley, cannabis innovation zones, cannabis equity program, which is huge just in and of itself, cannabis satellite, code enforcement, cannabis 3, and whatever that becomes with the board. Oak Woodlands ordinance, Gardens Gate, a submission of their map and discretionary action is coming. So there's plenty to do. And I need to point out too, though, that our staff is really inundated right now. 4,000 permits this last year. It's a record. My first year, I think we were at 3,600, and the COVID doesn't seem to be stopping the growth in our business here. And we have not only that, many calls of many people, even with our limited schedule on the counter, and 10 public meeting bodies that we notice those meetings and run those. Well, I concur. And I think all our staff likes these changes, and tax collector and our executive staff that have worked on it. I need to remind our staff we're down staff here. We have about 40%, 11 not filled right now, planning for Cannabis 6, Code 1. And while we're endeavored to do the best we can with whatever the board gives us, we're going to work as hard as we can to get those done. We're stretched, as you know. And I'm looking forward to this discussion, and we're here. All our staff is here, Julia, Adrian, and I, and to answer any questions. That concludes my presentation, and we're available for questions.
All right, so back to the board for any questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
I wanted to ask Mr. Schultz, you said the ordinance was very old and it was written in 19 what?
Supervisor Brown, according to one of my staff, this had started in, I believe, 1948, had some limited changes. This appears to be if we do this, one of the bigger changes we'll make to the ordinance.
Okay. So I'm just going to give you a bad time. That was the year before I was born. And you used the term very old.
I don't believe that, Supervisor, that you're old.
I'm just teasing you. But you brought up all that's on your bucket list. But the board has not reviewed those priorities since January, I believe, 2019. So maybe that's in order too, to reprioritize what is all there on that list, and maybe set it in order once again. I certainly look at the analysis and items 1 and 2. I think we should go further with, but I want to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Any further comments from the board?
Chair Haschak.
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
I support the direction fully. I think staff has done a great job with it, and I support it as presented.
And I totally appreciate what's been done with this and looking at how to streamline the ordinances and the processes for businesses. I certainly agree with Supervisor Brown, and let's go forward with 1 and 2, that those can be done without too much of a hassle. My questions go when we go to items 3 through 8. I think what staff is saying is that if we do try to implement those, we need to make this a priority, and what's going to get cut or what's going to go down on the priority list. So without looking at the whole thing again, I think that we need to hold off on moving forward with 3 through 8 until we can look at the overall picture of the workload for planning and building and figure out where it's going to fit. Because I think that all those items that Director Schultz talked about, those are important things that we're dealing with.
Chair Haschak?
Is Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I agree with your statements and Supervisor Brown's. I wonder if we could have staff work on the prioritized plan, because I'm afraid if we try to micromanage it, we may not recognize synergy between items. Staff may be aware of areas where a little bit of work now will pay off in reduction of workload. So rather than have us look at the list and decide what we want, I wonder if we could ask planning to come back with their recommendations.
Well, I think their recommendation was that they could go forward with 1 and 2, and that 3 through 8 would require our prioritization.
Yeah. But Supervisor Brown's point was there are a lot of items outside of the scope of this proposal that are competing for limited resources. And if we need to decide how to prioritize, a good starting point could be planning and building, bringing a recommended list of priorities. Maybe we change that, but let's start with trusting that staff knows where the pain points are and what changes would have the greatest return on investment.
Does planning and building have a comment to that?
Well, this is Chair Haschak, Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Service Director. We're always happy to talk about the priorities you gave us. That's up to the board if they want me to do that. I'm just pointing out that we do have a lot to do. 1 and 2 we could do right away. 3 to 8 is going to take us much longer, and I can't guarantee a quick turnaround on those items. So I think Julie and I, when we look at, and the managers here look at those priorities and we work with the CEO's office, we really know where the priorities are. It's just, I'm just letting you know, there's a lot of things going on. And as much as I want to get all this stuff done for you quickly, we're hampered by some recent resignations and just a tough time too with this pandemic, obviously, that we've got to address this too and try to get all this work done. So it's, I don't know about it.
Okay,
I have a comment.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, let's go to Supervisor McCowan and then Supervisor Brown.
I'll defer to Supervisor Brown.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank staff, Director Schultz, your work. This is a great analysis, and I really, really appreciate it. So I just want to thank you for that.
Haschak, if I could address the board on that last statement, Julia Ackergrog, Jesse Davis, Steve Dunnicliffe, Sherry, and Julie, we had multiple meetings, and they're an awesome team of people, some of the best I've ever worked with in government, and they really are smart folks. We're lucky to have them.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with all those comments. I think this is moving in the right direction. And in terms of prioritization, this is important. It is basically an economic development project. The sooner that we're able to streamline some of these processes and clarify them, the sooner that local businesses can start realizing the benefit of that. I support the recommendation, I think you made it, that we ask planning to return with their prioritization of projects. We have put a lot of things on their plate. Some of them are critical that we get them completed, like the safety element, housing element, or maybe Supervisor Williams recommended it. I think there's a lot of merit to hearing back from planning on what their prioritization is so that we can give clear direction that they focus on the most critical topics and then we get to the rest of them as we can, and they're better able to determine where this would fit into the mix. I think the most critical thing is for them to staff up. So, you know, I know that's something they're trying to do. We've given them some support for that, but getting qualified staff on board is going to be essential to fulfilling all of the many priorities that we've assigned to them.
Chair Haschak.
So I'm hoping that HR will be rolling out the red carpet to try and get this department staffed up so they can function fully.
Chair Haschak.
Supervisor Williams.
So for planning, one of the items on the list that catches me as a large return on investment for both economic development and reducing the load on planning staff. It's item number 5, providing the clarification that businesses without a fixed location are exempt. How much effort is involved in that item? I hear 1 and 2 are easy to implement. The other items will require more time. What is the burden on implementing number 5?
Thank you. I can field that. So Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. Really, we just tried to lump together those that would require ordinance amendments, because typically we would want to lump those together and take forward one comprehensive ordinance addressing all of those. I agree that this limited item, number 5, could ideally be handled through a relatively simple ordinance amendment. It's just staff was recommending, if we were looking at this holistically, to fold all of them in together into one set of amendment rather than doing individual amendments for each of these. Just it allows us to then focus all our energy and time on one set of documents and one hearing process versus amending it multiple times.
So my personal take here is if we can do one ordinance for everything and do that soon, that's the best. If we can't, we shouldn't wait on all of these items. The idea that a watercolor artist has to pay $400 and have a plan check and wait weeks to open a business to sell artwork that maybe isn't even painted in the house, I think that's glaring. And with COVID and the need for people to rethink their income strategies, we should be opening the county for business.
So if I may, Chair, Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So with Supervisor Williams' comments just made, I think, if I'm looking at the list here that we have, I would say if we're looking at items 3 through 5, those are potentially ordinance amendment items that could be implemented at a quicker rate than possibly 7 and 8. And now I've left out number 6 primarily because we would want to have conversations with the sheriff's office. So it may very well be 6 could sort of shift in either direction, could either go with a earlier ordinance amendment or be a part of a more comprehensive look with 7 and 8 in the future, if that makes sense.
Chair Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so what I would like to recommend is that we implement 1 and 2, and we ask staff to look at the ordinance changes for 3, 4, and 5, 6 at their discretion based on feasibility.
All right. Any further comment on that?
Deputy County Counsel Michael Mackesy, can you hear me?
Just barely.
Okay.
Better.
Can you hear me better now?
Yep.
All right. So one comment I have is if the board is going to go in that direction, I would like to ask that we be given a little bit of liberty. Since 2018, when the board gave direction about this section 6.04, I had done some red lines, and there was a couple of edits that I would like to bring forward if we were going to change the code at all that would not require any additional work based on prior board direction.
All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
so certainly I think we would want staff to take advantage of the opportunity if we're coming forward and there's changes that can easily be made, particularly previously directed. We would want those to be incorporated. I will second Supervisor Williams' motion to give the direction he indicated for staff to implement number 1 and number 2 to bring forward the necessary amendments for 3, 4, and 5, and potentially 6 if the sheriff is supportive.
All right. Further, okay, is there any public comment on this? Let's see. I don't see any public comment. So back to the board.
Chair Hashtag, we have one request for telecomment.
Okay. All right. So, and there was a written comment about this item from West Company. So is the public on the line?
They appear to have hung up.
Okay. Well, my feeling is that certainly it's better to proceed with 1 and 2, and then 3, 4, and 5, you know, if and when staff has the time, I don't want to send it back to them to come up with a plan to how they're going to implement it. I'd rather have them just work on it when they can, and that might be more efficient and quicker in the long run. So I'm willing to support that motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
There's been no direction as far as bringing back the list of items that the board has directed to PBS.
The prioritization.
Yes.
Right. At this point. Okay, so you can deal with that after this, or do you want to try to include that in this motion?
Well, Mr. Chair, it may be presumptuous of me to think we had a motion. You know, I kind of posited that, but it might be more appropriate, as you say, to ask staff to come back. So direction to move forward with 1 and 2, and maybe where the rest of this fits in should be left up to them to prioritize. They've certainly heard the discussion and the value on streamlining these items as soon as we can. But we did, I think, have a consensus to ask them to prioritize the numerous items that we've given to them as priorities. So maybe in deference to that thought, we should not give the direction right now to move forward on the ordinance changes. Let's see what they come back with. Might be more respectful of their time and their process.
Okay, any comments on that? Just my fear is that if we send it back to planning and building to come up with another plan for their priority list, it's just another task that we're handing them. And is that the most efficient use of their time? So maybe planning and building might have a comment about that.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. I can respond that we're constantly looking at our priorities and objectives, and so it actually would not be too much trouble at all. And I think we would welcome it as a department to get clarity from the board on how the different priorities and directives we've been given over the last 2 years, how those fit in with one another. So we are certainly supportive of coming back with a list with our recommended prioritization, and then having a discussion with the board about that.
Very good. So that would take care of that request from Supervisor Brown. And if you could go forward with 1 and 2, I think we have consensus on that. And then we would look at the priority list for the rest. Is that a clear direction?
Thank you, Chair Hashak. Staff at Planning and Building is clear on the direction from today. Thank you.
Okay. Very good.
And perhaps further direction to work with clerk of the board staff to bring that forward as soon as reasonably possible.
Right. I think that they would do that as quickly as possible with all the other things going on. So, okay.
Right.
All right. So moving on to item 5G. And if we can get through this, then we'll take a break. Okay. Discussion and possible action regarding board direction to perform an assessment of Economic Development and Finance Corporation, EDFC, documenting their contribution to the county and the return on investment being provided. The sponsor is Planning and Building Services in the Executive Office. So is Director Schultz on the line.
Good afternoon, Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. This item really is, as you know, at the board meeting at January 7, 2020 board, the county staff retained the services of Dr. Eiler to perform an audit with EDFC and look into that. At that time, EDFC representatives at this time, the EDFC staff is refusing to cooperate and provide an accounting and access to the county's consultant, Dr. Eiler. And the county staff is really, at this time, we're at a standstill and unable to complete an assessment of the EDFC's operations and really looking to see what's the return on that investment. So the county is seeking information related to businesses and jobs created, business and job retained, success and default rates of local business loans, something that should be pretty simple to provide us. This information should not be strictly confidential, and if provided by EDFC, it would demonstrate the contributions made to the county by EDFC. And at this time, the county, again, we're just unable to move forward, and our recommendation is to provide us direction as staff regarding the board's preference and intention related to completion of an assessment of the Economic Development Finance Corporation, documenting EDFC's contribution to county and return on investment. And I am here. I believe Darcy is also online, and we're available to answer any questions. That concludes my presentation.
All right. Any comments from the board?
I'll add a little bit. So I'm one of the newest members of the board of EDFC. And I think there's no doubt that there is definitely value in these subsidized government-backed loans for small businesses. And I don't really think that's really at issue. And it's maybe not even so much an issue about the $50,000 a year that comes from the county, the cities of Fort Bragg, Ukiah, and Point Arena. But it's not just that. There are other government dollars, other grants that go to EDFC. And if you look at their budget in 1920, which we just concluded, it was a little over $560,000 in government grants. So, there's a lot of money going into EDFC for staffing, and it's not just money that's going out into terms of loans. And I think on behalf of the taxpayers of the state of California, federal government, and people of Mendocino County, we're kind of the eyes and ears, keeping an eye after these funds. And I think we need some sort of extensive review to make sure that we're providing oversight for these funds. So that's why I believe we need to do this.
Chair Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I recall I may have been the sponsor on the original item, which is more than half a year ago. And the justification still stands that we're talking about millions of dollars public money. This isn't to search out any wrongdoing. It's to have a holistic look at how successful we've been, areas for improvement, how the county may need to step up, what our return on investment is. I think it's part of our job to periodically assess partnerships, especially those that involve large amounts of public money.
And, I was on EDFC last year, Supervisor McCowan certainly has a long history with EDFC. And, you know, we got this correspondence from the Diane Simmons, who works for EDFC. And in that, you know, I don't remember whatever Supervisor Jurdy was talking about, the $560,000 for staffing cost or whatever from the federal government. It always seemed like it was very bare boned, and we were scrambling to add even an extra half-time position to it. And a lot of those costs, because of the size of our county and everything, are very difficult to make this entity go. But with that request that Supervisor Williams made, and from Diane Simmons, she said that the original request was for a spreadsheet of all loans EDFC has provided since 2015, by industry, by business name also, the amount lent and the payback status, complete or percent complete to date. And so, you know, from what Ms. Simmons is saying, that she's trying to provide that information, they just needed to redact the names of the applicants or the recipients of the loans, and just for confidentiality's sake, and that she was willing to, you know, provide all the rest of the information. So I don't understand why there's this disconnect saying that they aren't willing to provide the information that was originally requested. And I guess her other contention, and from the EDFC board, is that this audit is going way beyond what the board originally intended. And so now we have a $23,000 audit for our $32,000 contribution annually. Anyway, I think there's probably more questions about it. And I guess there's that disconnect between what EDFC is saying and what the county is saying on this issue.
Chair Haschak?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just one comment. I've heard this $23,000 relative to the 30-odd thousand contribution. And I don't think that quite represents the situation at hand, because there's over $1.1 million of local money, not including grants and outside funds that may otherwise have gone to local government. Just the payout from the county and the cities that are partners in EDFC. So you're looking at almost a 20-year period and $1.1 million. Relative to that, $23,000 to tell us not just how well we've done, not just to audit, but to guide us for the next decade or two. What do we need to do different to spur more economic development? I think that's money well spent.
Well, I guess I'm just looking at what EDFC is saying, that they're trying to provide this information and they just need to redact the names.
And that should be fine. I don't know why we would need names for our consultant to do the analysis. Can we hear from staff perhaps about this disconnect?
Right. Is there staff around? Director Schultz or Deputy CEO Antle?
Hello, Chair Haschak, Darcy Antle here, Deputy CEO. We received an email from Diane Simmons requesting this item come back to the board because she felt the scope was too expansive and did not meet the direction that was prior given at the meeting Supervisor Williams mentioned.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
I share your concern that my understanding, EDFC's only objection was they wanted to assure the confidentiality of the loan recipients.
Supervisor McCowan?
But I think the concern goes beyond that. So the board gave direction to have an audit, a review, EDFC, what's the return on investment? Is this a worthwhile expenditure? And EDFC was on record from the beginning that they welcomed the review because they were confident that they would be able to demonstrate that there was value received by the county, by the cities. And then we didn't hear much about it, or I didn't. And it was a surprise to me to learn that we had a contract for $23,625 to conduct this review. I don't recall that being reported to the board, although supposedly it was in fulfillment of board direction. And
Supervisor McCowan?
Supervisor McCowan?
Supervisor McCowan.
Review, which frankly I originally thought that this would be something that would be conducted in-house, and I know everyone has a lot of work to do. This was before COVID was really ramping up as it has.
Supervisor McCowan.
The capability within the executive office to request the appropriate information and do an analysis of it. But what we have in front of us is comparing EDFC to several other economic development entities, including Working Solutions, which, according to the chair of the EDFC board, John Goldsmith, is one of the largest nonprofit lenders in the state, serving eight Bay Area counties. How can that possibly thought to be comparable? Even the Arcata Economic Development Corporation is in a different league from EDFC.
I'm sorry, Supervisor McCowan. Supervisor McCowan, it's a little unclear what's being said, Supervisor McCowan.
Supervisor Williams says it proposes to move forward. Not only are we getting our return on investment from EDFC, but what does the future look like? So this to me appears clearly to go well beyond the scope of what the board had originally directed. But if we're going to be having a more comprehensive look at economic development efforts, and if we're concerned about the large expenditure of public funding, I would think we would be looking also at West Company, which benefits from significant amounts of public money on a regular basis. The county routinely secures community development block grant funding to support West Company in their mission. And so it's just odd to me that we would devote all this hyper scrutiny to EDFC, but I've never heard that we should audit or review the return on investment of West Company. So what's fair for one should be fair for the other. But I think this thing has expanded far beyond the original direction and intention of the board. We already have the contract with Mr. Eiler, who is very well respected and qualified, but you know, we've got him contracted to do something that I think certainly the board majority never envisioned. And I'm wondering how if we could reel this back at this point.
Supervisor McCowan, can you hear me? Supervisor McCowan. Well,
we lost him.
So anyway, we could.
I'm back.
Okay, we're having a difficult time hearing you. You know, it's going in and out, in and out. So are you doing something with your phone, or is it just the connection?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, so in a nutshell, I just think this has expanded beyond the scope of what the board had intended and directed, and I'm wondering, is there a way to get it back in line?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I've never sat on EDFC as a county supervisor, nor previous to being a county supervisor, but I certainly support your statement, your comment, and Supervisor McCowan's.
Okay, CEO Angelo.
Chair Haschak, thank you. I just wanted to look at this from a different perspective, and I would appreciate the board's view of this from a different perspective. We have a contractor, partner, community partner here, who earlier on the board did direct that we go ahead and move forward with an audit. And so there was no expectation on the part of staff, and if there was expectation on the part of the board, then we missed that. But there was no expectation that staff would do the audit. So aside from that, now I'm hearing one supervisor say the thought was that staff would do the audit. So that's probably a clarification that's needed, so I'm glad we're bringing this forward. The issue for me is not really whether we have Dr. Eiler do the assessment, whether we pay $23,000, whether we do have staff do this. However we do it, the issue is that certainly in my 13 years here and 12 years in another county, I don't think I've seen a contractor not open their books and say no to an audit. And I think there is some communication issues here. My understanding is that EDFC has not allowed or has not worked with Dr. Eiler at all. So, and we are in front of you because this contractor does not want to move forward with the audit the way it is. So my request as your staff person is that we really look at this, you know, in the global picture of all the contracts that we have. If all it takes is a contractor to say no to the audit process that's coming before them from the county, if that's all it takes to stop an audit, we have a lot of contractors that will do that. So if the issue is that there are 3 of you that don't want to move forward with this audit, I would ask that we still hold this contractor accountable. If it's more of a personal issue and you think if we hold EDFC accountable, then we need to hold West Company accountable, I would bet that West Company will open their books and not have an issue. So if it's that we do West Company and EDFC and we treat them equally as staff, absolutely will do that. If you don't want to spend the $23,000, you know, I can't argue with you there, but my request is that when this board does direct an audit, that it takes more than the contractor coming back and saying they don't want to do this or they don't like the way the audit is being performed. I think that whatever we do, this board over the last 10 years at least has been very clear that you hold staff accountable and you hold contractors accountable. So I would like to see you continue with that direction, that we hold this contractor accountable. And if we have to hold West Company to the same measure, we could do that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, sir. Well, I think West Company and EDFC are different entities with different duties and responsibilities. I see them as 2 different organizations. But going back to $23,000 to do an audit when our contribution is a little over $30,000, I don't think I knew what was going to be demanded. This is the comparison agencies that Supervisor McCowan talked about are much larger than ours, much, much larger. And I don't mind holding contractors accountable, but from looking at reading the comment that was handed in, I just, you know, I think we're going way beyond the scope as Supervisor Haschek said, of what the direction of the board was. And I also would like to know if the cities are going to help pay for the audit.
And if I could just add to that, I think that direction would be to go back to the original intent of what the board was saying. Certainly, we want to hold our vendors and contractors accountable, but this was to look at this. Are we getting our money's worth from this CDF or EDFC? And it seems like there's this understanding from EDFC that they are willing to provide that information. It's just they need to redact the names, and so that shouldn't be a problem. So it's kind of like, where is the hang up in making this process work? And so I'd like to see it work. Let's see.
Mr. Chair, I support those comments, and I think part of making it work would be to remove what appear to be inappropriate comparisons. Again, I'm not sure where this list came from of let's compare them to working solutions, but I think the original direction was more limited than what is described in this contract with Dr. Eiler. So the programmatic review, I think, goes beyond answering the question of what is the economic return to Mendocino County.
Chair Haschek, you're
In
muted.
fact, if I may, the item 5E4 of the scope of work concludes by saying, and I just lost my place, excuse me.
Working solutions?
Oh, yeah, it's 4. I was on the wrong one. 4F, Summary of Economic and Fiscal Impacts, ROI estimate for County of Mendocino per $50,000 lent. So going through item 4, that seems to address what the board had directed. And then section 5, the programmatic review, seems to expand dramatically beyond what we had directed.
Well, and I'd like to add too, for those businesses, says in the comment, none have given permission to share what their loan status is. Well, many times your competitor can use whatever your status is of the, how healthy your business is, and different strategies that go on between like businesses. I saw it growing up. My father was a private businessman in Ukiah. And I also saw the competition and between different like businesses. I was in banking for 12 years. Today, and I have to agree with EDFC, banking institutes have very strict confidentiality rules, and that comes from the federal government. Although it wasn't captured in the information that we received from EDFC, but I can surely understand why those businesses have not given permission in one area, and only some businesses have given permission to share their name and the amount of the loan. West Company is different. EDFC, I can understand their concern because businesses want confidentiality.
All right. If we could go to public comment now. Deputy Clerk of the Board, we have a couple people signed up. Are they on the line?
Yes, Chair Haschek. This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board, and on the line we have Diane Simmons.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. This is Diane Simmons of EDFC. I'm going to change what I'm going to say and respond to what's being said. First of all, over the period we have been lending, we have lent $1.6 million. If you compare that to the support we've received from the jurisdictions, I think that's a pretty good return. Over the last 8 months, we've lent $1 million. Dan and Ted talked about the huge amount of money we have coming in. If you look at our financials, that is grant loan money. We do not have hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in to support staffing and operating costs. And we have not had any of the cities say that they are participating in this. This is a totally new idea coming out of this meeting. I'm also concerned about the way my communication with Darcy Antle was portrayed. I tried for 2.5 weeks to call her. I left her several messages. I finally got her on the phone, and I simply said, we are concerned about confidentiality. We just want the business names redacted in any public report, but we need that in writing. And she told me she couldn't deal with that it needed to go to the supervisors at a future meeting. Once she said that, I said, well, we are concerned about the scope being broader than we expected from the wording of the motion. So I said, we would like that added too. We were never informed when this meeting was going to happen. I asked that we be informed. We didn't get any communication. In fact, one of our board members found it on the agenda on Sunday. We are audited. We do tremendous amount of reporting to all of our federal loan money sources, USDA, RD for loans to revolve into the communities, and CDFI and EDA for grants for loans that are in perpetuity. We do significant amount of reporting. We send them our audits. We are in a very, very considerable contact with them. If the county wants to do a deeper audit, that's fine. We will cooperate. If you want to move forward with that today, we will do that. It was not what we were expecting, but let me tell you again, I came to this because of the confidentiality, and I was told that we had to wait. It had nothing to do with us saying, I expected to get an answer from Darcy and then to move forward and work with Dr. Eiler immediately. It was a delay on the county's part. Again, we just want the business names redacted from the final report, and we wanted this discussed, the scope of work, and we're willing to go forward with whatever the supervisors decide today. We will give all information required. Our information is public information.
Time.
Okay, thank you. And do we have Mad Strong on the line?
Thank you. Yes, this is Mad Strong. And shall I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I am a Willis City Council person, and I'm on the board of directors of EDFC for the past, I think, about 4 years. And some of this is, not in contention, but I'll try to just go quickly here. The EDFC is an important actor in economic development in the county, including a very quickly expanding portfolio of loans to local businesses, and also collaborative efforts that they've done over a number of years with other stakeholders on economic development in general. And this is a particularly important role now that we're also facing the pandemic's impact on our economy. The county has a fairly small annual contribution to EDFC, which helps us maintain our staff, which are doing a highly effective and are very dedicated to EDFC's role and have been really doing great work. We've also just approved a 6-month contract for an interim executive director, which we feel is necessary to sort of set the overall direction of the agency and look at our budget and more opportunities for collaboration with other entities in the county. So it was important to have that in order to collaborate. In addition to the EDFC staff and our loan program, we are also benefited by a very extensive bunch of board members, myself included, but many of them have extensive background in business and finance, and they are also, as volunteers, contributing to the EDFC's mission. So the staff and board of EDFC welcome the opportunity to address and respond to suggestions from the Board of Supervisors representatives in a mutually respectful and manner that looks to the best interest of our county. What we were concerned about, among other things, the legislative report in your board packet is misleading and prejudicial in characterizing EDFC as non-cooperative regarding this analysis. And I think Diane has already expressed that. She never said she was non-cooperative, and that is not the case. So we do not object to an independent analysis of our contributions. And the only things we're requiring, and are very important, one is that the report that comes out of that respects the confidentiality of the businesses that EDFC loans to. That's extremely important. And that was the reason it came to the board, because Diane was told that only the board could make that assurance. And the second thing is that we look at the scope of work, and if it is necessary to expand that scope of work to compare EDFC to other agencies, those agencies should be comparable in size and in the scope of what they do, not something that is like AEDC has 40 years and I don't know how many, $40 million worth of investments, and Working Solutions is probably even bigger. So it would be very misleading and prejudicial to compare EDFC to such agencies that are not even similar at all. Thank you.
Chair Haschak, I have a question.
Yes. Okay. Is it a question to Ms. Strong?
Perhaps, at least we should give her the opportunity. So one of the areas that an assessment might touch on is the funding formula. I believe there was a handshake back when EDFC was formed by the cities and the county to have 75 cents per resident in the cities, 50 cents per resident in the counties. Staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was the formula. I don't know that that has been followed in recent years. And I'm curious, Willits, I don't think has been contributing at nearly that level. And I hate to put Willits on the spot here, but since we have Madge on the phone, I think it's important to either decide we want to change the formula or to follow it. But I don't think it's quite fair to residents to have a formula and then set it aside.
Okay, this is Madge. I cannot speak for the whole council, Willits City Council. We've been in a lot of budget distress for several years, and we're hoping to get a sales tax measure which would really relieve that budgetary distress a lot, in which case I think we would be able to at least consider that. Right now, I will advocate for Willits doing its per capita share, but I know that in the past couple of years, despite having advocated for that, it's just been, the budget's been so tight and so much in the red. But I regret that, and I think it is fair that we revisit that, and I think that should be part of looking forward.
And it may be the other cities are in a similar situation, I don't know. But I know that we're not following a formula, and it strikes me as not quite fair to the rural residents and the unincorporated that there's a formula in place to pull off economic development, and the parties that have given a handshake to contribute are not holding up. And I totally understand the situation Willits is in, and if there has to be a deferment, I would support that, but I think we need to at least have the discussion. And it seemed like this assessment would be one place to have that discussion. And this is just one of many topics.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
And this is not a question for Councilwoman Strong, but it is a question I think that needs to be answered. The formula and a shake of a hand between cities and the county about financing EDFC or contributing to it, it probably is not the EDFC board of directors that needs to come back to the county and the cities. I believe the county and the cities need to get together and review that, what they are paying in.
All right. Are there any other public comments? Deputy Clerk of the Board.
No, not at this time.
Okay, very good. Then it's back to the board.
Well, if I could sum up, it sounds to me like I believe I heard every supervisor say that they wanted a final report with all names of businesses redacted. I don't think there's any disagreement on that point. And if there was disagreement, it sounds like it's on whether or not to complete the contract with Dr. Eiler, whether or not to expend the $23,000. But I don't hear any disagreement in obtaining the information that I think, as stewards of public funds, the county deserves to be able to obtain.
Well, I guess the question would be, what are we trying to ascertain? And my understanding from what the board wanted in January was we wanted to find out if our money was being effectively used by EDFC. And so we had those, the criteria that we were directing for this audit. And are we going to maintain that criteria, or are we expanding it?
Is there some information that the Chair Hashak does not want the county to know?
No, I don't know what all, I saw the list of everything that was being asked. I'm just saying, is that what the board wants to do with that $23,000? Is that where we're headed? And is that what we need from EDFC?
Well, it seems to be obtaining information is not the same as paying for an audit. They're two different things. I would hope that there would be unanimous support on the board in obtaining the information. Second question is, do we want to spend the $23,000 on Dr. Eiler? I would hope we would be unanimous in wanting the information. We've heard from EDFC again today. They will provide the information if at least 3 supervisors say they want the information.
Please.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I have comment too.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
I just caught something in my throat. I'll defer to Supervisor Brown.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Okay. One problem I have, Supervisor Jurdy, is the comparison organizations regionally. I think the only one listed out of the 3 that you could compare in size is Lakeport EDFC.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so I will agree that I think that's an issue, is the comparison organizations that on the face of it are not comparable. I don't think there's any disagreement whatsoever about supporting full access to all of the information. And, we've clarified, and I think there probably were some communication issues, and probably with COVID and the workload that executive office is under, I think things weren't clearly communicated. I'm totally willing to believe that. And because there's a big disconnect between what one party says and the other. And so I think we've clarified all that. No objection to providing the information. EDFC said they're willing to go forward. They're willing to go forward with a more in-depth scope than what they expected. They're completely willing to cooperate with that. Their remaining concern is to not be compared to organizations to which there's no legitimate comparison. So the best way to address that, I'm not sure. Potentially we could amend the scope of services to take those items out if Dr. Eiler would agree. And it does kind of come back to, well, gosh, we have this concern for EDFC. We don't seem to have the same concern for West. And I'm not saying that out of any doubt about the value of either organization, but we seem to have sharpened up our pencil for one, but not for the other. I do have a question about the scope, because we get to section 5F and we go to the next page and we start with section I. So what happened to sections G and H? Or is this just a misnumbering issue? And I don't know if anyone can speak to that.
Where are you, Supervisor McCowan? On the review contract?
If you look under item 5, it's in the actual email that was sent by Ms. Simmons. That's where I'm reviewing it.
Okay.
And it's there. It's also at the back of the contract as an attachment
to the agenda item.
Got it. Okay, so how do we move forward on this? We have agreement that, the information should be provided and names redacted. We don't have a problem with that. We're looking at this contract. We think that the comparison should be made for comparable entities, such as Lakeport EDFC, but not the others. And so with that, should we proceed with this contract then?
Could I ask a question of county staff in terms of identifying entities that are of comparable size? Could we leave it to staff to work with EDFC to identify comparable entities that say serve populations of less than 100,000? Something along those lines, where we would not need to select them here today at this meeting?
So does staff have a comment to that? Okay, not hearing much.
Chair Haschak, I'm not certain if people are muted or not on with Darcy and Brent, but as far as choosing the comparisons, we can do that. That's not a problem at all. Thank you. And I understand the definition of comparable. We do it with our labor groups all the time, so thank you.
Okay. Are we all right with making those changes then and with that direction?
Would support it.
I would support it.
And maybe one more thing that we might ask for, I think it might be fairly simple, but we do hear that the mission of EDFC and West are not perfectly aligned. There were discussions about 3 years ago about potentially effectively merging the operations, or at least having shared administrative staff. And I recall from that time there were reasons that could not actually be accomplished. And maybe just to clarify that issue, that is something that we might ask to be included. Of course, all of these changes would require Dr. Eiler's concurrence, but he's very professional, and I would imagine, staff could work something out with him. But so in addition to making sure that the comparables are comparable, we might clarify what are the differences between EDFC and West that would indicate that a complete merger is not feasible.
All right. Are we good with that?
I support it.
Okay. Not hearing any further comment, we'll be good with that then. All right. So is that enough direction for staff?
Chair Hashtag, this is CEO Angelo. Yes, that is enough direction. I took notes. Thank you.
Okay. Then we're good with that? All right. So we will take a break right now. It's 3:52. We'll take a break for 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 4:07 and we'll deal with item 5H and 5I. And Supervisor. Number 5H, which is discussion and possible action to adopt resolution approving and authorizing the execution of a cooperative agreement and a work and financial plan with the United States Department of Agriculture, Animal and Plant Health Inspection Services, Wildlife Services for the Mendocino County Integrated Wildlife Damage Management Program. The sponsors are the Agriculture and County Council. So,
good afternoon. Good afternoon, board. This is Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski here to introduce the item. This is discussion and possible action on adopting a resolution authorizing the execution of the cooperative agreement and the work plan, the financial work plan for the next year. On December 17th, 2019, the board adopted resolutions certifying the EIR and adopting the USDA Wildlife Services IWDM program to operate the county's IWDM program. And that resolution also directed staff to bring back to the board the cooperative agreement with Wildlife Services and the one-year work and financial plan as well. This action specifically comes within the CEQA review that was certified by the board in December. Today, available are Jim Donnelly, the county's agricultural commissioner, as well as Derek Millsaps of Wildlife Services.
All right, Commissioner Donnelly. Are you there?
Commissioner Donnelly, you're muted. If you could unmute your microphone.
Agricultural Commissioner Donnelly, you're muted. If you're there. Okay, should we go to Derek Millsaps?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yep, we're here.
Okay, did you have anything else to introduce the item?
Well, I have a PowerPoint presentation that I can share on the screen with you guys.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is the first time I've done this, so I'm not sure if you guys can see the screen.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I appreciate you guys taking your time out of your day. Thank you to Chairman Haschak and Co-Chair Jurdy and the fellow board members, supervisors. And I'm here today to talk about the Wildlife Services Program here in Mendocino County. I'm Derek Millsaps. I'm the California North District Supervisor. And today I'm going to go an overview of our program for Wildlife Services. And we're going to hopefully spend about 15 to 20 minutes discussing who we are, what we do, and what to expect from us in Mendocino County. The mission of Wildlife Services is to provide federal leadership and expertise to resolve conflicts to allow people and wildlife to coexist. As you can see on this slide, there's a lot of people that work with our program, and there's actually quite a few that a lot of people wouldn't recognize that we would work with them based on some of the stuff you read in the news. Majority of the work for Wildlife Service or for wildlife complaints comes into either California Department of Fish and Wildlife or U.S. Department of Agriculture Wildlife Services. So there's four main groups, four main areas that Wildlife Services works to protect in counties: protection of property, agriculture, natural resources, and people. Wildlife Services provides critical information, training, advice, and as well as equipment for the residents of Mendocino County in the efforts to reduce conflict. Just in FY19 for California Wildlife Services Program, we protected over $13 billion in agriculture, industry, and $500 million in livestock resources. So human-wildlife conflict, this is what I'm going to go over today. As you see throughout my presentation, there's resource owners that experience a wide array of conflict from both wildlife and domestic animals. Mendocino County residents ask for assistance from small mammals like skunks and raccoons, up to black bears, mountain lions throughout this diverse county. Okay, so how does this process start? We get a request. The first step is we get a request for a call in our decision-making model. After receiving this request, wildlife specialists mentally go through alternatives to determine what is the best address for the situation. So there's 7 parts of this decision model. First, you assess the problem, you evaluate the wildlife damage control methods, formulate a strategy, provide assistance, monitor and evaluate the project, and then ultimately the goal is to have the project end. There are times where the project may not end, and you may have to go back into the decision model at the beginning or during the middle of it, just because the conflict was not resolved in the beginning. So after contacting wildlife services and when warranted, a wildlife specialist will physically respond and investigate your damage. Many times we coordinate with California Department of Fish and Wildlife because depredation permits are required for certain species, which I'll go over here in a little bit as well. But it's good to have CDFW there so they can see what we're looking at as well. So on these investigations, we look for tracks, which are size and shape, bites that occurred on the prey, feeding on the animal, what happened on the scene. We're looking at tracks, any kind of struggle. And then in urban settings, we're looking at, this is a pretty common scene where you have a raccoon feeding, on the porch there with cats, as you can see. We have a lot of landscaping damage from raccoons, skunks, feral swine. So it takes a trained wildlife specialist to come out and evaluate the situation, formulate the right control strategy, and provide the assistance. So you've probably heard this a lot over the years about technical assistance. This is the way that Wildlife Services provides over the phone or in person. And sometimes it can be just as simple as, you can see a little bridge ceiling up underneath it, fixing holes in fences, removing your pet's food from from outside. You can see here, like there's the poultry with electric netting around it as well, night and so forth. The wildlife specialists in Mendocino have captured thousands and thousands of technical assists over the years. And one thing I want to point out is really this doesn't get highlighted very often. In Mendocino County alone, 93% of all bear calls are non-lethal technical assists. 95% of all mountain lion calls are non-lethal technical assists. We've helped thousands of people throughout the county with wildlife over the years, and a large portion of this is non-lethal techniques. So in direct control, there can be non-lethal techniques as well. You can, in the bottom right corner, you can see a one-way exclusion door that's put on an area under a building. This allows the animal to leave, and then once all the animals are out of the building, we can close this up. You can use wildlife repellents such as like raccoon eviction fluids, pyrotechnics, visual, audio deterrents. And then one of the most important things is having good instruction how to use them so they're effective. But many times non-lethal techniques may not work out as we had hoped. And when all of it exhausted, we may assist in helping remove the problem animal. There are some species that wildlife services don't recommend doing non-lethal techniques on, and those are invasive species such as feral swine, European starlings, and then a lot of the recent stuff you guys have probably seen in the Central Valley on Nutria. So our toolbox, which we call the Integrated Wildlife Damage Management, has all kinds of different tools that we try to use to keep wildlife from causing problems. On the left-hand side, you can see there's the non-lethal methods of harassment. There's audible. We have the RAG boxes, which are radioactive guard boxes, pyrotechnics. You can put radios out. There's visual non-lethal techniques, mylar tapes used in orchards and vineyards, fox lights that are actually a fox light. We've been using them up in Northeast California for, you know, some of the wolf work we're doing. It imitates a person walking through a field like it's a flashlight. And chemicals like ammonia, predator scents. Guard dogs or guard animals. There's different kinds of guard dogs, llamas, donkeys. I recently was looking at a video from one of our other counties of a donkey chasing a mountain lion. So some tools may not work where you're at, but it may work in other areas. That's why we have a whole list of different techniques that you can try. Exclusion, fencing. And to me, fencing is a huge thing because it's really frustrating for you as a wildlife specialist, a biologist, to show up and do work and see a fence that's poorly maintained and where wildlife can easily enter the site. So having a fence is one thing, but having the right fence and have it maintained is another. And then on the right-hand side, you can see some of the lethal techniques. One thing that stands out right away is how many of them have been banned here in California. First one is shooting, and it's ground-based shooting here in California, and it's only ground-based. We do no aerial operations in Mendocino County. Our traps are mainly snares, cage traps, corral traps, and covert traps. So we use cage traps for all different types of animals from different sizes, from smaller ones, from raccoons, skunks, possums, to medium size for bobcats, and larger size for mountain lions. Corral traps are used for feral swine, and covert traps are used for bears. A lot of these traps can be purchased by the regular citizens, some of the smaller traps, your typical hardware store. Some of the things we've been seeing increase throughout California is a human health and safety cause that we respond to along with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife when an animal attacks a person. CDFW takes samples, DNA samples from animals captured to determine the correct animal is removed. A recent call we were just on in Santa Clara County, a mountain lion attacked a 6-year-old girl. Wildlife Services was called out to investigate it, and after looking at the sign, we determined it was a female lion. Wildlife Services staff located and treated the lion that matched the description. CDFW darted the lion, DNA sample was taken, and came back as a positive ID. This provided us the necessary information to assure that we're removing the offending animal. Another growing thing here in California and throughout the nation is protection of natural resources. Wildlife Service actually works many projects throughout the state of California to protect these species. California has protected over $450 million of endangered species resources in FY19, from everything from snowy plovers, least terns, desert tortoise, bighorn sheep. Wildlife Service works in collaboration with CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Land Management, private parties, and others to protect these species. Another growing problem that we're continuing to see is property damage. It's not uncommon for you to come home to see your kitchen destroyed from a bear looking for a free lunch, or your lawn rototilled by feral swine. We're seeing this in golf courses, parks, all over the place. Wildlife Services protected $2.8 billion in property in FY19. Damage to homes, businesses, landscaping, vineyards, and orchards are common places in Mendocino that Wildlife Services provides assistance. And livestock protection, when people think of livestock, they probably think of this nice dairy cow in a field on the left corner, but it's not uncommon for our specialists to arrive on scene to see what these other animals have gone through. This is where the investigation by wildlife professionals helps determine the damage was inflicted by either a domestic or a wild animal. Wildlife Services forms a plan and works with landowners to resolve the conflict. Earlier this year, I was actually on a call in another county, and we responded to where a permit had already been issued for a mountain lion. After our investigation and doing our necropsy on the lamb, we decided it actually wasn't a lion, it was a bear. And so we actually had the permit switched from a lion permit to a bear permit based on our observations and our investigation. And this is what Wildlife Services does. We pride ourselves on the detailed work that we do. Another growing thing in our program as well is disease surveillance and monitoring. Mendocino County in the last 20 years has done 989 disease samples, and half of those samples were from feral swine. The biggest concern is that feral swine is increasing in numbers in the U.S., which is, they estimate, around 5 million animals. It can transmit diseases to humans, livestock, pets, and wildlife. Feral swine are a major concern for Wildlife Services because of the property damage, disease concern, and are the fourth most common animal removed in Mendocino County. And then those that don't really know how the depredation permit process works, there's 9 wildlife species that require the depredation permit. And these are all issued by California Department of Fish and Wildlife. There has to be proof of damage, can be shown with either through a site visit, either photos, email, some sort to get to the biologist or the game warden. And if all reasonable measures have been taken by the landowner to protect their property, the department shall issue a permit for take. And this is one thing that one of our specialists, they really focus on. They want the people to do this work. They don't want to come out again and can remove another animal. So we want the landowners to take appropriate actions so that we don't see this from occurring again and have to remove more animals. And methods, number of take of animals, time period, and so forth are all on the permit issued to the landowner, not to Wildlife Services. And one other thing, like when there is a depredation permit, CDFW does not allow relocation of wildlife. And then field innovation, adaptation. There's a lot of new tools that Wildlife Services has tried over the years to try to reduce loss and damage from offending animals. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. Our staff's among the best, modifying equipment and making it work for a specific location. So here's just a few pictures of some of the ones that we've been trying out, different fencing projects, flags, the fox lights, the one-way exclusion doors like I talked about earlier, the turbo flagery, which is on the left-hand side. It's a electric fence with a red flagging that hangs from it. We also just recently hired, for the first time in California Wildlife Services history, we hired a 25-year veteran employee who's actually running this non-lethal program. This is one of the tools that they've really been changing and adapting and making it work to prevent loss of livestock. The public education outreach is something that Wildlife Services does a lot these days. We presented at many different groups over the years, fish and game meetings, board of supervisor meetings, predator workshops, the vertebrate pest conference, festivals, schools, scout camps, and so on. And this is something that Wildlife Services offered to the Mendocino Board of Supervisors, Ag Department, with the new Wildlife Services contract. We would rather be proactive and educate the citizens of Mendocino County before problems arise. So some of the things we talked about a little bit earlier that were banned. So 1998, Prop 4 banned sodium cyanide, compound 1080, and padded leg hold traps or foothold traps. So Wildlife Service employees haven't been using these for years. Padded leg hold traps are used on human health and safety calls and the protection of threatened and endangered species here in California. I'm not sure if people know this, but the Audubon Society was actually the group that filed the lawsuit to bring back padded foothold traps for teeny species protection. Wildlife Services doesn't condone any form of animal cruelty and holds all our employees responsible for adhering to department standards and directives. Wildlife Services obtains written agreements for all work conducted. We just don't show up on your property and do work without the consent of the landowner or the leasee. All the traps that I told you about earlier that I've been discussing throughout this presentation are all AFWA, which is Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Best Management Practice Tools. Conibears are body gripping traps typically used for beaver work. No conibears have been used in Mendocino County for the take of beavers, and Wildlife Services has never killed a beaver in Mendocino County. Wildlife Services follows the AVMA, which is the American Veterinary Medical Association guidelines for euthanasia. Our staff goes through annual training that's conducted by licensed veterinarians. And in the last 20 years, only 10 birds have actually been removed in Mendocino County, none of which have been euthanized with cervical dislocation, even though it is an approved AMA euthanasia method. So with that, I'm very grateful that you guys gave me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm hoping this maybe clears up some questions about the Wildlife Services program. And at this time, I'm welcome to any questions from the board.
All right, if you could take that slide off, that way I can see the full screen of participants.
Only 10 birds.
Okay, are there, Ag Commissioner Donnelly, are you on the line now?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you have anything to add to this?
Chair Hashtag, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. Mr. Millsaps, would you please unshare your screen?
Okay, oh, here we go.
Yeah, okay.
Unshare.
I think it says end.
Stop sharing. Stop sharing.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
All right, sorry about that. It's our first
It's okay.
time.
Yeah, it's all good. Good job.
Ag Commissioner Donnelly.
This is he.
Did you have anything to add to this?
Well, I could answer questions if somebody has them for me, but I thought that was a pretty good presentation to help understand where Wildlife Services is and their operations as they stand today. They offer a pretty good service for the community, and we're here to protect wildlife and protect our community from attacks that nature might bring upon us.
All right, so we'll go to the board and see if there's any questions, because we have a lot of public comment. So
I have a question.
Supervisor Williams.
So I'm curious about the cost recovery structure in other areas, because I look at this and I want to support ranchers and give them tools that are effective. that will allow them to stay sustainable. But it looks like almost $1 million handout to one sector. And this is at a time we don't give it, I don't think we give $1 to ambulance service. And we don't have COVID testing on the coast during a pandemic at any reasonable level. And we cite lack of funds. We can't do it. We don't have money. But here we are spending almost $1 million over the life of the contract. How do other counties handle this? Is there a cost recovery plan so that the program becomes self-supporting?
This is Jim Donnelly, Agricultural Commissioner. I found very few counties that do have cost recovery programs where they charge user fees for people who need the services. Most of the counties that do offer or do charge a very small fees and collect a very small amount. Butte County, I think, bring in about $5,000 for their program, and their program costs them around $80,000 every year. Sacramento County, the fees is about the same, and Plumas County, they collect very little money. I couldn't find any other counties that had fee systems for wildlife services. But we do get unclaimed gas tax, and usually that's 39 or 40% return on the net county cost. So if the program was to cost $160,000, we'd get $40,000 or 40% back on that as it stands today. There's a little more money that comes back because of additional gas tax that was put on for the road system since Governor Brown was in power. But we did have a fee structure up until 2018, and it was very similar to the other counties that also charge fees. We just have the USDA service agent, when he goes out to do a job, to give an invoice to the client, and then we can have them pay the Ag Commissioner's office back to recuperate some of the costs. And the board really can set up their own fee structure however they would like, if they would like to charge more for the service. There's also ranch fees where ranchers will pay a certain amount of money every year for services rendered throughout the year. And then some of the work they do is for disease and for human safety. And so if there was an animal that was threatening human life, maybe we'd want to consider whether or not we want to charge a fee for that. Or if they were out to do disease work, there might not be anybody to charge for the services rendered.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so I'd like to follow up with Ag Commissioner Jim Donnelly. So you're saying that your department, the Ag Department, receives funds from the state that will reimburse, it sounds like 40% or more of the cost of the program, and that the board has in the past approved a fee structure that can bring in revenue. And for clarification, the board never ended the fee collection. The fees stopped being collected when the service ceased to exist in Mendocino County. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, my understanding is the program ended in 2015, but the fees were still on the books up until 2018.
But the fees were not removed. The fees were not removed by an action of the board. The program doesn't exist. So the board has every authority to reinstate fees.
Yeah, that Jim Donnelly, Ag Commissioner. Yeah, that's my understanding. That I don't know why it wasn't on the fee schedule for 2019, but I don't. I think it would be a different department that would decide whether or not the fees could be established. But I personally don't see any reason why we can't just go ahead with those fees as they were, or change them however the board would like.
And then I have a question for Mr. Millsaps. He talked about, or his presentation included some chemicals, poisons that were banned in California 22 years ago in 1998. I've received emails, and I'm assuming other supervisors have received emails. They actually look like form letters in some cases, but where people are urging me to vote against the contract, and they cite these poisons that you mentioned. Do you have any understanding as to why they would reference a poison that was banned in California 22 years ago? Is it based, are you aware of it being used in some other county, or is it just bad information out there?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Derek Millsaps here. So maybe there's just maybe a misunderstanding. People haven't done the research into that. Every single county in California has banned all the use of 1080 and sodium cyanide. So there's nothing going on in our program. I don't know if there's any illegal operations going, but it has nothing to do with wildlife services.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
A number of the comment letters came from out of state. I don't know what occurs out of state.
All right. Anything else, Supervisor Jurdy?
That's it for me right now, although I think Supervisor Hashak, you and I might mention to the board and the public, give them an update on the work of our ad hoc committee.
Right. I think that'd be totally appropriate. Do you want to lead that off?
Sure. We had several meetings and visited a site in Sonoma County, the Sonoma Wildlife Rescue Program, to look at board direction to look at a supplemental service here in Mendocino County. It is our objective to create a supplemental service in Mendocino County that is exclusively non-lethal. Understanding that the U.S. Wildlife Service program is maybe 95% non-lethal. Most of their calls are not lethal. But the program in Sonoma County, it looks promising. The director of that agency is willing to come up to Mendocino County and speak with interested parties here who might be interested in starting such an enterprise. I felt making some good progress. But then with COVID, I know that Supervisor Hashak and I were both diverted. A substantial amount of our time was diverted. But we did circle back in the last 4 weeks with Ag Commissioner Jim Donnelly. And I'm hoping that as part of any direction we give today, that we would also be directing the Ag Commissioner to schedule a meeting with interested parties. Now, these days it would have to be done with a Zoom meeting. And including interested citizens, interested nonprofits, but also pest control companies here in Mendocino County who might be interested in taking on additional services that are not currently provided by the pest control companies, because it's my understanding that none of the pest control companies in Mendocino County currently will deal with mammals larger than rats. So skunks, raccoons that get into houses, barns. That's a significant number of the calls that U.S. Wildlife receives. It's a significant number of the calls that Sonoma Wildlife Rescue receives. And it is possible that one or more of the pest control companies with some kind of subsidy and encouragement from the County of Mendocino might take on that supplemental service here in Mendocino County. And so I would hope that whatever we do today, that we include a direction to the Ag Commissioner to schedule an open invitation to people to meet and discuss this, perhaps business opportunity here in Mendocino County. Do you have anything else to add to that, Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of potential for, entrepreneur, like you said, to do some of these non-lethal exclusionary treatments and putting the one-way doors on the houses or whatever it is that would, people dealing with the raccoons or skunks underneath their house, which seems like for me, it's a problem that needs to be dealt with, and people want to deal with it. And there's a business there. You know, if I have a rattlesnake in my house or underneath my deck, you know, I might want someone to come out and deal with it. And so, you know, I've recently seen a business startup like that. So we would be looking at some of these other issues that people have, especially in our towns, that need to be dealt with. And hopefully, you know, we could start up a business and have this alternative, non-lethal kind of exclusionary tactics being used. I guess I have a question to Ag Commissioner Donnelly, is that since we haven't had the program in the last several years, you know, do you know how many people have gotten depredation permits, you know, from CDFW, and what that looks like? You know, so have we had a surge of people having to go out and get these depredation permits on their own? Since we since we haven't had the wildlife services in the last several years.
Supervisor Haschek, I would have to contact CDFW and see if that information is available to me and get back with you on that one.
Okay. Do you know the process for getting a depredation permit?
I think Wildlife Services would better answer that. But my understanding is they contact the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and fill out a form and explain what their situation is, and the Fish and Wildlife decides if they're going to issue the permit or not.
Okay. Does Mr. Millsap, does Wildlife Services have to go through that same process?
So depredation permits, no, this is Derek Millsap. So depredation permits are not issued to Wildlife Services. They're actually issued to the landowners. So, or the leasee, or the person that called in, or it could be someone watching the property. They fill out a wildlife incident report with CDFW, and then either ourselves, Wildlife Services, CDFW biologists, or warden will go out and investigate and figure out if a depredation permit should be issued. And like during my presentation, there's certain factors that have to go in place before they'll actually issue a permit. Are they practicing, the best management practices by fencing, night penning? Are they, what kind of, there's visual audio devices as well. So there's a lot of things that look at before they'll actually issue a depredation permit.
Okay. And then I guess I had a question about the traps. And if an animal is trapped, whether it be a skunk or a raccoon or a bear or mountain lion, what happens to that animal? Are those removed?
All animals that we trap, and we will actually, when we do go out to a call and we fill out paperwork with them, one of the main things we let them know is we do not relocate wildlife. And there's multiple reasons for that. But one of the main one is it's the California Department of Fish and Wildlife policy. So all animals, before we even set equipment, we let them know that it's going to be euthanized. And one of those, and it's usually from the use of firearms.
So even if it's a skunk, it's a raccoon, it's a mountain lion, it doesn't matter. It's going to be euthanized.
It's going to be euthanized. There's some rare cases that will help CDFW with maybe like a no harm, no foul bear, something like that. There's rare cases, but it has to be approved through the state.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, Supervisor Brown.
I think there's 2 points, and perhaps Wildlife Services can respond to this. But first of all, with raccoons, no one can relocate raccoons. I think that is in state regulation. And I also believe that in state regulation, if you catch wildlife harming your livestock, and it's in the act, you can actually take care of that, the marauder, whatever animal that may be, and call after the fact. But I would have Wildlife Services comment back on that.
Yes, and that's true. It's the encounter law. And what we recommend, you should notify CDFW within 72 hours, and that's their policy.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor, Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question for Mr. Millsap. Maybe 6 months ago, I was at a community discussion with hosted by Audubon Society, where they had, I believe it was a retired CDFW employee giving a talk about apex predators like mountain lions. And I thought he said that in the last recent years, 4, 5, 6 years, that the state of California has required additional steps that were non-lethal prior to CDFW issuing a property owner a depredation permit for mountain lions. So that let's say in the past you had to show you took 2 steps, now you have to show that you took 3 steps that were non-lethal. Does that is that what your understanding is, or is it something similar to that?
Yeah, Derek Millsaps. So yeah, it's constantly changing for lions right now. They're just issued a memorandum from CDFW, which I haven't really read in detail. I just got it yesterday. For Region 1, currently, department states that they will not issue a lethal take permit on the first incident. They'll issue a 10-day non-lethal permit. And there'll be things in there as well that the resource owner needs to do. It could be fixed fence, like I said, all these different things that we recommend, night penning. If they follow those things and make those repairs and they have another depredation within 10 days, they will issue, from how I understand it, they'll issue a lethal permit after that. And that's in Region 1. So each region's a little different in the state. Yeah, so it's a little bit different. Some of the stuff you might have heard about the 3 strikes, they call it 3 incidents now, is more Southern California. But for here in Northern California, in Region 1, it starts off with a non-lethal permit, and they'll write on there what you're allowed to do, less than lethal bullets, chase with dogs, chase with ATV. They put different things in there, but they will not issue a lethal depredation permit unless the depredations happen within that 10 days. If it happens on the 11th day, from how I understand it, is they'll issue another non-lethal permit. Hopefully, does that answer your question?
I think so. I think what you're saying, what I heard at the lecture, and I think what you're saying is that the state of California's Department of Fish and Wildlife has made it less frequent and less common that they issue the depredation permits, because they want to see more effort shown that are non-lethal.
They're still issuing permits, but it's just instead of a lethal permit in the first round, it's a non-lethal permit. So it's the same exact piece of paper you would get for a lethal depredation permit. It just says non-lethal on them. So they could be issuing, I wouldn't know, we'd have to talk to CDFW if they're issuing more or less, but it's the same exact process. It just doesn't say lethal on the take on the first incident.
Chair Haschek?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
I have a question. There was a lot of public expression by email, all of which I've read. One stood out. This is a Mr. Scott Ward, and he submitted a letter talking about using his hounds to work with wildlife services in the past. And just quoting one sentence, he says, "The benefit of using specially trained dogs, as many wildlife services staff members do, is that the dogs will treat the mountain lion or bear without harm, so that a trained Fish and Wildlife employee can administer a tranquilizing dart to sedate the animal and relocate it to a safe environment, end quote. Is that accurate? Is that typical for wildlife services to relocate mountain lions and bears after tranquilizing?
That ultimate decision would come from CDFW.
Can you give us any rough stats in the past, a percentage? Is it 50-50 on relocation? What is the makeup? How would you apportion the relocations versus kills?
It's hard to give you a percentage because I'd have to look at how every permit that's issued is followed up if it was either take or no take. I could look at those numbers, but it's not going to be 50-50. It's like I said earlier, wildlife is rarely located for multiple reasons, for disease spread, territorial animals, moving the problem from one area to another. So there's a lot of good science there that says it's not a good thing to relocate the wildlife. And for mountain lions, I would say it's pretty rare. I can't think of very many cases. I think of one this year that happened up in Humboldt, but that was a rare exception.
All right. If there are no further
There's one recently in San Francisco, and it was relocated and ended up being hit by a car, went back into another area instead of the forest and was hit by a car, and I think it was on Highway 17, Santa Cruz.
All right. If there's no further questions right now, we'll go to public comment, since we have quite a few. And with public comments, since we have over 20 of them, we will limit you to 3 minutes, and the Deputy Clerk of the Board will cut the mic at 3 minutes. And that will be fair to everyone. So, all right. With that, we will go to Deputy Clerk of the Board, and you'll conduct the call-ins.
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board Atlas Pearson, and the first caller we have on the line is going to be Camilla Fox.
Good afternoon, supervisors. It's good to finally get to this issue. Many of us have been on many hours today. My name is Camilla Fox, and I'm the founder and executive director of Project Coyote. You've heard from dozens of our members and supporters urging you to end the contract with Wildlife Services. You've also heard from Project Coyote Science Advisory Board members as to why the indiscriminate killing of wildlife, and predators in particular, is not only ecologically reckless, but also often counterproductive. Scientific research demonstrates that non-selective removal of non-offending wild carnivores can destabilize populations and lead to increased breeding and pup survival, and ultimately to increased conflicts. The use of strangulation neck snares and other indiscriminate and cruel devices frequently employed by Wildlife Services is morally and ethically indefensible, as well as being completely unnecessary when more effective, non-lethal methods and models exist. In fact, Wildlife Services has proposed to expand its lethal arsenal in the county to include neck ringing, cervical dislocation, and the use of CO2, all of which can cause extreme pain and suffering. Non-target animals, including companion dogs and cats, as well as threatened and endangered species, frequently fall victim to Wildlife Services lethal methods. One Wildlife Services trapper in Mendocino admitted to killing more than 400 dogs over a 10-year period. We've heard arguments that Wildlife Services there would be no agency without Wildlife Services, there would be no agency to control rabies in the county. This is simply not true. The two most common species to carry rabies in California are bats and skunks, and any rabid animal situation is handled by the California Department of Public Health, most often in conjunction with a local animal control department. Furthermore, if a wild animal poses a public safety hazard, for example, if a bear or a mountain lion appears in a populated area, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife is the responsible responding agency, often with the assistance of local law enforcement. A county contract with Wildlife Services is not needed to address these situations. We urge you to reject renewal of this contract and
30
to seek more
seconds.
effective and humane alternatives for addressing human-wildlife conflicts, as Marin County and other communities have done successfully in recent years. And as always, Project Coyote offers our support in pursuing this new path forward. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Atlas. Do we have the next caller?
Yeah, the next caller on the line is Carol Misseldine.
Okay, and just a reminder that everyone will get a 30-second left notice from Atlas, and then we'll be cut off at three minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Carol Misseldine, and I live in Ukiah. I once again emphatically urge you to permanently terminate your contract with Wildlife Services. My written comments to you provide scientific documentation that non-lethal techniques are more effective and less expensive in protecting livestock than lethal techniques. So I will not go into a lot of detail on those topics, except to remind you and the listening audience that scientific studies on this issue continue to reach the same conclusion that the University of Wisconsin study found, which I shared with you, which is, and I quote, "Non-lethal methods are more effective than lethal methods in preventing carnivore predation on livestock. At least 2 lethal methods, including government culling and regulated public hunting, were followed by increases in predation on livestock." But what I want to focus on today is the culture of intimidation and harassment that is a hallmark of Wildlife Services. You have already received a written statement from my friend and colleague Gowan Batiste, a rancher in Casper. She, Camilla Fox, and I were interviewed by the Ukiah Daily Journal about the Wildlife Services contract issue in an article published on July 12th. As she notes in her statement, within hours of publication, Gowan and her father received harassing phone calls from Mendocino County Wildlife Services trapper Chris Brennan, although he attempted unsuccessfully to disguise his identity on both calls. We have long known that Brennan kills lots of wildlife and domestic dogs, and there have long been whispers of Brennan's use of harassment, intimidation, and retaliation. Many people are so fearful of Brennan that they refuse to come forward with what they know about his immoral and repugnant behavior. No one should be subject to such threatening and intimidating behavior, ever. And do not be lulled into believing that Brennan is just one bad actor. For years, investigative reporters, including Tom Knudsen of the Sacramento Bee, have been documenting that this pattern of unethical behavior is systemic and culturally embedded within the agency. Mr. Millsaps highlighted some of the cruelest killing methods they no longer use in California, such as M44s and body gripping traps. But they've only stopped using those methods in California because they have been forced to by law. Wildlife Services continues to use these sadistic methods in other areas of the country. Public dollars should not be used to support this immoral and secretive agency. Organizations in neighboring counties have offered Mendocino County their services in establishing a non-lethal program here, and the Mendocino Non-Lethal Wildlife Alliance and Project Coyote continue to signal our commitment to working with the board to develop a program that provides non-lethal services for ranchers and urban dwellers.
30 seconds.
Please vote to terminate the contract with Wildlife Services today so that tomorrow we can get started on the development of a program that adheres to the science of ecosystems and fosters coexistence. You will be supported in that decision by the science and by the public, demonstrated by the almost 1,500 people who have signed our Stop the Killing Now petition. Thank you.
All right, and I just like to remind callers to try to keep it to the issues at hand, which is the contract. Thank you. Atlas?
The next caller on the line is Donald Lipmanson.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. This proposed cooperative services agreement brings us to a moral crossroads. The CSA claims that the IWDM manages, quote, conflicts caused by predators and other nuisance wildlife. That's wrong. The conflict arises from human entry into wildlife habitat, native wildlife habitat, and human transformation of the ecosystems. In other words, you're blaming, not you, but the contract misattributes the responsibility to the predators rather than recognizing the responsibility of humans. You've got data and peer-reviewed publications talking about the effectiveness of non-lethal methods and that the ineffectiveness of killing predators in terms of preventing livestock losses. Most proponents of the lethal techniques offer only anecdotes and historic beliefs, not hard evidence. The majority of the public has expressed its desire for a healthy population of wildlife, especially mountain lions, coyotes, and bears. The Sonoma County, Doris Duncan from Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue appeared before you, and you've been in several of you have been in a lot of communication with her, and she has offered a lot of effective techniques that I'm very pleased to hear the supervisors discussing. Mendocino County now has an opportunity to set up a non-lethal program under your Animal Care Services agency that would involve exclusion and deterrence of wildlife. And this is the route I believe we should go. Wildlife Services wants $160,000 from the county, and that money could be better spent by directing much of it to your own animal care services and another portion to pressing public safety needs and health needs to COVID prevention. You have a moral choice here. You've heard the idealized and sanitized description of Wildlife Services activity from Mr. Millsaps, a good presentation, I grant you, but you've also got the comments describing what are relevant, the threats and thuggish behavior of a current Wildlife Services trapper. We need to face that reality. Please make the right decision here and have Mendocino County do better both for its wildlife and our public. Reject the contract, assign the task of reducing human-wildlife conflicts to an in-house agency that you oversee, control, and can supervise. Thank you.
All right, the next caller on the line is Sue McKinney.
Thank you, supervisors. Chairman Hashak and supervisors, this is my first opportunity to use this system, and I want to compliment you. A few bumps, but it really works quite well. And my extended family and I, 4 generations, have been in business on the North Coast for many, many years. And it seems clear, if we're learning anything from the COVID situation that's going on, we need to take the message home that the earth and Mother Nature can do just fine without us. It's up to us to find out how to coexist with nature. And if the law isn't crystal clear on this subject right now, the ethics and the moralities are clear. The public should not be financing lethal means where non-lethal means can get the job done more effectively and more economically. Especially, we're going to be facing extreme fiscal challenges coming up because COVID is not going away anytime soon. So although the regulations are in place for Wildlife Services to use non-lethal means, the evidence appears to be a bit thin that that's actually their priority, where you now have the power to vest that money in local agencies that can pursue practices that are working well in neighboring counties, such as Sonoma, Santa Cruz, Santa Monica, down in Southern California. So I thank you for the time, and I look forward to a vote coming up that will see a different result than we've seen in the past. Thank you.
The next caller on the line is Rosebud Ireland.
Hello, Chair and the Board. My name is Rosebud Ireland. I'm calling on 5H, the Wildlife Service Program. I'm a biologist with the Mendocino Non-Lethal Wildlife Alliance. I've been a resident of Mendocino County since 2002, and I've been learning the hidden truths of wildlife service since soon after arriving here. Respectfully, Board, we know the science says to end the Wildlife Service contract today, but perhaps that's not why you haven't ended the contract yet. We wildlife advocates are not the enemy. We are respectful Mendo mothers, fathers, teachers, healers, farmers, and ranchers who've embraced the ancient time-tested model of prioritizing non-lethal methods to deal with human-wildlife conflicts. We are multi-generational family farms and ranches, gratefully sharing, handing down the knowledge of wildlife habits and successful non-lethal interaction. We hold ourselves accountable if a native carnivore kills one of the trusting animals under our watch. We own up and make adaptive non-lethal corrections to protect for the future. And we all share a love for Mendocino and are concerned for the good of all of us. We are the School of Adaptive Ag in Ukiah, Strong Roots, Potter Valley, Green Uprising, Willits, Happy Day Farms Ranch, Laytonville, Wentworth Winery and Ranch, Elk, Fortunate Farm, Casper, and too many more to name here. And we are working together with wildlife experts and ranchers to create and implement a new paradigm in Mendocino, a locally administered program that reaches out to everyone to foster education and to train people in successful exclusionary techniques for problem animals. I lived right in Chris Dead Dog Brennan's neighborhood for 18 years, and I've learned that the pleasure he commonly takes in inflicting cruelty and extreme displeasure to not only wildlife, but to over 400 domesticated dogs and their people is merely indicative of the many wildlife service agents who uphold the backcountry mantra, shoot, shovel, and shut up. He's hidden behind the Mendo green cannabis curtain where he's threatened to turn mom and pop growers in if they tell his truth. An undercover investigation of him by wildlife services merely warned him to cover his tracks better. Talk about a public health and safety issue? Mendocino's a big county. 2 wildlife service agents do the math. The reported kill numbers show the 2 agents do not efficiently nor effectively handle all the human-wildlife conflicts that arise, even if they were trying both to act as humanely as possible, but they're not. The very first words Mendo Trapper number 2, Gary Johnson, said to me last year was, "I love M44s." Wow,
30
an
seconds.
excruciating death. Way to go, Gary. Mendo, we can do better. County health, ambulances, schools, etc., versus money for a subsidized wildlife service killing machine. Really? We can do better, yes? Supervisors, please bring us out of the dark ages. Inspire your children. Just say no to wildlife services. Please don't bring it back to Mendo. Wildlife services can say whatever they want about oversight, but it's obviously not working.
All right, caller, your time is up, and the next on the line is Devin Jones.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Board. Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And just for reference, we did submit written comments on this item as well as comments over the last several years regarding the process that got us here to date. And first, I would just like to state kind of a general fact, but people are part of the environment. Respect for wildlife and proactive measures are required. However, people aren't going away, so there will continue to be interactions and conflicts, and at times lethal methods are going to be necessary. Just as reference, I went back, there are some Department of Fish and Wildlife statistics online to answer Supervisor Haschak's questions, and the data that's available regarding consistent permitting. So for 2017, we had 21 issued depredation permits for black bears, 12 were taken. 2018, 6 were issued, 1 was taken. Mountain lions, 2018, 13 were issued, 4 were taken. 2019, 10 were issued, 4 were taken. 2016 through 17, 421 wild pigs. So we do have a process in place. However, there are consistent challenges that are even happening with getting depredation permits and having the trained ability to handle those. So in the past, and ranchers and or members of the public have utilized both these services for the Department of Fish and Wildlife in coordination with wildlife services to work through that depredation permit process. In the EIR, you can actually reference the graphs that are there regarding the number of technical technical controls versus technical assistance. So those numbers would be something worth reviewing. Oversight. In the contract that is before you today, there are actual additional language that you should reference in terms of the ability for the board to do a few things. One, it says that to provide biannual updates to the county through the Agricultural Commissioner regarding the various assistance that has been provided. In my 11 years, very seldom has that report come back to the board. I think that this board has the ability to work through the Ag Department to bring those reports back on a biannual basis to discuss what is happening with the program. Second, there's an opportunity to provide an option to the county to request public outreach meetings by Wildlife Service staff to discuss various ways of resolving wildlife interaction issues. Again, in my 11 years of being here in this position, this board has never taken that opportunity to do so. And I would encourage both of those actions to be taken. Finally, services are not just about predators and livestock.
30
this is
seconds.
a frustration that keeps being brought forward. And I would encourage you to look at the variable services in your records that wildlife services have provided to this county. We encourage you to move the action forward today. Thank you.
All right, the next caller on the line is Gowan Baptiste.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Gowan Baptiste. I'm a Mendocino County sheep rancher. I'm part of the new generation here.
Ms. Baptiste, we can't hear you very well. Can you speak up or?
Yes, I can speak up. Is this better?
It's a little bit better, not great.
Unfortunately, that's kind of our rural situation.
Okay, that's better.
I'm a Mendocino County sheep rancher. Several of the farms that Rose mentioned, she got their starter flocks for me. And I was part of an interview by the Ukiah Daily Journal on July 12th, where I shared some of our methods that we've been able to use successfully and their track record, which is 0 coyote losses in 5 years, despite being on the board of the state forest with a large population. And since that article, I have been harassed by a wildlife services employee. A question that I have for the board is, are these tactics endorsed by the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors? Are they endorsed by wildlife services? Is this the kind of harassment that we can expect if this contract is renewed? I find it deeply ironic that the predator that I am forced to protect my livelihood, personal safety of my animals from, is wildlife services, not wildlife. Before, the issue of the use of non-lethal means has been one of professional and personal estimate. I don't believe private businesses should receive a public subsidy to prop up their poor management. I know firsthand that it's to run a business grazing here without using wildlife services. Yes, and most current agrees. But now a personal layer has been added. The enabling culture of this organization and its abusive employees has been revealed to me. Apparently, this is what you can expect for daring to suggest that native animals be allowed to exist in their native territory, and that there are more effective methods for coexistence than indiscriminate killing. I am very disappointed in the positions that have enabled and allowed this behavior to continue for decades. The choice of whether or not the conduct shown by this organization is deserving of county tax dollar support and legitimization is one that is left to the Board of Supervisors today. And believe me when I say that I will judge you personally and professionally by that choice.
30 seconds.
The choice on this land for the native animals is mine, as is the choice to be intimidated or not. And to that, I have this to say: I live comfortably shoulder to shoulder with lions. I absolutely will not fear any man on any day, and I will not be shut up. Thank you.
All right, the next caller is Diana Lakeland.
Hello, Chair Hashek and members of the board. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important agenda item. My name is Deanna Lakeland. I am the State Policy Associate and Staff Biologist for the Mountain Man Foundation. I represent, with the foundation, we represent over 8,000 supporters nationwide. We are in very strong opposition of this contract renewal with Wildlife Services. Studies have shown that the indiscriminate killing of wildlife does not resolve conflict, and in many cases actually increases conflict. We encourage the county to work with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to resolve conflict, as they are the agency in our state that is assigned to wildlife conflict mitigation. I wanted to clarify in regards to mountain lions, the questions earlier about the 3 strikes policy. Under Fish and Game Code 4801.5, depredation permits are to be issued on a non-lethal basis first. For those that are unaware, EDFW has now extended the 3-step policy for acquiring a lethal depredation permit to cover the entire state, not just Southern California. This means that CDFW shall issue a depredation permit. However, they will first issue a non-lethal permit for take. Non-lethal permits allow for non-lethal take, such as pursuit, capture, including but not limited to the use of secure enclosures and livestock guardian animals. If non-lethal methods have been tried and the property owner takes the action to protect their animals and another depredation occurs, the regional manager should analyze and determine whether additional non-lethal take measures and recommendations should be pursued, and if so, issue a second non-lethal permit. If not, and the regional manager documents why a second non-lethal permit is not feasible, then the regional manager has the discretion to either A, use a structured process to consider translocation, or B, to issue a lethal permit upon confirmation that the property owner wishes to receive such a permit. Pursuit of predators after the depredation has occurred often leads to the killing of the wrong individual. Social structures are disrupted when predators are indiscriminately killed, and thus conflict often increases. Citizens or community members in Mendocino should be contacting CDFW directly rather than going through Wildlife Services to then have them call CDFW. There is no need for this contract. Humboldt, Shasta, Siskiyou, Monterey, and Sonoma counties have all terminated, suspended, or considered the environmental effects of their contracts after conservationists and others have filed or threatened legal action. We ask that you do not move forward with this contract, and thank you for your consideration.
All right, the next caller is Carol Lillis.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Carol Lillis, and I ask, at a time when LA County citizens are raising $87 million, 20% paid by tax dollars and 80% by private donations, hoping to fend off exclusion of mountain lions and other species by building a wildlife crossing over a Southern California freeway, at a time when such a project has gained almost universal support, at a time when Caltrans hopes that such a project will inspire others across the state to do the same, at a time when such projects are common in Western Europe and Canada, at a time our neighboring counties, Sonoma and Marin, have ended their contracts with Wildlife Services and have implemented non-lethal wildlife programs that have proven more effective, far less costly, and more ecologically sound than lethal wildlife services, at a time when progressive counties throughout our country have paid attention to the science and are ending their contracts with Wildlife Services to replace them with non-lethal wildlife management services. At this time in our history, why would you, our representatives, even consider the bloody torture and slaughter of wildlife, lives that are a viable part of Mendocino County ecosystem? And renewal of this contract to kill will cost taxpayers $160,000 when non-lethal wildlife programs cost taxpayers far less, save lives, protect the delicate balance of our ecosystem, and joins a worldwide moral, ethical, and humane movement to manage and protect wildlife. You've been sent a link to our petition, which has been signed by close to 1,500 people, all of whom are deeply concerned about wildlife. I encourage you to read their thoughtful comments. And in closing, after reading letters supporting renewal of Wildlife Services contract, I see there is a misconception about non-lethal wildlife management programs. We do understand that there are a few exceptions when a trapper must be called in. If an animal is rabid or sick, if an animal is a threat to human life, or after all feasible non-lethal methods are exhausted, as determined by a professional exclusion technician. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Chair Haschek, we have 3 unidentified telecommenters on the line. We're going to bring them in one at a time and ask them to please state their names for the record. caller, will you please identify yourself and state your name for the record?
With the phone number ending in 253.
Okay, next caller. Caller, please identify yourself. Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, this is Paul Truett, former Mendocino County Fish and Game Commissioner for 10 years. Good afternoon, board. How are you? So I've heard the testimonies today. It sounds like good press with bad facts. I've heard arguments about gruesome exercises and anti-science sadism, pain and suffering, slaughtering of apex predators, and indiscriminate killing. I'm not really sure what that's all about because Wildlife Services just got done doing a fantastic presentation that USDA is 95% non-lethal. So where's the data that is that this practice of lethality happens? So I'm looking at the data that we fundamentally have heard from the opponents like Project Coyote and the other groups. They're not based in facts. We have a CEQA document that says on page 110 that the professionals that did this study and looked at Wildlife Services and the Integrated Wildlife Damage Program said that the lethal usage is less than significant. So I'm asking, where are these facts of this lethal program? If Mendocino County supervisors are not going to trust the CEQA document, which is a state document, then why are we going to entrust our tax dollars to pay for a state-recognized program for nothing? Project Coyote and others have no relevant programs to compare Mendocino County to. They only offer small hobby farms, flocks, or programs which only exist in small rural properties. So we're talking about thousands of acres of grazing land where cows predominantly roam and cannot be protected by guard dogs and sheltered at night. It's impossibility. Project Coyote has no current standardized data to evaluate or compare to Mendocino County, only stories of unrelated small close quarter refuge-like properties where it's almost impossible for a predator to enter. USDA collects data. CEQA has effectively concluded that killing or lethal methods is so small that it was deemed less than significant. So again, we hear the propaganda from these other groups that say that the Wildlife Services program is a killing machine or a lethal killing machine. It's 95% non-lethal. It's so small that it was deemed less than significant. Project Coyote and these other groups are continuing to disingenuously misrepresent the facts. They cannot truthfully tell us about Mendocino's issues because they don't have anything experienced in Mendocino County except for these little small hobby farm refuge-like farms.
30 seconds.
So I'd like to give an example of how are we going to electrically set up an electric mesh fence on, say, the Myard Ranch of 5,000 acres, Island Mountain Ranch of 1,000 acres, or ranches such as the Lone Pine of 53,000 acres. How are we going to set up shelters? How are we going to set up guard dogs on a 53,000 acre ranch that has no possible way of being protected by guard dogs? Guard dogs are expensive. Fences will never keep out apex predators. You can fence an entire 53 out.
Okay, and we have one more caller on the line. Caller, if you could please identify yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Please state your name for the record.
Okay. This is Dale Briggs. Afternoon, Supervisors and Chairman Haschek. I wanted to also speak in support of the Wildlife Service contract. This service is vital and should be available for the whole community. One thing we haven't heard much is, and we can't forget, is these animals are reproducing yearly, year after year. I'm sure some will not survive, or worse yet, will be forced to adjust their hunting areas. To where? Move closer within populated areas? Hope not. Have seen numerous news reports of mountain lions, coyotes roaming in neighborhoods and streets this year alone. Another issue that proponents also like to say is taxpayer dollars are being used to subsidize a small group of people, for example, ranchers and livestock owners. I say that's totally false. This service is provided for all and for the benefit of the community as a whole. We also have many important government services that are used by a few but supported by all of us, such as police, sheriff, fire protection, city streetlights, county jails, school taxes, to name a few. These services provide a benefit for the community and are paid by taxes from all of us. We also here, I would also like to say we support businesses and homeowners with support from law enforcement, fire services, and such if called upon, with no fees for these services. Without this, our community will slowly change as large property owners continue to face taxation and loss of income due to wildlife issues. They will have to make hard choices. Maybe that will be to take matters into their own hands, or the risk of because of the risk of property damage or livestock damage. Or maybe they'll just subdivide and sell their land. This, of course, will take away more wildlife habitat and possibly increase dangerous interactions. It also will increase fire danger with the loss of fuel controls. And I applaud those supervisors who are standing by this contract and going to be supportive of it. And I look forward to your vote. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have another caller on the line. Caller, if you could please identify yourself. Caller, you're muted. If you could unmute yourself and please state your name for the record. *6.
The Deputy Clerk of the Board, I have a list of 9 people who signed up to call, but
Yes.
those people, they haven't called in?
They have not called in, or we would have pulled them in for sure.
Okay, so we're looking for that one.
Chair Haschak.
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Can we call the 5:30 rule soon?
Yeah, we need to finish out this agenda item. Okay. So back to the board then. If we don't have any further callers.
No, we do not.
Okay. So back to the board.
So, Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. Wildlife in our nation is the responsibility of government, who oversees and regulates at both a federal and state level. But I wanted to share a little bit of history of the last 4 decades. And one of the history that I remember, and something I love to see, but it has disappeared. And that has to do with our deer herds. Where have they gone? They were always wonderful to see and prized here in Mendocino County. Occurrences of the past that Wildlife Services has helped Fish and Wildlife, Fish and Game of the Day, take care of right here in Mendocino County. And that has been, I remember, at least 3 rabies outbreaks. They help with the feral pigs that devastate the landscape and the environment. When they closed the Willits dump, where did those 30 bear go? And I know none of them were taken, but they were relocated out of areas. And that included one person who had their door taken out and people in the house, and here comes the bear. And I think Scott Ward's letter, I'd also like to point to that, appropriately talked about how contractors also work with Wildlife Services as well as Fish and Wildlife, the department. The wild dog packs, we all know that during the illegal marijuana grows all over, they use dogs. At the end of the season, they let those dogs go and they traveled in packs. They cause devastation, not only with wildlife, other wildlife, but livestock and domestic animals. I do remember Supervisor Williams, what occurred with a mountain lion on the coast. I think it was a couple of 3 times. It terrified the visitors. Some of the bed and breakfasts that had the llamas and other type of hobby farm animals, visitors even saw one killed in front of them. We've had lions in our community neighborhoods all over this county, and bears that end up on people's decks and porches all times of the day. I do remember one incident in Potter Valley just a few years back, and that was a mountain lion in the tree watching young children play at the elementary school before the bell rang for them to go in. We'd like to say the transfer of disease from animal to animal and to human beings is another issue that can take place, and it was stated earlier by Wildlife Services. They have taken care of those problems, even here locally. Wildlife Services, working with other government agencies and contractors, they work hard on those outbreaks. Currently, we are in a drought, and I think you've all seen more wildlife coming in out of the hills for food and water. And this is the same thing that happened back in 2013 and 14. In my opinion, we need Wildlife Services. Just as we have problem people in our society, we do have the same with wildlife in Mendocino County. We have a lot of diverse wildlife throughout our entire county. I think we need the Wildlife Services, the cost of the program. We may want to come back and revisit that and look at a fee schedule. But one of the speakers prior said that this service is available to everyone in the county, and when they need it, it is there to use. So it's just not agriculture, livestock, ranchers. It's everyone that takes services, and those are needed. But I certainly think we have missed the Wildlife Services. We have an EIR that we've approved. We've been sued in court. I could go on and on, but I want to move the recommended motion.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Any further comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is a tale of 2 programs. We've heard all of the public comment, and it's been extensive. Certain studies were recommended to me, and I did read those. One of them was a review of literature on the topic, and another one was a study of various farms in Eastern Cape Province of South Africa. And these are the kinds of things that are cited when people say the scientific evidence is in, and non-lethal methods are more effective and more cost-effective. And I found the review of literature and the study of the farms in South Africa to be unpersuasive, frankly. And there are indications by the authors of those, particularly the review of literature, that they're really kind of like-minded with many of the people who make bold assertions about the current program here without the facts to back it up. So you can state very articulately and convincingly that this program involves the indiscriminate killing of wildlife, that it's intended to exterminate, that it's killing threatened and endangered species, all of these other characterizations, which are actually unsupported by the facts. There's other important considerations that I focus on, and I thank the presenter for bringing out some of the facts, such as the emphasis on non-lethal methods, and that's borne out by the number of contacts for technical assistance. I appreciate the comments from Devin Jones detailing in recent years the number of depredation permits issued, the number of animals taken. There's certainly no wholesale indiscriminate slaughter. Some of the main things we have a lot of trouble with are feral hogs. And I've not heard of any convincing suggestion, and they generally don't even try to say that you can effectively control feral hogs, which do a lot of environmental damage, particularly if it's steep slopes. You might not care if they tear up a pasture on level ground, but when they're rooting up a steep hillside, it creates serious erosion problems. It's also a public health program to control skunks that are under somebody's house, which can be rabid. Another false comparison is to say that we can use the same methods here successfully that for which success is claimed in Marin or Sonoma. And information that I have is that these programs are not even as effective in Sonoma or Marin as is claimed, but to the extent they are, we're dealing with vastly different topography, often characterized by relatively open grasslands and rolling hills in Marin and Sonoma compared to the steep terrain more common in Mendocino County and the more varied flora. So one other very important aspect, and this was brought out by some of the comments last year from the public, it's the benefit of grazing on fuel reduction and therefore greater fire safety. So one of the public comments that I noticed, in 1962, there were 117,000 sheep grazing in Mendocino County. 1995, 16,000, and today 7,200. So grazing animals, particularly sheep, but also cattle, greatly reduce the fuel load of fast spreading fuels. So grasslands, fire just races through it. And my concern is if this program is part of what maintains a viable livestock industry, which I think is about a $20 million industry in the county. So there's the economic aspect as well. But if this program helps sustain that industry, that is helping keeping grazing animals on the ground, reducing the fuel load, potentially providing greater fire safety to all of us. So for all of the above reasons, I do support the motion. Thank you.
All right. And I'll just add that, I think that we all have shared values of not wanting to kill animals that we don't need to kill. And I've heard that from ranchers. I've heard it from people who live in town. And that's a shared value that I think people in Mendocino County have. At the same time, I think that we have ranchers out there that have situations that need to be taken care of, and I don't doubt that they are taking care of it. For these depredation permits that have been issued, that they are, dealing with animals attacking their herds or flocks, whatever it might be, and so, it's a question of people who don't want our tax dollars spent on these lethal methods, and is that right? Are there alternatives that we could look towards and figure out better ways of dealing with the skunks and raccoons underneath people's houses. I think there are, and I think that, this 5-year, their contract is just, it's too much. I think that we need to keep going in this, finding an alternative path for a lot of these situations that we're dealing with in our county. And I think that the ranchers, will get help, and we can help them with education and everything. And at the same time, certainly there are situations that require depredation permits, but I don't see us spending $160,000 a year for this program. Okay, any further comments from the board?
Yeah, I have one comment. Where did you get the 160,000? What I see in the agenda summary is 182,000.
Yeah, I noted that discrepancy too. And so I think the 160 has been cited several times, but it is 182, right?
160 is cited in the work plan. That's part of the contract, I believe. Perhaps Mr. Donnelly could clarify that.
Donnelly, Agricultural Commissioner. Jim Donnelly, Agricultural Commissioner. It's going to take a while to hire one of the trappers because he's no longer employed by the USDA Wildlife Services. So that time period is going to reduce the cost to $159,000, almost $160,000. That's the reason for the difference.
Okay. So seeing no further comments, we will go to a vote. Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
No.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
No.
And Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisors Haschak and Williams dissenting.
Okay. So moving on, Supervisor Williams, did you want to call the 5:30 rule?
Well, I would really like to attend the Pine Arena City Council meeting. They invited me, but do we have anything else that's pressing that can't wait?
Well, we have item 5I, which is the energy analysis of the jail. So I could ask staff, does that need to be dealt with this week or could it be put off a week?
Mr. Chair, Steve Dunnacliff, Deputy CEO. The primary issue with this item is that we've had Eric Padness, the county's architect, on standby for the majority of the day. So if there's any, we could be pretty brief in the presentation if that would be acceptable for your board, but certainly willing to defer to whatever you need.
Okay, is there anyone calling the 5:30 rule? Okay, hearing none, we'll continue on then. Okay. So this is item 5I, which is discussion and possible action regarding an energy analysis of mechanical systems for the county SB 844 jail expansion project. Sponsors are the Executive Office and the Sheriff Coroner.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Dunnacliff, Deputy CEO, available as well today is Sheriff Kendall, Captain Tim Pierce, and Eric Padness from Nocton Lewis, the county's architect. As you're aware, Mendocino County received a commitment of $25 million from the state to construct a new jail facility. The county has set aside $2.5 million as local match for the project with an estimated total project completion cost of $27.5 million at this time. On October 1st, the board requested additional information regarding installation and mechanical systems in the new building. And the purpose of this report was to compare mechanical system options based on their life cycle energy performance for the proposed 22,000 square foot facility and to consider the benefit of additional installation on the exterior walls. The highlight of the report is that it confirmed the current design and mechanical systems are the most cost-effective. However, information is presented through the report on electric heating options that are more expensive, but would reduce carbon emissions. A review of the report was completed by the county's Climate Action Advisory Committee, and a modified table is now available for the board and the public to reflect the City of Ukiah's suggested electrical cost assumptions and increased gas cost assumptions. This modified table did not fundamentally change the cost effectiveness of presented options. At this point, I'm going to turn this over to our architect, Eric Fadness, so that he can present the report. And clearly, with a late hour, Eric will do his best to run through this quickly to see if we can get some confirmation of board interest or direction on this item. And with that, I believe Eric will be able to share his screen and run through this.
Thank you, Steve. Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me today. I will keep this as brief as I possibly can. But first, let me share my screen in full screen mode. This is the report that was prepared. I believe you have all received a copy of it, so you're hopefully you've had a chance to review it.
And Eric, if I could stop you quickly, I think that we've got a clear screen. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm just going to jump right in and take you to the initial screen. Steve has already given you the overview of what the intent of the report was. Basically, we compared three systems to the three alternate systems to the current designed system, which is an all gas-fired heating system. So it uses natural gas to heat the building. Cooling is done with electricity. So that is the way it is currently. The three alternates we looked at, the initial alternate one was an air source heat pump system. The second alternate was a water source heat pump system. And the third alternate was a ground source heat pump system. So the air source is very similar in terms of the mechanical systems that we would use. It's very similar to the current design. However, it does require some additional equipment, which would be the heat pump, which would reside outside of the building. And we do have a diagram of what that would look like in the site plan. The water source system as an alternate looks at water source rather than air source. It does require more equipment than the current design and does create some complexities with redesign to make the system work. Not significant redesign, but some redesign of the current way air is distributed in the building. The third option, which is a groundwater source heat pump system, would be the most significant change from the design perspective, as it would require some wells, ground wells, basically, to tap into the Earth's natural temperature in order to use that temperature to heat and cool the building. So there would be some ground wells. We also have have a diagram of what the ground wells would look like on the site. Just a little bit of a caution on that. We have not studied the soils to know the effectiveness of the existing soils for the ground source system. So that would have to be done if there was a desire to look further into alternate three. All three of the alternates do affect the electrical systems of the building. It would increase the electrical load. If we're not using gas, we have to increase the electrical load. So there would be impacts to the size of the emergency power generator and the electrical systems overall. So those costs do get reflected in our analysis. We've also looked at the building envelope and the addition of insulation to the building. As you know, the building is not currently insulated. The insulation was, at least on the housing unit itself, the administration portion of the building and the roofs of the entire building are insulated. It would just be the walls of the housing unit itself that we're talking about. The walls are not currently insulated, but we looked at what the effectiveness would be to add the insulation. And, based on the heavy mass of the building, the CMU walls, this is a jail, so CMU is the construction of the exterior walls for security reasons. Because of that, the thermal mass of the building is already quite an effective insulator. And adding the additional layers of insulation, 2 inches of insulation, would not improve substantially the energy performance of the building. In fact, to add the insulation would just increase the payback. There's really no savings over time. It would take about 180 years before you'd see any payback on the investment to buy the insulation to apply to the building. So looking at table 1, this is the analysis. What the analysis shows, if you look at the very top line, the HVAC initial cost, you can see what the base cost is, a little under $1 million. And then you can see the cost of each of the alternates, alternate 1 being the closest to the current design. And then you can also see in the table the energy use for each of the designs, and then the costs, the energy costs and the maintenance costs of each of the current design and the alternates. Bottom line really is, if you look at the annual operating costs and energy costs, the 30-year life cycle costs, you can see there, it would increase the cost of the project over 30 years by 21.8% if you went with alternate 1. So as an alternate that doesn't use a carbon-based fuel, that would be probably the closest to the current design, even though it would be more costly at 21% increase to the current cost. And then from there, alternate 2 and alternate 3 just increase even further. And then also I'll just point out the site CO2, the carbon production of each of the alternates. Obviously, using gas heating systems would have the largest carbon output, but that is reduced with alternate 1, further reduced with alternate 2, and substantially reduced with alternate 3. And so I guess with that, Steve, I'll hand it back to you or hand it back to the board for questions.
And so, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Dunnicliff, and yeah, at this point, we'd be happy to turn this over to your board for any questions or comments. I think, Eric, and maybe you can clarify, I think that the table that you've displayed is the table that was not updated today, but the information and the results are substantially the same. Is that correct?
That is correct. Very, very little change in the 30-year life cycle cost. So obviously with slightly lower electrical rates from the city of Ukiah and an increase in the cost of natural gas, we updated the table based on those changes, and it did not make a significant difference in any of the cases, the base case or the alternate.
And if I may, Steve Dunnicliff, one more time, just to tee this up for the board as quickly as possible. It's the opinion of staff that, the base case is the most cost-effective proposal. If the board were interested in pursuing an electric option, alternate 1 appears to be the most logical based on the fact that the equipment for alternate 1 is already used in the county system as far as air source heat pumps. We believe that there's a $200,000 cost increase for alternate 1 based on the heat pump solution over the gas furnaces. There's a time delay of a month and a half to do a redesign. with a state mandated escalation factor that factors out to $120,000. And so if the board were interested in alternate one, it's not for a return on investment. I believe that your reasoning would need to be to reduce carbon. There would be a cost increase of $320,000 upfront, and there would be an annual maintenance cost increase of approximately $6,000 a year. And that can be seen on Table 1, where you have a $14,071 base case annualized maintenance and replacement cost, and a $20,000 annualized maintenance and replacement cost for alternate one. So with that, we'd be happy to turn this over to the board and be available for any questions.
So, Deputy CEO Dunnacliff, so you're saying it would cost $320,000 upfront, $6,000 per year. So over a 30-year, it'd be $180,000 extra with the annual cost, and so that'd be $500,000 over the 30-year.
So just to make sure that my rounding doesn't throw off the discussion, we do have life cycle costs increases. And so a 30-year life cycle cost increase from your Table 1, which I believe is still on the board screen, you can see as a 21.8% cost increase over 30 years from the base case to alternate one. And with the revised table that was provided to you today, that's reduced to 18.7%. So it is still significantly higher than the base case, but it is reduced when we incorporated assumptions as recommended by the Climate Action Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
Chair Haschak?
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
I'm concerned about the price increase. I'm also concerned that without one of the alternatives, we are effectively increasing the carbon footprint of county government. That's the message we're sending. So I would support alternative 1.
Okay, any further comment?
Yeah, Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I also support alternative 1. We did ask for an analysis many months ago, and I realized COVID got in the way, but it seems that actually with the recession, and I'll remind people that Caltrans is seeing bids coming in on average 20% below the engineer's estimate. Although we would be required to set aside some of our reserve funds for a possible increase in cost, we could actually find that the bids come in lower than the engineers estimated prior to COVID.
Okay, any further comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm also concerned about the cost increase, and I think these figures are detailed on Table 1, page 8 of the report, but I'd like to clarify what all is included in the life cycle cost. I'm assuming that does not include the annual additional cost in energy or operating. Could I get clarification on that?
Steve Dunnacliff, Deputy CEO. I'd prefer to defer to Eric Badness if he's available. If he's not, I can respond.
Yeah, Steve, I'm here. It's yes, maintenance and replacement costs. So ongoing maintenance of the mechanical systems and replacement costs over time, because the mechanical systems will need to be replaced within that 30-year time frame. And then in addition, you have above the annualized maintenance and replacement costs on Table 1, you have the annual cost of energy, the cost of the energy.
But the maintenance cost is included in the life cycle cost or not?
It is, yes.
Okay.
And another question about that is, you talked about month and a half delay for this project. Does that add extra cost to it, or how does that factor in?
Yes. So the month and a half delay is the time it will take to redesign the mechanical systems. So to change it from the current gas system to the all-electric alternate one system. So we've estimated that time frame to be a 1.5 month time frame. So that gets us back to where we are now with the completion of our design development drawings. That time frame, does have, any delay in the project will have cost impacts. Now, I understand that maybe the cost impacts aren't as significant as the 5% escalation that the state mandates. That may actually be lower today because of recession. However, what we're talking about is every month of delay potentially increases the cost of the system and the cost of the project.
Chair Haschak.
Supervisor Williams.
We have this analysis, which is attached to the item from the CAAC. And one of their findings is savings over the first 10 years of the new jail's operation will offset this equipment cost. Does staff agree with the assessment by the CAAC? And if not, is it possible to have a meeting of minds so that we have a single agreed upon projection?
Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. At this point, Nocton Lewis has incorporated a new cost estimates based on the suggestion and perspective of the CAAC. The revised table that has been made available to your board and to the public with this item does not significantly change the results of Nocton Lewis's first analysis and does not show a return on investment. So, as far as where the board would like to go from here, I leave that to your board. But it appears that this is an investment that would have a primary benefit of reducing carbon and not reducing costs.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so basically you're saying that the experts don't agree with the Climate Action Advisory Committee analysis, where they're claiming there's a cost saving over 10 years. Our experts are saying, no, you will reduce carbon, you will pay for it. Is that, in a nutshell, accurate?
Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. It's my understanding that that's in a nutshell accurate. There are some costs here that, we're talking about estimates and projections, and which is always difficult. And as Supervisor Jurdy has mentioned, it's possible that because the economy slowed down, that construction costs, actual construction costs will be reduced. I'm also reading, though, that the stock market is back to all-time highs, and we've roared back from COVID-19, and maybe they won't be reduced. The escalation factor or the inflationary factor is something else, to where you really could have a fair argument about what an actual inflationary cost related to a project delay will be, except for the fact that we've got a state mandate as to how we calculate that. So, even if we're able to enjoy costs that are less, that increase less than we project with the state's formula, we'll see those savings on the back end, because we'll have to set aside enough money to cover the costs with the state's projection mandates for the front end.
It's interesting to me, we've had quite a bit of discussion around a contribution to an organization that collectively from the 4 cities and the counties amounts to approximately $1 million over 20 years. So over 20 years, cost us $1 million to have that service. And here we have a project that currently is budgeted at $27.5 million. The county cost share currently is estimated at $2.5 million. When we started going down this road, the county cost share was $1 million. So we're already $1.5 million over budget. We're proposing to add 400-some thousand to the cost, increase the annual energy cost, which will amount to nearly $250,000 over 30 years. And we have the unanswered question of what are the soil characteristics? Do they support this? So we're going to redesign something. We're going to put it out to bid, and we're going to go out without knowing if the soil characteristics are appropriate. I understand the desire to lower carbon emissions, and it'd be great if that had been built into the project from the beginning. I think we've already slowed this project up a bit to take this pause and get this further analysis, and to say that, well, this additional cost may be covered by a reduced construction cost. And that may be true. We can hope that the construction cost comes in lower. That would reduce the already existing cost overrun of $1.5 million. These are all general fund dollars that we're talking about. So, I'm very concerned about the increased cost and the uncertainties of going down this road. Thank you.
Supervisor Chair Haschak.
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
So I'm concerned that if we don't support energy efficiency, our climate committee is in name only, right? The climate committee can't be about changes that don't have a dollar amount attached. Some of the work to ensure a habitable climate will cost us. And I think we were aware of that when we created the climate committee. I don't think it's accurate that energy efficiency was an afterthought. Sheriff Allman actually included solar in the original plan, which was stripped to save money.
All right, and I think that Supervisor McCowan mentioned soil test, and from my understanding, if we went with option 1, that it wouldn't require a soil test. That was only for option 3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then I agree with Supervisor Williams is that we have this climate action advisory group, and they're coming up with this information for us. And there was a proposal to spend over $100,000 to have a coordinator for that group. And that would have been ongoing cost. And so I think that this is a big, huge project for our county. And I think that we ought to lead by example about how construction projects should be done in this county. I don't like the price of it, but I think that hopefully, we can hope that some of these issues about cost come down. And I think that Supervisor Williams brought up the point of, the price of electricity going down and natural gas going up. And so I hope some of those will balance out and provide a more economic future for us. Any other comments?
If I could just add, I think what the Climate Action Committee was writing is true in a sense, and that is because the original reports overstated the City of Ukiah's price for electricity by about 33%. The report initially said that the base project was going to have electrical and gas bill of $37,000, and the revision shows that alternative 1 is $29,000 a year for electric only. So there was more money budgeted in the original report for electricity and gas combined than would actually be spent on electricity because Ukiah's electric rates are so low. And then finally, the carbon savings will be even greater than this report shows. Over time, the city of Ukiah is working to develop additional solar arrays in Ukiah city limits, which will further reduce the carbon emissions needed to generate the electricity that they provide the county buildings. So I think this is going to be a much bigger bang for our buck if we go forward with option one. I hope we do.
Any further comment from the board? Okay, hearing none. Are there any public comments?
There are no callers, Chair Haschak. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. There are no callers, but I believe that there was some written comment that's been uploaded to the item.
Okay, very good. Okay, Mr. Fatness, could you get rid of your screen? Thank you. All right, so it's back to the board.
I would move that we direct staff to proceed with option one and put this out to bid as quickly as they can.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there any further comments?
All right, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, sir. Just reflecting back on our last agenda item and now looking at this one, trying to decide how I'm going to vote. It has a lot to do with values. So I just wanted to make that statement. And many times values cost money.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I've done the math and I support the wisdom of my colleagues.
Okay.
I've done the math regarding the equation of the magic number of 3 or more. Thank you.
Okay, and Deputy CEO Dunnicliffe.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. The one thing that I would ask or suggest consideration of is the current motion that I heard was to proceed with alternate 2. It's my understanding, though, that alternate 1. It's my understanding that alternate 1 is going to require some board direction as to where we find an additional $320,000, recognizing that the actual cost may be less, but I believe that that's what we'll need to have identified for the pro forma.
Chair Haschak?
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
I believe there's 2.5 million sitting in asset seizure. Can we use that for the energy efficiency?
Mr. Chair.
Let's see. Is that a question for Sheriff Kendall?
That's a question for County Council.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that I could answer that right now. I'd need to look in terms of the rules with respect to asset forfeiture. My recollection was that the statutes on those have very particular requirements in terms of the structure and the means of funding. It may not be something that the board might be able to direct. We'd have to look at that a little bit further.
Chair Haschak, could we look into that and give staff direction to look into it? The reason I bring that up is I think some of that is from activities which have had a negative impact on the environment, and this would be work to benefit the environment, and so hopefully it would be balanced out.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I think it's possible that this is not an eligible use for asset forfeiture. I believe it is also the case the board lacks the authority to direct the expenditure of asset forfeiture. If it is an allowable use, it would require the approval of the sheriff, I believe. And then I'm not sure we have that amount of money available. Maybe we do. But I think this is a board-directed initiative that the board supports this move. I think a more appropriate direction would be to the executive office to return with an item to include a recommendation on which pot of general fund money to tap, or other funds if they're available, to tap for this expense. And it potentially could be reserves.
Okay, CEO Angelo, is that a...
Chair Hashtag, I think the board could give me direction to come back with an item for board approval to take the money out of reserves. That's it. There's no place else. So we could bring that forward and then the board could vote on it. But other than reserves, there's no money anywhere else to take this out of. Thank you.
All right, any further comment? Hearing none. Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Chair Hashtag, is that part of the motion that the executive office come back with an item for the board to approve removing money from reserves for this project?
I'll have to ask the maker of the motion.
Yeah, the maker motion would request that staff bring forward a proposal to provide and it could be reserves.
Supervisor Jurdy, could we also have County Council come back with the answer to the asset seizure as related to environmental impact and using that towards the jail?
I would hope that staff would look at asset forfeiture among other sources, yes.
Thank you.
All right, are we clear on the motion?
Yes, I can repeat one final time. For the motion, I have proceed with option 1 and put out to bid as quickly as possible and direct the executive office to return with an item possibly using reserves to fund.
Correct. All right, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, very good. And Supervisor Williams, do you want to, we just have supervisor reports. So do you want to call the 5:30 rule?
No, I was trying to get to the Point Arena City meeting, but I'm afraid it may have already passed. So let's just continue.
Okay, if no one's calling the 5:30 rule, which we only have a couple items left.
Chair Hashtag?
Yes.
The follow-up item with Director Brent Schultz, as I recall, I don't think that item, wasn't the board waiting for Mr. Schultz to let you know about the staffing regarding the possibility of an ad hoc? Yeah. He has been waiting all afternoon. I don't know if he's still here. I think he is. He's still right there. If you'd like to go to that item and clear that item up, please.
Okay. Yeah. Director Schultz.
Hello, Chair Haschak, Brent Schultz. Concerning this matter, there was really two issues, I think, the other day was this ad hoc issue, and then also we will be back with a report to the board. We'll get that in as quick as possible tomorrow on the CDFA, CDFW, and our interactions with them, including the memo that they sent us. Concerning ad hocs, my real feeling is we really don't need an ad hoc right now. We believe we have everything we need to prepare our report for August 4th, to polish that up and turn it in time. So that's really our feeling on that, and we're anxious to bring all this forward.
Just clarification on that. So the report for August 4th would be presented with the CEO report on July 21st.
This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So no, it would actually be, as we understood it, was a separate memorandum that was being prepared just to discuss the CDFA and CDFW issue, which we would provide to the clerk of the board and for the CEO to include in their report. And then there would be a subsequent item and a subsequent memorandum for the August 4th agenda.
Chair Haschak, just in regarding what Ms. Acker said, let me just be clear for this late hour so that our clerks know what that item is. So Julia, you will be submitting a written report along with any correspondence from CDFA, CDFW that the board has not received. That will be attached to the CEO report. And then
that is correct.
Okay, and then the other side of that is that there will not be an ad hoc item regarding cannabis because staff has direction and you're ready to come back on August 4th. That's my understanding.
That is correct.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Now, would any description of the land use planning be presented on the 21st?
No, on August 4th.
Okay, so it'll just be the CDFA, CDFW reports.
That is correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, for clarification, I thought the board might be interested in creating an ad hoc committee either at July 21st or August 4th. If we wanted that option, would we need that on the agenda?
Well, there's the option of the chair appointing the ad hoc too.
Chair Haschak? Chair Haschak, this is
CEO
CEO Angelo. I thought that the reason that you wanted to speak with Director Schultz was to get his input on an ad hoc if the staff needed an ad hoc to move forward. And so I believe that Director Schultz said that they think they have enough direction and that they don't need an ad hoc. So if the board appoints an ad hoc, it's really going against what the staff has just said and possibly creating additional work for this ad hoc regarding cannabis. Thank you.
All right. So we're all right with report from...
Well, let's be clear. We either have an ad hoc or we don't. And I can certainly support not having an ad hoc. Staff feels that they have everything they need. In fact, I do believe they started working on these items right after June 16th. So I don't doubt that they're prepared to present. And do we have an understanding that we would defer any consideration of an ad hoc until August 4th, when we have the full presentation by staff? And then if the board believes there's any need for an ad hoc, we could appoint one at that time. Is that consistent with everyone's understanding of where we are at this point?
Chair Haschak, as your CEO, that is consistent with my understanding. Thank you, Supervisor McCowan.
Any further comment on that? So my understanding is that, that staff does not need an ad hoc to do their work, to present what they're going to present on August 4th.
They also probably don't need interference from any board members. So perhaps we should all give them the space to do their job and not interact with them on this item and see what they bring forward for their report that'll be attached to the CEO's report, and then also see what they bring forward on August 4th. I think we've got a competent crew over there that knows the direction that they've been given on all of the items, and I think we should let them do their work. We know how overburdened they are with the multiple priorities we've assigned to them.
Well, there's also the fact that I've got a meeting with them on Friday to talk about some of these issues. And also we have a meeting scheduled with CDFW, or we're scheduling that meeting for later on this month. So I'd like to continue on with those meetings.
Well, can you hear me? I've just lost my screen.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes.
At your behest, we disbanded all of the cannabis ad hocs. And again, I think staff knows the direction they're going. If we're not going to have an ad hoc, I think we should all step back and let staff do their job.
Well, any further comments on this?
This is not an ad hoc that I have time for, but Chair Hashak, it's not clear to me that you support this alternate direction. So I'm a little concerned if it turns out that you're the only one talking to staff about this alternative procedure, and with the state agencies, it might not be an accurate characterization of what the whole board wants.
Well, the point is, no, I'm totally in support of pursuing whatever we can with CDFA and CDFW. So that's my point has been to push those issues and to make sure that we know that exactly what they're saying and getting all the information. So.
Well, the point is, Mr. Chair, that you're adamantly opposed to the new direction. You stated that very clearly and at length and voted against the motion that included moving forward on all of these points. So I think given your position of being opposed to one of the major assignments that we've given to staff, it would not be appropriate for you to be working with staff and no other board member. So I think we should either have the discussion of who should be on the ad hoc and let's appoint one, or we should have an agreement that we are all stepping back and let's see what staff brings forward. They're very capable of advocating with CDFA and CDFW and doing their work on all of the items that we've assigned to them. So I would like it clarified that either we are all stepping back or let's have the discussion of who should be on the ad hoc.
All right. Well, I think that you mischaracterized it, because I'm totally in support of the conversations with CDFA, CDFW, and I want to make sure that we're getting all the information so that we can make those decisions about whether
you're totally opposed to the new direction.
So excuse me. I was talking. Thank you. Okay, it's late in the day. I don't think we need to go into this further right now. I think we can put it off until the 21st. Until that time, I have this meeting scheduled with staff. I will talk to the CEO and we'll figure out the best way to move forward with it. And I think we can leave it at that for now. Are we good with that?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
If you feel a county supervisor has to be involved, then probably it should be me, because I'm the only one that has not sat on an ad hoc to do with cannabis, and I have an open mind at this point. So I just want to put that out there, because I can hear what both Supervisor Jurdy and Supervisor McCowan are saying, and I think we just need to move forward, let staff handle it, or an individual, if you want a supervisor there, it probably should be me, because I haven't been involved in any of the ad hocs like all of you have.
Okay, that would be fine with me. You know, if we're going to have that meeting on Friday afternoon. But maybe we don't need it, so.
Chair Haschak?
Yeah.
I would recommend that we give staff some time to make progress and report back. We don't know where this is going. My personal stance, and I hope it's shared with the full board, we want to get the brave folks who came forward and went through the process to annual state licenses, whatever the shortest path is. I don't feel like I know what the best path is yet. I'm hoping staff brings back those answers.
Okay.
I can support that, Supervisor Williams. Thank you.
I support that too. So can we just move on from this then?
Does that mean that we are all stepping back and we're letting staff do their job?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and so we have a few more items. We have the CEO report. I hear that there's not one. Item 5C.
Yes, that's right, Chair Haschak. There is no CEO report. There's no ledge report today. Thank you.
Okay, and there's no ledge report, so 5D, and supervisor reports. Okay, so should we start with Supervisor Brown?
I'll make this really quick, Mr. Chair. Continue to do routine business, helping constituents, as well as returning many phone calls and emails. Last Wednesday, the Redwood Valley MAC couldn't get Zoom to work, so they had to cancel their meeting. They will be, they've rescheduled it for tomorrow night. I've been on the CAL, Office of Emergency Service calls, statewide calls, since the last meeting. General Government Standing Committee met, but I'll let Chair Supervisor Jurdy report on that. After General Government, I was on the meeting for the Sustainable Ag Lands Committee, and the one concern they had that caused a concern for me is the Williamson Act survey that has been revamped. They don't know where it's at in the county system. So I'd like to ask County Council if it's in his office and who has it and when is it going to be coming out?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Supervisor Brown, I don't have that information right now, but I can certainly look into that and get a response back to you.
I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Also, again, I want to say drought activities and conditions are becoming more apparent. Talked a little bit earlier about all the wildlife coming into the areas that have water available, like ponds. And then looking at Lake Mendocino levels, certainly for inland Mendocino County, it's going to be really tight going into the fall. So I don't know. Here we are, drought conditions again. So I don't know if any of you have checked with any of your water districts or the municipalities, but I'd sure like to hear a report back perhaps next Tuesday as to where they stand on their water levels.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report.
Okay, and I will skip my report. Supervisor Jurdy.
Just very briefly, at Monday's General Government Committee, we had a discussion with county staff about the various contracts. The Sheriff's Office staff were continuing to look at those contracts, and we will be meeting again after they have a meeting in the mines about the cost of those contracts. And then we will bring something back to the full board. Thank you.
Okay, and Supervisor Williams.
I think our staff is overwhelmed, taking on more tasks, longer hours, far more than what's visible to the public. In some cases, what's visible to us. And I want to make sure that I'm mindful of that in, asking about past direction and really trying to prioritize the COVID response. That's all I have.
All right, and I'll just add that Supervisor Jurdy and I had a meeting with the sheriff and also with a pretty big group for the ad hoc committee looking at the Citizen Advisory Board. And I think it was a productive meeting. We have another one this Friday. And so we're making progress on it. So with that said, I appreciate those comments, Supervisor Williams, about staff and the need to monitor their workloads too. So with that, we'll call the meeting adjourned at 6:40. Thank you, everyone.